everyone and welcome to this full course on JavaScript by Edureka. JavaScript is a high-level, versatile programming language that brings interactivity and dynamism to websites, making them more engaging and functional. Unlike HTML and CSS, which only control the structure and styling, JavaScript enables real-time user interactions such as animations, pop-ups, and dynamic updates without requiring a page reload. It is widely used in web development, back-end development, mobile app development, and game development, and also helps with machine learning and AI. Its lightweight nature combined with a vast ecosystem of tools makes it one of the most popular and widely adapted programming languages. Now, let's outline the agenda for this JavaScript full course. We will begin by exploring Introduction to JavaScript, where we will define JavaScript and discuss its role in web development. Next, we will cover how to run JavaScript in VS Code, ensuring you have the right setup to execute JavaScript programs. We will then dive into JavaScript basics, covering variables, data types, and operators. We will then shift to JavaScript loops, where you will learn iteration techniques using loops. Following that, we will explore arrays in JavaScript, covering their structure and manipulation. Moving forward, we will discuss substrings in JavaScript, demonstrating how to extract portions of strings efficiently. We will then move on to JavaScript functions, learning how to define and use them. Next, we will cover JavaScript form validation, ensuring secure and user-friendly form inputs. We will then explore email validation in JavaScript, and then we will cover regular expressions in JavaScript, which are essential for pattern matching and data validation. And as we progress, we will build projects, starting with developing a Simon game using JavaScript, applying interactive game logic. We will work on API projects for beginners, learning how to fetch and display data dynamically. Next, we will complete a JavaScript project, reinforcing all key concepts learned. And then, we will explore and advance JavaScript concepts, and then cover the top 10 JavaScript libraries, understanding their use cases and benefits. To conclude, we will discuss the top 10 JavaScript frameworks, highlighting their strengths. We will wrap up with the JavaScript interview questions, preparing you for the technical interviews and real-world applications. But before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Edureka's full-stack web developer master's program, designed by industry experts, prepares you for the role like software engineer and full-stack developer. With 9+ projects, 15+ practical use cases, and 100+ hands-on labs, the program covers key concepts like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Node.js, MongoDB, and many more to strengthen your full-stack development skills. So check out the full-stack web developer master's program, the link to which is in the description box below. Now, let's get started with our first topic, which is Introduction to JavaScript.
Let us understand what JavaScript is. So JavaScript is an interpreted programming language used to add interactivity, dynamic behavior, and functionality to web applications. It works on the both client side and the server side. On the client side, it runs directly in the browser, making the web pages more interactive. On the server side, with the help of platforms like Node.js, it handles backend operations. So with JavaScript, you will be able to create dynamic and engaging websites that respond to user action, making the web more interactive and functional. So now let's look at some reasons why to learn JavaScript. First, it's easy step for beginners. JavaScript has a simple syntax, making it a great choice if you're just starting your coding journey. Next, JavaScript is in high demand. It's one of the most widely used languages in web development, ensuring great career opportunities. It is also one language to rule them all, meaning you can use JavaScript for both front-end and the back-end development, making it incredibly versatile. Moreover, there are great learning resources available from tutorials to documentation, making it easier to master. Finally, JavaScript has a rich ecosystem and strong community support. With countless libraries, frameworks, and an active developer community, you will never feel stuck. So if you are thinking about learning programming language, JavaScript is way to go. So now let's set up the development environment in order to start your coding. So here we have opened our VS Code. This is the IDE that we are going to use for JavaScript. And the first step is to open a folder inside the VS Code. So for that, we will just click on File. After that, we will click on Open Folder. And here you can create a new folder or you can open the previous one. I have already created one new folder. I will just select the folder and I will open it inside my VS Code. So after opening this folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about some extensions that you need to add in your VS Code. But you can also ignore these extensions if you don't want to add them. It is okay, but I will just suggest you to add some extensions like ESLint. This will basically catch the errors in your JavaScript and fix them. And after that, we have Prettier Code Formatter. I have already installed it inside my VS Code. And you can also add one more extension, that is JavaScript snippets. So these are some extensions that you can add in your VS Code. So after adding extensions, what we are going to do is we are going to create one file inside this folder. Let's say it would be, so our file name is syntax.js. This is because first of all we are going to learn about the syntax of JavaScript. So let us start with the syntax. That's it. So I will just save this and I will just run this code. So here I can see the output. So this is how you get the output in JavaScript. This is a basic hello world program. Now let us go through it. So first of all, we have written console.log. So console.log is inbuilt function in JavaScript that prints output to the console. It helps us to display the messages, debug code and test our programs. So after that, inside the parenthesis, we have written hello world. So within double quotes, we have written this hello world, and this is basically a string, which is simply a piece of text. And finally, after that, we have saved the program. So we can also add one semicolon here, but in JavaScript, semicolons are optional, but they help to keep your code clean and readable. So we have seen the output of the code without semicolon, and now we will save this code and we will run it. Again, it is not throwing in errors. So basically, you can see in JavaScript, semicolons are optional. You can keep it or you can remove it. So this basic structure forms the foundation of JavaScript. Every statement follows the similar pattern. We call a function or write an expression, pass the value inside the parenthesis if needed, and then we end it with a semicolon. So that's how JavaScript syntax works at the basic level. So now let's move on to variables in JavaScript. For that, I'm going to create one more file, that is variables in JavaScript. So my file name is variables.js. So now variables are used to store data in JavaScript, and it gives us three ways to store data, that is var, let and const. First of all, we will start with var. So for var, we will just write var. That's it. We have written it. So now here var is basically a storage which is storing the data of fruit, that is apple. So apple is being stored in the var. So this basically is a storage. So what we will do is we will save this code and we will run it. So we cannot see any output because we have not written console.log. We'll just write console.log fruit. That's it. We will just save this code and run it again. After that, we can see the output here, that is apple. So this var allows both reassignment and redeclaration, which can lead to unexpected bugs. That's why we avoid it in modern JavaScript. After that comes let. So we will just write let. So that's it. Again, we will just copy this and paste it. Console.log score. That's it. Save this code and run it. Again, we can see the output here, which is 100. So here, let is flexible because we can update its value, but we can't redeclare it in the same scope, which helps to prevent any mistakes. So this is about let. We have seen the two types of variable declaration, that is var and let, and let's move on to the third one, that is const. That's it. We will just save this code and we will run it. So here we can see the output, which is 3.14. So these are the three ways to declare a variable in JavaScript, that is var, let and const. And also const is a constant, meaning once we assign a value, it can't be changed or redeclared. This is perfect for values that should stay same, like configuration setting or mathematical constants. Now that we understand variables, let's talk about data types in JavaScript. JavaScript basically has two categories for data types, primitive data types and object data types. So now we will make one more file and we will name it as datatypes.js. So first of all, primitive data types. So these are most basic data types in JavaScript. they store single value and are mutable, meaning they can't be changed after they are created. So now that you know the primitive data type, let us look at the example. So these are some primitive data types. So first of all, we have string, after that we have number, after that we have bigint, then boolean, then undefined, then null, and then symbol type. So basically, the string tells the sequence of the character. So to write the sequence of the character, we use string. After that is the number type. Any number including decimal and all can be stored here. And after that we have bigint. So this is basically used for very large numbers. After that we have boolean type. So boolean type will always give the output in only true or false. So after that we have undefined. So the variable that hasn't been assigned a value yet is stored in undefined type. After that we have null type that represents an empty or unknown value. And after that we have this symbol type, which is for the unique identifier. So we can also check the types of these string using the type of operator. So we have not covered operators yet, so we are going to skip that. But in case you want to check the type, some of you may have the idea of operators. So for that, I'll just give you one example. We will just write console.log and we will write type of string type. And we will save this code. So before running this code, we will just comment this out. So one more thing that I want to tell you is how to comment in JavaScript. So to comment in JavaScript, we can just go to that line and we can press 2 times / that will comment out that line. But if you want to comment the multiple lines, what you're going to do is you are going to select that and you're going to press Ctrl and / one time. That's it. And that will comment out those whole line. And after that, again, if you want to uncomment these lines, you are going to select the lines and you have to click Ctrl + / again and it will uncomment that. So that's it. We will save this and we will run this code. So now let us look at the output here. We have commented this code and we have used this type of operator to know the type of the string that we have written here. So now we will just run this code and here is the output. So it says string. That means it is telling the data type, which is string. So type of the string type is string. I hope you get it. So that's it. This is how you can know the type of any data type. So for this also you can just use console.log type of number type. Then it will give you number, and after that you can also use console.log type of bigint, then it will give you bigint. So this is how you can identify the data types in JavaScript by using the type of operator. So that's it about the primitive data types. We have this all primitive data type. Now let us move on to the next data types. So before moving forward, one thing to know about null is that even though it represents an empty value, JavaScript incorrectly considers, so this is known as a bug in JavaScript, but we work with it. So the next type of data types are object data types. So object data types are more complex data structures. They can hold multiple values in key value pairs. So we will just see some main object data types. So for that, I'm just going to write one line here. That's it. So you might be wondering why I'm getting this code suggestions. So that is because I added these 2 extensions in my VS Code, that is Codium and Mentalify Code Writer. I was working on a project, and for a smoother experience, like we all know, nowadays we are working with AI and generative AI is at its boom. So we can also include generative AI or AI into our IDEs and we can do the coding more efficiently. And also I was working on a project, and for that reason I added these extensions in my VS Code. So if you want to know about these extensions, you visit the Codium website, and this is just the extension of VS Code, that is Mentalify Doc Writer. That's it. These are the extensions that I have added. That is because I am getting the code suggestions here. So now we will just look at the object data types example. So we will just write const . So this is basically an object with key value pairs. Here we can see the name pair and the age. So these are basically the key value pairs. and we can just create one more, that would be const. So these arrays are the type of the object. So this is how the object data types work. These are basically more complex than the primitive data types, and in normal coding we only use the primitive data types. So for a beginner, you just need to study about primitive data types, and once you have covered these arrays and objects, after that understanding these object data types would be easy for you. So just ignore this part for now. You just don't need to get into that object data types and all for now. And after you have covered the topics of array and object, it will be easy for you to understand the syntax of object data types. So these are just basically the two examples of data types in JavaScript. We have seen the both. First one is primitive, and then second one is the object data type. So we also have some more object data types like function data type and all. So for now we will just skip that. For now you just need to focus on the primitive data types, that is number, big int, boolean, undefined, null and symbol. And even from these you need to focus on number, big int, boolean, null and also string, of course. So these will be more useful in day-to-day coding. So that's it about the data types in JavaScript. Let's talk about the operators in JavaScript. So for that we are going to make one more file, that will be operators.js. That's it. Now first of all, let us see what are the operators in JavaScript. So operators are simple that perform operations on values or variables. JavaScript provides different types of operators, and here are the key ones. So the first one is assignment operator, which is used to assign the value to the variables. For example, is equal to assigns the value like let x is equal to 10. We know that. After that we have comparison operators that helps to compare values, like checking if two numbers are equal with double equal to or triple equal to. We will just look at the example after this. And after that we have arithmetic operator, which is used for basic mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. After that we have bitwise operator that works at the binary level, mostly used for advanced programming scenarios. After that we have logical operators, which is used for conditions like and, or not. And after that we have conditional operators, also known as ternary operator. It helps in writing short conditional expressions like condition, then we will give value 1, and after that we provide value 2 and then just a question mark. So this is basically the syntax. You won't understand right now, we will just look at the practical. After that, at last we have string operator, mainly the addition operator, which helps to concatenate or join these strings like hello to the world, resulting in hello world. So each of these operators play a crucial role in JavaScript coding. Now let us see some more example to understand it better. So now let us look at some of the operators. So first of all, we will start with the arithmetic operators. So arithmetic operators are basically plus, minus, division, percent or multiplication. So these are basically the arithmetic operators. Let us look at the example. So here we have written let a is equal to 10 plus 5, and then we have written let b is equal to 2 into 3. So here this plus sign is an arithmetic operator. So here you can see we have used double asterisk. That means it is used to give the exponential power to the variable. So we all know the output here. So here the output will be 8. So these are the arithmetic operators. So now let us move on to the assignment operator. So here I have written let x is equal to 10. That means 10 is being assigned to x. For that we have used the assignment operator, that is equal to. So this is the assignment operator. So once again we will look at one more. So here we have assigned x the value plus 5, and we have assigned the x value multiply into 2. So here the output will be 15. That means x is 10 and plus 5 would be 15. And after that x is 15 now, and here we have provided the multiplication and it's into 2. So the output will be 30. So I hope you are understanding this. First of all, we have provided the value to x here, that is 10. After that we can also give the assignment operator like this, or we can also give the assignment operator like this. So these are basically the syntaxes. So if you will practice more and more about the syntaxes and the structure of JavaScript, you will get familiar with the syntaxes and structure. So here we have added 5 to the x value. So the x value currently we have is 10, and after adding 5 it would be 15. And after that we have multiplied the same x value to 2. So the output would be 30 here. So now let us move on to the next operator. Here we have covered two operators, that are arithmetic operators and assignment operators. So now we will go to the comparison operator. So for that I have just written console.log 5 is equal to 5. So for one more reference, I will just write console.log 5 triple equal to 5. So now we will just print the output. So here we can see that we have written console.log 5 and then we have provided the assignment operator and then 5. And after that we have written 5 and triple is equal to and 5. So in this both cases the output would be different. So now if you know the answer, please comment down in the comment box, and if you don't know the answer, we will just go through it. So these are basically two types of comparison operators. The first one we have 2 is equal to. So it basically checks the equality, but it is loose. So it basically ignores the fact that we have written the string here. We have provided the 5 inside double inverted commas, which makes it as a string. It will basically check that here we have 5, here we have 5. So it will return true. That is why we say that it shows the loose equality. After that we have here triple is equal to. So this basically is the comparison operator that has strict equality. So this basically will give the output of false, because this operator will not ignore the fact that this is 5 in number value and this 5 is in string value, and it will give the output as false. After that, one more comparison operator we have, that is greater than. So in this case the output would be true, because of course 5 is greater than 3. So now let us move on to the next operator, that are logical operators. So for that we are again going to write console.log true, and here we have used the AND operator and we have provided true and false. So now if you guys are familiar about the logical operators, so which we also have covered in class 8th or 10th. So basically we have replaced the 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0 with true and false. So we all know that what is the output of true, false using AND operator, which is false. And again we will see one more. So again if we use true, false with the OR operator, then the output will be true. So to learn this concept you have to go through your old books, because we have been taught in class 8th, 9th and secondary education that what are AND operators, what are OR operators, or what are NOT operators and all. So again for one more example we have this NOT operator. Here we can see not true. We have written this not true. So this will basically give the output as false. So now that we have covered the logical operators, let us move on to the bitwise operators. So for bitwise operator, I'm just going to write 5 and 1. And after that one more, we are just going to write 5 or 1. So here the output will be AND 1, and here the output will be OR 5. So if you know about the bitwise, how it is performed at bit by bit level, you will get to know about this output. And if you don't know about this, so you just need to cover the concepts of computer architecture, and by that you can just easily grab the bitwise operator. So now after that, let us move on to next thing, that is ternary operator. So for that I'll just write let age is equal to 20 and let status is equal to age less than 18, adult or minor. That's it. So this is how the ternary operators are used. These are basically the short way to write about the conditional statements. So here what we have done is we have given the age 20, and after that we have again created one variable, that is status, and inside that we have mentioned if it is more than 18 then the result will be adult, and if it is equal to or less than 18 it will be minor. So after that we have the type of operator, which we have already seen, but we will just look at the output here. So here we have written console.log type of hello and console.log 5 instance of number. So that's it, and here we know that the output will be string here and the output here will be primitive data type. That's it. Now what we have next is we have string operators left. So let us go through the string operator. Here we have given let name is equal to Alice plus Smith. So here what we are doing is we are concatenating the string, we are using this plus sign that basically will concatenate this string, that is Alice and Smith. So after going through this all operators, we will just look at the output. So now comes the special operator. So we will just write console.log. So this basically checks an array index existence, and it will basically check if this 2 is in the array, and it will return the value as true or false. So now we have gone through all the operators. We will just save this and look at the output. So here is the output. We can just look at it. We have not written console.log after this. So it is not printing the value of A and X over here. It is just starting from here. So as I told you, this will provide you true value. It is true. This will give you false value. It is false. After that, we have performed the logical operator. This true and false will give you false. True or false will give you true. After that, again we have not true, that is false. And then again we have this bitwise operator. So after that we have this, and it is giving you the type of the string. Again we have not given the console.log here, so it is not giving me the output. So here it is giving me the output type of hello, which is string. So here it is false because it is the primitive data type. And after that we have not given console.log, so we don't have the output of Alice and Smith. And after that we have this true value, which means that 2 exists in this array. So these are basically the operators in JavaScript. We have covered the operators in JavaScript. Now what we are going to do is we are going to look at some questions of operators in JavaScript. There are 2 questions which are type of lead code questions, and one question we will solve together, and the next question will be for your homework. You can just solve it by yourself. After covering the operators, just have the practical implementation of operators, and then we can move on to the next topic. So we have these 2 questions of operators here. The first question is given 2 numbers A and B. Use the modulus operator to find the remainder when A is divided by B. And the second question is given an integer n. Return true if it is the power of 2, otherwise return false. So we are just going to work on this question, and this question will be for your own practice. So now we will just solve this question. Now to solve this question, we will make one more file. We will name it as operator question.js, and now we know the question. So for this question, we want 2 variables that are A and B, and after that we need to divide it. So whenever you are dealing with a coding question, the first thing that you should do, first create the logic inside your mind. So now the question that we are going to work on, for that we need 2 variables that are A and B, and then we need to print the remainder. So we will just start with let A is equal to 10, then let B is equal to 3, and after that we will just make one more variable, let remainder is equal to A, and then we have used this modulus operator, and then B. So after this we will just print this console.log, the remainder when %A is divided with B is this. So that's it. So here we have given A. We can just directly write 10 here because we have assigned value to 10, and we can write B. But we have written this in the case, let's say we are taking the input from the user. So then the user gives the input, and after that we have to read A, then read B, and then print the remainder. So for now we have given the A as 10, B as 3, and then we are printing the remainder A modulus B inside the remainder. We'll just save this and we will just run this code. So the remainder when 10 is divided by 3 is 1. So this is the output of this code. We have solved the first question. We have used the modulus operator here. We have assigned the value first, and after that we have used the modulus operator, and then we have printed the result. So that's it about the first question. And the second question, in which you have to find out the exponential power that you need to do by your own. So now we have covered operators in JavaScript. Now we will move on to control flow and loops. So until now we have covered the syntax and structure, how to comment in JavaScript, what are the data types, what are the operators, and we have also seen one question in JavaScript. So now it's time to move on to control flow and loops. And in control flow and loops, the first thing that we are going to cover is conditional statements. So we will create one file here. We will name it as conditional.js. In this, we are going to look at the conditional statements. So first of all, I will give you the overview of conditional statements. So conditional statements basically are if, else or else if. If JavaScript is your first programming language, then of course these words are new for you, that is if, else if or else. So if you have studied C, C++ or Java, so these languages, if you have studied for once also, then you are very familiar with conditional statements. So for the people who don't know about the conditional statements, I will just give you overview. So basically these are three conditional statements: if, else and else if. So there are more, but we normally work on these three. So just imagine one scenario: you are given two fruits, oranges and apples, and you are given choice that you have to select one of the fruit. So you will select either apple or orange, right? So if you will select oranges, then there will be no oranges left. If you select apples, then there will be no apples left. So I want to mention it in document. Let's say you have selected oranges and the value of oranges is equal to 0 now. So I will mention it in document as if Nidhi is equal to oranges, and after that I will give the statement then oranges is equal to 0. That means if Nidhi has selected oranges, then the amount of oranges are 0. Or else, I will give the else statement, else oranges are 20. Let's say I have not selected oranges and I have selected apples. In that case, the oranges will be 20. That means we are assuming that the number of oranges were 20. So I hope you understood how we use if-else statement. Now we will understand through example. So let's say let marks is equal to 85. We have given one variable, that is marks, and we have assigned the value as 85. So if marks is greater than or is equal to 10, we will just give the statement here, console.log grade A. Okay. If the student is passed with marks greater than or is equal to 9, then console.log grade A. That means if the marks are greater than or is equal to 9, then the student has passed with the grade A, and it will print grade A. Else if marks greater than or is equal to 80, console grade B. And we have given one more statement, that is else if it is greater than or is equal to 80, then grade B. And one more statement, else if, again we will do for 70, and at last we will do grade D, needs improvement. That's it. So we have written the statement of if else here. We have given the marks as 85. If the marks is greater than or is equal to 90, grade A. If the marks is greater than or is equal to 80, grade B. Else if, grade C, and else D. So here we can notice we have used if, else if, and else. So in all these cases, we are covering some of the criteria, that is of 90, 80 and 70. Let's say the student is not meeting any of the criteria mentioned here. So that is why at last we have provided one else statement, that if that student is not meeting any of this criteria, then they will fall into the section of else and they need improvement. So let's just save this code and run it. So here it is grade B. That means the marks that we have provided is 85. So now that 85 is falling into grade B. So that's it about the if, else if and else statement. So these are the conditional statements. Now let's move on to the ternary operator. So ternary operator are basically the shortest way to write the conditional statements. That is, we have already covered this in our operators. So this is basically the ternary operator. So we will just look at one more example of ternary operator, and then we will move on to the switch statements and loops. So for ternary operator, again we are going to make one more file here, and it will be ternary.js. So now let's look at the ternary operator. I'll just close these files here. Let's have a look at the example of ternary operator. So first of all, we'll start with let age is equal to 20. Then let can vote age is greater than 18. Yes, you can vote. No, you are not young. So that's it. After that, console.log can vote. So that's it. Here is the first example of ternary operator. We will just save this. Here I guess you already understand by these statements. The age is given 20 and after that we have given this ternary operator and we have mentioned two of the statements here. If they fulfill this age, this will be the output, and if they not, then this will be the output. Let's run it. So you can see the output here. Yes, you can vote. Now let's look at another example. Let price is equal to 25. Let discount is equal to price. That's it. So yeah, that's it. Here again we have one more example. Let's move on to one more example. Let number is equal to 7. Okay, so here we have let price is equal to 25, discount price is less than 30, then 10% discount or no discount. So then we will just print the discount. After that, one more example we have, let number is equal to 7, let result is equal to number modulus 2% is equal to 7. If it is 0, then even or else odd. Now let us save this code and we will just look at the output here. Now the first one, of course, we know yes, you can vote, and after that we have no discount because price is less than 30, and after that we have this odd because 7 will be divided by 2, then the remainder will be 1, not 0. So this is all about ternary operator. You can just look at this syntax here, how do we write ternary operators, and that's it. These are basically the short way to write the if-else condition. Now we will move on to next thing, that is loops. And in loops, we are going to cover for loop, while loop and do while loop. So now we are moving on to the loops. For that, we are going to create one more file that will be loops.js. And inside this loop.js, we are going to cover 3 loops, that is for loop, do while loop and while loop. So along with for loop, do while loop and while loop, we will also cover the break and the continue statement. So let's get started with the loops. I hope you have a basic idea of loops. So loop is basically running these same statements over and over again until the condition gets satisfied. So let's say first of all we will look at for loops. So we will just write here console.log for loop. Okay. So after that we will start for loop by writing for, and after that we will start giving the condition let I is equal to 1. So first of all we have initialized the I with 1. After that we will mention the condition, that is I smaller than equal to 5, then I plus plus. So this is how you write loop. First of all we will initialize the I. Here we have initialized with let I is equal to 1. After that we have mentioned the condition here, that is I less than is equal to, and then we have given what we need to perform. We need to perform I plus plus. That means we need to add the value to I. So after that we will write here console.log count I. So after that console.log count I, that means it will print I. That's it. We will just look at one more example. This is how you perform for loop. Now let's say console.log while loop. So for while loop, again we will do let counter is equal to 3. First of all we have initialized the counter with 3. After that we will give the statement as while. Then we will mention the condition inside this, that is counter less than 0 console.log t minus counter minus minus. So that's it. This is how you write the syntax of while loop. So here we have given first of all initialize the counter with 3. After that we have given the statement until the counter is equal to 0. Until then you have to do counter minus minus. That means we have to subtract from 3 until 3 is 0. So now we will move on to the next example, that is console.log do while loop. So inside this do while loop we will just see let num, we have declared num, then do num math.floor. We will just give one inbuilt function here. So it will just select a random number and it will multiply it with 5 and it will print the random number until number is not equal to 0. Okay. So we will just write console.log break example here. So for break example, again we are going to use for loop. So for let I is equal to 1, I is smaller than is equal to 10, then I plus plus, and inside this we are writing the if statement. If we have used the strong equity operator here, and console.log stopping 6 break. That's it. And then console.log I. So that's it. Here we have seen the example of for loop, while loop, do while loop and break statement. One more example we will see of continue statement. Console.log continue example. Again we will use for loop. So that's it. We have written the codes for loop, while loop, do while loop, break statement and continue statement. So here for loop we have written until the I is smaller than or equal to 5, we are incrementing the I. So for do while we have initialized the counter with 3, we will decrement the 3 until it is 0. So for do while what we have done is we are selecting a random number and we are multiplying it with 5 until it is not equal to 0. And for the break statement, again we have applied one for loop here, and inside that we have given condition I is strongly equal to 6, then stop at 6, break this statement. After that, for continue example, what we have done here is console.log continue example, and we have started a for loop here and we have given one statement here. If I is strongly equal to 3, then skip 3 and continue the rest until 5. So we will just save this code and we will run it. So you can see the example for loop we have count 1 to 5. Okay, now it is fulfilling the condition at 5, so it stopped here, right? After that you can see the while loop example t minus 3 to 1, right? After that we have do while, so it is selecting the random number in between of 0 to 5. So after that we have break example, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and it is stopping at 6. After that we have continue example, we have written here skipping 3 and 4 and 5. That means it is skipping 3. We have just written here skipping 3 in place of 3. So that's it about the loops. These are the loops in JavaScript, for loop, while loop and do while loop. So what we are going to do now is we are going to solve questions on the basis of conditional statements and loops. So let's move on to the question. Again we will be having 4 questions. That means 2 on loops and 2 on conditional statements, from which we will solve here one question of conditional statement and one question of loops. So first of all we have this conditional statement question. This is the question that we are going to solve. Write a JavaScript statement that checks a student's score and prints their grade based on following conditions, that are if the score is 90 or above, print A, score is 80 to 89, print B, score is 70 to 79, print C, score is 60 to 69, print D, and below 60, print F. And this is the question given an integer n. This question you are going to solve by yourself. So now let's move on to VS Code and we are going to solve this question. So now to solve that question, what we are going to do is we are going to make one file. Let's say we will write conditional question.js. So in that question we are going to use if, else and else if. We are going to create those 5 scenarios. So let us get started. So now we are going to start the question. Let us say we will just give let score is equal to 85, and after that we will create one if condition. If score is greater than or equal to 90, then the condition would be console.log A. After that we will create one more case, else if score is greater than or equal to 80, then console.log B. After that again else if 70, then console.log C. After that else if score smaller than equal to 60, console.log D, or else console.log F. So that's it. This was the question. We have created these 5 scenarios, and let us save this and we will just run this code. So let's look at the output. So we have given it as 85 and the output is B. So that's it. This was the question here. We have solved this question, and the second question you are going to solve it by yourself. Now let's move on to the loops question. So for loops also we have these two questions. This is the question: given an integer n, use a loop to print number from 1 to n. Given an integer n, use a loop to calculate the sum of the first n natural numbers. So the first one is the question that we are going to solve together, and the second one you are going to solve it by yourself. So given an integer n, use loop to print number from 1 to n. So for loops question, again we are going to make one more file here. We will just write loops question.js. So for this question, what we are going to do is we are going to take an input from the user, that is n, and then we are going to print the number from 1 to n. We are just going to write let n is equal to 10, and for let I is equal to 1 if the I is smaller than equal to n I plus plus, and console.log I. That's it. Control plus S, and we will look at the output. So this has been printed. This is the output. So that's it about loops. There was one more question in loop that you are going to solve it by yourself. And one more thing that we are going to cover in loops is pattern. How to build a pattern. So if you want to get a grab on loops, and if you want to build logic of loops very easily, then get started with patterns. Try to form as many as patterns you can. Once you have the idea of forming a pattern, then you will have a great command on loops. So for understanding patterns, we will just create one file here, patterns.js. So there are two patterns that we are going to create here. First one will be ascending triangle pattern, and the second one will be descending triangle pattern. So for that, let's say we'll just write ascending triangle 1 to 6. So we will just write console.log ascending triangle. Then first of all, we are going to work with loops. We are working on for loops. For loops, we will just say let I is equal to 1 if I is smaller than n is equal to 6 I plus plus, and then condition we are going to give let string space for let j is equal to 1, j is smaller than I, j plus plus, and string plus star. That's it. Console.log string. So that's it. Here what we have done is we have created nested loop. That means we have created one loop under another loop. So if you are familiar with nested loop, this would be very easy for you. And if you are not familiar with nested loops, then let me explain you. We have first started one loop, that is for loop. In that we have printed spaces. First we have printed the spaces until 6, and after that we have printed the stars. Inside that I loop we have started one j loop, and then we have printed the stars, and at last we have printed the string of stars that will be in our triangle pattern. Now let us write the code for descending triangle. From 6 to 1, console.log descending triangle. So for let I is equal to 6, if I is greater than 1, I minus minus, then again let string is equal to space, then one more loop we are going to start, that is j, and we will be printing stars. Then we are going to write console.log string. That's it. This is the descending triangle pattern. We will just save this and we will run it. Now let us look here. So this is the ascending triangle pattern right here, and this is the descending triangle pattern right here. So these are the two patterns that we have printed. So you can just pause the video and you can go through the syntax. So you need to practice over and over again to get hands on the pattern part. So if you will basically if you will learn how to create patterns, this loops will be very easy for you. The logic building in loops will be very easy for you once you get hands on creating the patterns in loops. So now we have covered the control flow and loops. So in this section we have covered conditional statements, that is if, else or else if, and then we have covered the ternary operators. After that we have covered the loops, for, while, do, while, and then we have also covered the break and the continue statement, and also we have covered the patterns. So that's it about the control flow and loops. Now what we are going to do is we are going to move on to function. So now after covering control flow and loops, we are going to cover functions. So now this is the most important part. This is where JS gets a little bit tough. Before this, these loops, conditional statements, data types, operators, syntax, ternary operators and everything are very easy. Now we are going to move on to functions. So in this section, we are going to learn function declaration, function expression. We will be learning about arrow functions, parameters and arguments and return statements. So these are the things that we are going to cover in this functions. And now let us make one file for functions, functions.js. Let us get started with the function declaration. We will just close these files here. So now let us get started with the function declaration. So a function declaration defines a function with the name and the parameters. So let us now declare a function. So we will just write function add num1, num2 and then return num1, num2. So here what we have done is we have declared function num1 and num2 in the first line, and after that we have added the return statement, that is num1 and num2. Let me comment here. This is the return statement. Okay. So now after this we are going to add the console.log. So console.log addition. So add 5 and 3. Right. So now what we have done, this is the function that we have created. We have first declared the num1 and num2. After that we have added the return statement. The return statement will be num1 plus num2. So that's it. And after that in console.log what we have done is we have provided the num1, that is 5, and we have provided the num2, that is 3. So this basically is the function that we have created, and after that we have added this console.log what we need in the output. So the output of course here will be 8, right? So that's it. We will just save this and run this code. Here we can see the addition is 8. So here we declare the function. After that we give the statement on which the function should be applied. So this is called function declaration, writing the function, declaring the function and then adding the return statement to it, and then after writing whatever we need the function to be executed on. So after that let us see what is the function that we have declared here. The function is addition of course, and after that inside the parenthesis we have this num1 and num2, and then we have this return statement. So this will basically call the function and add 5 and 3, and the output is 8 here. So now let us move on to the function expression. So after the function declaration comes the function expression. So again for function expression what we are going to do is const multiply function ab and return a into b. That's it. After that we are going to write console.log multiplication and then the function we are going to call, which is multiply 4 and 5. So here we have written the function expression. This is basically a function can be assigned to a variable. So this function is going to be assigned to this variable, that is 4 and 5. Here we have created an anonymous function, a function without a name. Okay, and we are calling it by the multiply 4 and 5. So think of it as a saving a contact in your phone. Instead of dialing a number every time, you call the saved number. So that's it. We are just going to save it and let us look at the output. It is multiplication 20. So now we have covered how to declare the function and what is function expression. Now the next thing that we need to cover is arrow function. So first I am going to write the arrow function and then I am going to explain it. So first of all I'll write const divide x and y and then return x divided by y, console.log division, divide, we are giving the values 20 and 4, and that's it. So here what we have done is we have used this arrow function right here. So the arrow replaces the function keyword. First of all we have not written the function keyword here. We have written the function keyword here, right? So we have not written the function keyword here. So yeah, the arrow replaces the function keyword. It works exactly like function declaration but more concise. So think of it as a shortcut. Instead of typing full function, you can write a quicker version of it. So we will just save it and look at the output, which is division 5. That means 20 divided by 4 is division 5. So this is the arrow function. Arrow function is basically the concise way to write the full function, nothing else. So now what we are going to do is we are going to cover the function without return. So now to cover the function without return, we are going to write the code function greet name and console hello and name. Console.log greet result greet Alice. That's it. So here greet Alice prints hello Alice but also does not return anything. Since there is no return, the function output is undefined. So think of it as an announcement. You hear it but you don't get anything in return. So we will just save it and we will run it. So greet result is undefined. So this is about the function without return. And now comes the part where we are going to cover the parameters versus arguments. So parameters is a placeholder inside the function and argument is actual value passed. So this is the basic difference that you need to know. So a parameter is a placeholder inside the function and the argument is the actual value which is passed. So now let us move on to the parameters versus arguments. So we are going to write a function here. So we will write function calculate BMI with weight and height. So these are basically the parameters, right? And after return, we will write weight divided by height into height. That's it. And then we are going to write console.log BMI and calculate 70 and 1.5 to fixed 1. That's it. We will save this code and run it. So here the BMI has been calculated. So here the thing to notice is weight and height are the parameters which are the placeholders here, and 70 and 1.5 are the argument which are the actual value passed. So here weight and height are the parameters and 70 and 1.5 are the argument. The function calculates the BMI and returns the value rounded to 1 decimal place. That's why we have written is to fix to 1. That means it rounds up to the 1 decimal place. Now think of it like an oven. So parameters are the dials, temperatures and time, and the argument are actual inputs like cake batter or the cookies. So now we have covered the parameters and arguments. So now what we are going to cover is anonymous functions as arguments. So that means the functions that can be passed as arguments to the other functions. First of all, we will pass an anonymous function inside. So we will just write the set timeout function. Console.log. This runs after 1 second. That's it. So here we pass an anonymous function inside the set timeout which executes after 1 second. So this function does not have name but still works, right? So think of it like a timer. It runs function after a delay. We will save it and run it. So after 1 second this function has been executed. So that's it about the anonymous function as arguments. Now what we will cover is, we will cover arrow function with implicit return. So this is the last part in functions. We are going to cover arrow function with implicit return. So arrow function can return values without using return if written in one line. So if we are creating an arrow functions within one line, we are not exceeding it from one line, then it can return values without the return. So let us look at the example now. So here we are going to create one arrow function, that is const square is equal to n into n, and here it is, I will just put the comment, no auto return. And then we are going to write console.log square of 5 and then it will return the square of 5. That's it. So here since the function has only one line, we don't need to write the return, and the square of 5 will automatically give the square of 5. We will just save this, Control S, and run it. So here we can see the output square of 5. So this function is running after 1 second. This is because the output is at last, even though we have written this code first. So after this we have the current output. The square of 5 is 25. So that's it about the arrow function with implicit return. So think of it as a shortcut key, a quick way to get result. So basically we create arrow functions to get quick results only. So that's it about functions. So now that we have covered the functions part, now it's time to solve one question related to function, and there will be one more question which you are going to solve by your own. So here are the two questions of function that we are going to cover. So the first question is, write a function multiply AB that takes two numbers as input and returns their product. So this is the function that we are going to create, and write a function factorial n that returns the factorial of given number n. This is the function that you are going to create. So now let's move on to the VS Code and we are going to create this function. So for this question, let us make a file here. Let us say function question.js. So now we are going to create a function to multiply the num. So let us write function and then name of this function is multiply. Then we have passed the a and b and we have the return statement as a into b. So here the parameters are a and b and the return statement states a into b, and then console.log we are calling the function multiply 5 and 3. Then console.log multiply 7 and 2. That's it. These are the two things that we are going to multiply. Let us save this and run it. So here is the output 15 and 14. These are the two outputs, and that's it. This is the function that we have created for multiplication of two numbers. Here we have created the function, then we have added the return statement, we have passed two parameters here. Here are the two parameters, and then we have printed the multiplication. So that's it. There is one more question for functions that you are going to do it by yourself. So now after covering function, now it is time to move on to arrays and objects. So now we are going to cover the arrays and object. In array we are going to cover the common methods of array, that is push, pop, shift, unshift, splice and slice. And in objects also we are going to cover key value pairs, ascending properties, adding, modifying, deleting the properties. These are the things that we are going to cover in arrays and objects. Now let's move on. So first of all, we are going to create one file here that will say array.js. That's it. So first of all, let us know what arrays are. So arrays basically allows you to store and manage multiple values efficiently. So let us start with creating an array. So we can create array by listing multiple values inside the square brackets. So here is an example. Let us name the array. Let fruits be apples, bananas and oranges. So this is the array that I have created. So this is how you create an array. First of all, we will just write the array name, and after that we will provide the values to those array inside the square brackets. So here the next line would be const number. That's it. So this, first of all, I have created the array of these fruits name, then after that I have created the array of numbers. So that's it. This is how you create the array. So fruits is an array containing different fruit names and number is an array of numbers. So this is how you create an array. After that, let's move on to assigning array elements. Now assigning array elements. So each element in array has an index, right? Starting from 0, we can access elements like this. I will tell you. So we assign elements like this. Console.log first fruits 0 index. Console.log third number 2. So now let's see what gets printed. Control S and Control S, and let us run this code. So here first fruit is apple and third is 0. So we don't assign the indexes. Basically it is pre-assigned, like it is by default 0th. So we count it like 0 index, index 1, index 2, like this. This is 0 index, index 1, index 2, index 3 and index 4. So here we have written fruit at the 0 index. So at the 0 index we have apple, and at the second index of numbers we have 3. So this is the output. So this is how you assign array elements. So that's it. Now we will move on to the modifying an array. So we can change elements in array just like updating the variable. For example, let's see. So in the fruits array at index 1 we have banana. We will change it to pear, and then console.log modified fruits. Control S, and let us look at the output. So here we can see the banana has changed to pear. That's it. This is how you modify an array. Now let's move on to adding and removing the elements from an array. So yeah, for adding or removing an elements from array, we can just use push to add an item to the end and pop to remove the item from the last. Let us look at the example here. So we will just write fruits dot push grape. So we will just comment add grape, and console.log added grape fruit. So the output will be apple, pear, oranges and grape. After that we are going to remove. So we will remove the last item using pop, and console.log removed last item fruits, that is grape. So that's it. We will just save this code and run it. Here is the added grape and here is the removed grape. So that's it. This is how you modify the array using pop and push. You use push to add an element at last and you use pop to remove an element from the last. So the next thing to cover in arrays is checking the array length. So we can find out how many elements in array are there by using the length. So we will just write console.log number of fruits.length. That's it. This is how you check the length of an array. We will just save it and we will run it. And here we can see the output. The length of the array is 3. That's it. Now the next thing that we are going to cover is common methods of array. So inside the common methods of array, we are going to cover push, pop, which we have already seen, but we are going to again cover that. We will cover push, pop, unshift, shift, slice and splice. So for that, we are just going to make one more file here, methods array.js. That's it. So the first thing that we are going to cover in methods of array is finding the index of the element. So if you want to find the position of the element, we use .indexOf. For example, we'll just write console.log index of apple in fruits, index of apple. So the one thing is I have not included the code in this file. So we will just go to, what was the file name? It was, I guess, array.js. We will just copy this and we will just paste the code here. So here we have added the rest of the code in this file and we have written console.log index of apple. Inside fruits, we need to know the index of apple here. So we will just save this code and run it. So here is the index of apple, that is 0. Of course, we know that the index of the apple is 0 here. So that's it. This is how you find the index of any elements. So now let us see how can we check if the element exists in an array or not. So to check if an item is in array, we use .include. So we are going to write console.log has banana fruits.include in banana. That's it. So we will just save this and run this code. So it is returning me false. So we have this updated array. In this, the banana is not included. So it is returning me false statement. So that's it. This is how you check if any element is present in an array or not. So now what we are going to see is joining array elements into string. So we can use .join to combine array elements into single string. So now here we are going to write how we can join the elements. So now we are going to write the code for the join. We'll just write console.log fruits string fruit join, and that's it. We are just going to save it and run it. So here you can see in the output, here apple, pear and oranges has been joined with the use of AND. So there are so many methods, but for now we are just covering this. Now what we are going to do is we are going to cover push, pop, shift, unshift, slice and splice. One more document we will make, and that's it. And now again we are just going to make one array and we will cover push, pop, shift, unshift, slice and splice in that. So now let's start with creating an array. First of all, we will give the push example. Let fruit is equal to apple, banana. Now again we will push cherry into this and console.log push fruits. And after that, pop example we have. So these two we have already covered, push and pop, for deleting and adding any element. Now let us move to the shift example. So in shift example, we will use .shift. So console.log after shift fruits removed shifted fruits. That's it. Now we will just move on to unshift. In unshift example, we will just unshift apple, and that's it. Now comes the splice. In splice example, we will be adding, and then comes the splice example of removing. And after that we have replacing in splice. We'll just replace orange with kiwi here. So these are some basic methods. You just need to look at the syntax. Rest all is self-explanatory, and that's it. Here we have covered splice replacing, splice removing, splice adding, shift and unshift, pop and push. So that's it. We will just shift the code. You can just go through the code once. We have created one array of apple and banana. Then we have added cherry, and then we have popped the last fruit, and after that we have shifted, and then we have unshifted the apple. After that we have added mango, and after that we have removed, and we are providing the indexes here. After that we have replaced the item. Now we will run this code. Now here you can see the output. We have pushed cherry, we have removed cherry, we have removed the apple, we have shifted it, then we have unshifted it. After that we have added mango, then we have removed here the grape, and then we have replaced with orange. So these are some methods in array. So this is how you remove, you add, you shift, you unshift, and everything you can do in this array. After that, so inside array we have studied some common method, how to check the length, how to include the elements, how to push, pop, and everything. So this is what we are going to cover in array today. Now we have two questions of array as well. Now the first question that we are going to solve, and the second question you are going to solve it by yourself. So these are the two questions of array. So the first question is, given an array of numbers, find and return the largest number of array. And the second question is, given a sorted array nums, remove the duplicate elements in place so that each unique element appears only once. The relative order of the elements should be maintained. So this is the first question that we are going to solve here, and the second question you are going to solve by yourself. So given an array of numbers, find and return the largest number in the array. So now for array question, we are going to make one more file. Here we are going to solve the question. First of all, we have to design an array with the numbers, and then we have to figure out and print the largest number out of it. So yeah, first of all we are going to make one array. Let numbers is equal to 10, 25, 78, 56, 89, 23 and 99. That's it. After that we will make one more variable. Let largest number at the 0th index. And after that we are going to run one loop. Let I is equal to 1. If I is smaller than numbers length I plus plus. And inside that we are going to mention the condition. If numbers I is greater than the largest number, then we need to replace that number with the largest number. And console.log, the largest number in the array is largest. So that's it. We will save this code and we will print. So the largest number is 99. So I hope you get it. First of all, we have created the array and we have assigned some value to it. After that, we have created one more variable to which we have given the position of 0th index, and after that we have started one loop. Inside that we have given the condition that if I is not the largest, then replace it with the largest number. Okay, so that's it, and it is giving me the largest number. So you can just pause the video and go through the code and you will just understand that. So this is the array question that we have covered, and the second question I hope you can do it by yourself. So that's it for the arrays. Now the next thing that we are going to cover is DOM manipulation. So inside the DOM manipulation, what we are going to cover is selecting elements, manipulating elements, handling events. So these are the three things that we are going to cover in the DOM manipulation. Now to move on to DOM manipulation, first thing that we are going to do is we are going to make one more file for DOM manipulation. But we can perform DOM manipulation in the HTML file. So we are just going to make the HTML file index.html. Now, first of all, let us understand what is DOM manipulation. So the DOM manipulation refers to the process of dynamically changing, adding or removing elements, styles and content from the web page using JavaScript. It allows the web developers to interact and modify the structure and appearance of the website in real time. So this is what DOM manipulation is. And now we are going to start with the practical part of DOM manipulation with the help of HTML code. So first of all, we are going to write the HTML code here. So this is the boilerplate code that we are going to write. So we are just adding the HTML element that we will manipulate. Button we have created, and heading we have given, and one div class we have created. So what we are going to do is, div is closed here, button tag is closed there, and that's it. After that, input type is text input, placeholder will be enter your name. Then we have created one list, and inside this we are going to mention the script, right? So here also we will just enter the query selector. I will explain this code to you. So now we are manipulating the elements here. Now we are writing the code of changing the style. This is basically the CSS code. We are providing inline CSS, inline JS, and we are adding the CSS class here. Now let's create the elements. We'll look at the event handling later. So I have just entered the event handling part. So now let us go through the code here. So the first thing that I have done is, so this is basically the HTML code. We have created one button, then div class, and then we have provided the input type. So here comes the const title document name. So basically it selects the h1 element with the ID main title. After that we have the query selector with click me button. This selects the button using the ID. After that we have the color box. This selects the first elements with class color box. After that again we have one query selector that selects the input element, and after that we have this item list query selector that selects the UL elements where the list item will be added. So these are the query selectors that we have provided to select the items. After that we are manipulating the elements. So this basically updates the text inside the h1 tag hello world to DOM manipulation demo. So this is basically targeting this h1 and it is replacing the hello world with the DOM manipulation demo, right? After that we are changing the style. It changes the background color of div color box to light blue, and then after that it adds the black border to the div. After that we have added the CSS class, and it adds the CSS class and highlights to h1 tag, and this class needs to be defined in CSS for styling effect. So we have already done that. So after that we have created one new element, and here paragraph creates a new element, and then it sets the content to this is new paragraph, and after that it gets added to the end of the body. That's it. This is the code for DOM manipulation. Now let us look at the event handling. After that we will look at the output together. So first of all, in event handling we have this click me event, right? So in click me event we will write click me function, and that's it. After that we have input event, and after input event we have hover effect, so that's it. Now let us go through the event handling code. So first of all, when the button is clicked, it changes the text color of h1 to red and the background color to the yellow. After that we have input event, and inside the input event, when the user types the input field, the h1 text updates dynamically to hello and the user input name, whatever it is writing in the user input. So after that we have this hover over effect. So whenever the user will hover over the box, it zooms in slightly, and when the mouse moves away, it returns to the normal size. So whatever the styling and the effects and event handling and the CSS styling we have mentioned here, we are changing these things dynamically into HTML document with the help of JavaScript. So that's what DOM manipulation is. So we will just save this code and we will just run it. So this is the HTML code, so we cannot run it from here. We have to click on go live. So here we have this code. We will just write the name here. Now it is changing to whatever name I am giving it. You can see hello Nidhi. I will click me and then it is changing the color. So these are the features that we have applied. We have also applied this hover effect. You can see here we have added the event listener. So whenever I am clicking, it is adding one item here, right? And this is also getting changed in real time. So I am writing Nidhi, Nidhi Jha. So whatever I am writing, it is getting changed. That means it is getting changed in real time. So we have done this all with the use of DOM manipulation in JavaScript. So that's it about the DOM manipulation. We have learned how to select the element. We have learned how to manipulate and handle the event in DOM manipulation. So now comes the next part of our JavaScript tutorial, that is error handling and debugging. So in this section of error handling and debugging, we are going to learn about syntax error, reference error and type error. After that, we are also going to cover some try-catch block errors and error handling exception. So that's it. Now we will move on and we will just make one more file. We will just name it as handling.js. That's it. And now we will have a look at some types of error. So inside this error handling, the first type of error that we are going to see is syntax error. So a syntax error occurs when the JavaScript engine finds invalid syntax while parsing the code. This usually happens due to missing or incorrect characters, such as forgetting a closing bracket or typo in the syntax. So for example, we will look at one code. We will just write console. So this is the correct code, even without semicolon or with semicolon. We will just run this code. We are getting this output. Now what we will do, we will remove this and we will save it and we will run it. Now we can see there is a syntax error. So here inside this, you can see your error, what type of error you are getting. Here you can see you are missing one closing bracket. So we will just put it. So syntax error is very basic. You have just made a error in the syntax. So we will just comment it. And next error is called as reference error. So a reference error occurs when you try to access a variable or a function that hasn't been declared yet. So I will write console.log. So I have written this console.log, my variable. I will just save it and run it. Again, we can see here a reference error. Here you can see it is a reference error. My variable is not declared. So here we have not declared my variable anywhere and we are trying to access that my variable. So that is why it is throwing an error. So to fix it, what we will do, we will just declare the my variable. That's it. Now run it and you can see this JavaScript here. So this is the reference error. Now the next type of error is type error. First of all, we will just comment it out and next we will see the type error. So the type error occurs when you try to perform an operation on a value that is not of the expected type. That means, let us write let. Now here we have written let number is equal to 10 and number dot to uppercase. Now it is a number. It cannot be done in the uppercase or anything. So this is the type error. That means we don't have string here, but still we are performing this on the number. So this cannot be performed on the number. That's why this is the type error. We will just save this code and run it. So here we can see it is throwing the type error. Number to upper is not a function. So that's it. This is the type error. And so let's see how to fix it. What we will do, we will just do here let text equal JavaScript and here we will write. That's it. Save it and run it. Now you can see the JavaScript in the uppercase. So this is basically a pre-built function which we are calling here. So before we used dot number, that was not any function, but we can write the string name here and then to uppercase and then it will work. So that's it. This is how you deal with the type error. So now we are going to see handling errors with the help of try-catch block. Now for try-catch block, we are going to make one more file. try-catch.js. We will just close these files here. And we will go to try-catch block. So JavaScript provides try-catch to handle errors gracefully and prevent our program from crashing. So for example, first of all, here we are going to write the code for try-catch block. we'll just write try console.log undefined variable. This will throw a reference error. And then we have catch block to catch the error. And after that we have console.log code execution continues. Right, we will just save this code. Now let us understand this code. So inside this try block, we attempt to log an undefined variable which is not declared. This can cause a reference error, that we know, right? So the catch block catches the reference error, and error occurred along with the error message. And after that, the execution does not stop. The final console.log will get printed. So if we will write this code without a try catch block, we will see an error of reference error right here. But we have added this try catch block, so the error which is occurring in this try block, the catch will catch that error, and after that it will continue the execution of the code. It will not throw an error. Without try catch block, this code will definitely throw an error. So we will just run this code, and here you can see this code has been finally executed. It did not throw any kind of error. So this is the use of try catch block. So yeah, we have covered DOM manipulation, we have covered error handling and debugging. We have covered the syntax error, reference error, type error, and after that we have also covered try catch blocks and handling exception. So that's it for the JavaScript. Now what we will do is we will move on to some new features of modern JavaScript. In that we will cover the template literals, spread and the REST operators. So we will just make one file as modern.js, and inside this we are going to learn about template literals, spread operator and REST operator. So these are the new features in JavaScript, that is ES6+. These are the features of ES6+, and we are going to cover this with the help of an example. So first of all, we are going to write about template literals. So let me just put it in comment, template literals. Then we will write const. So this is the basic code of template literals here, and then about the spread operator. So we will just write this and understand it. So that's it. This is the code for template literals and spread operator. So inside this template literal, instead of using the regular codes for string, we are using this backticks. So this allows us to embed variables like this and this for making our string more dynamic and readable. So this we are using this $sign and the curly braces. We are using this because of the template literals. We are using the backticks, which allows us to embed this into a string. So that's it about the template literals. And now let's move on to the spread operator. So the spread operator allows us to expand the array and the object easily. So array basically has a fixed size. Whenever you are making an array, the size that you have given to the array, it is the fixed size of the array. So the spread operator basically expands the array and the object very easily. So here we can see we have created the array of 3, 1 to 3, and then after we have added some new numbers to the number array, that is 4, 5, 6, and after that the new numbers will be printed. So this is the use of spread operators and the template literals. Let us just save this code and run it. So here is the output. Hello, my name is Nidhi and I am 25 years old. So here we can see using spread operator we have just increased the length of the array. So these are the uses of template literals and the spread operator. So the next thing that we have to cover is a REST operator. So now we are going to write about the REST operator. We'll just give the comment as REST operator, then we will create one function that is sum and values. It will return the reduce of total plus num and 0. Console.log using REST operator sum 10, 20, 30, 40. So this is our REST operator. So REST operator is useful when we don't know how many arguments will be passed. So here we have passed the arguments as 4. But whenever we don't know how many arguments are going to be passed in the function, then in that case we are using the REST operator. So we will just save this code and we will run it. It will give us the output. This is the output of the code. So now we have also covered the features of modern JavaScript, that are template literals, spread operator and the REST operator.
So now let's get started with the installation of VS Code, and then we'll move on to Node.js installation. So go to your search browser, type VS Code and hit enter. You can see the first website, click on it. You can download it from here for the machine you need. So RSys window, I'm going to install it from here. While this is downloading, let me go and download Node.js. Type Node.js and then hit enter. You can see the first website, nodejs.org. Go to that and you can download this one, nodejs.lts. We can see both of our application have downloaded. Now let's go to our file manager. We'll start with VS Code. I'll just go ahead and run it. So click on the accept the agreement, then next. Keep the path as default. It will be easier for us. Then click on next, then next. Make sure you click on all of these so it will be easier for you to run files using VS Code. Then next, and we'll wait for it to install. I'll uncheck this and click on finish because I don't want to run it right now. Next, we'll go with the Node.js. Click on this, click on next, accept the terms and agreement, then next. Keep the path as default, it is very helpful. Please make sure it is a rememberable location. Then click on next. And these are all the packages that will come with it. npm, the largest JavaScript library, and it will also add it to our path. So I'll click next. I'll go ahead and click on next and then on install. Finished, click on next. Now let's go ahead to our desktop. We can see Visual Studio Code over here. I'll create a new folder and name it program. Now let's open our VS Code. So this is here. Now go to files and click on open folder. Go to our desktop and select the folder that we have created already. Yeah, so our folder is empty and close this. Now before running JavaScript, let's go to our extension and install something for this. So extension name is live server. Hit enter. You can see the first one. Click install over here. Wait for a while. After that, let's go to our file. I'll close this. Now let's create a new file in a program folder. I'll name it index.html. You don't need to know much about HTML. Well, if you are going into front-end development, you need to, but back-end, not much. Now let's go ahead and type exclamatory mark and hit enter. So this whole thing will come up. You don't need to type it. Now in the body, let's start with our basic things. I'll type one header, h1, and then put hello world, save it, and then let's go run it. Open with live server. Now it will take you to our default browser. So we can see it is running on 5500 port, and we can see it is hello world in the h1 heading. Now let's go ahead and try something different. h3, please like, and I'm going to save this. Just go to my page and run it again. So we can see this has changed. Now this is for the HTML. If you want to write a JavaScript in this, you have to go to the end of body and then type script. It'll come. Now you can type anything that is JavaScript over here and it will consider it. So let's try console.log. Please subscribe. Save it. Go to a page. Refresh it. Now it is a JavaScript. You won't see it here. We can find it in our console. So for console, right click, go to the end of page, click on inspect. Then you can see element and console over here. We can see please subscribe from index.html. Now most of us won't be using script within the HTML file. So I'll just go ahead and remove this and create a new file. Now I'll name it main.js. Make sure all the extensions are correct. Now this JS file, there's no need to type script, just write console.log and whatever the command you're putting. Save it. Now let's go ahead and run it again. Let's go to our console to check if something has changed, and it is empty because there is no script over here. And we have the script over here, but we have not included it. So let me go and finish this. I'll type script. Now, to reference main.js here, type src equals to, in exclamatory mark, we are going to type the file name main.js and then close it. So that is all you'll be needing to run JavaScript. Now save it and let's refresh it over there. We can see share is there from main.js. Earlier it was from index.html. Now all of this will be running in your browser. For the Node.js, you can go to your CMD to check if it is installed. I'll click on CMD, type npm. npm is largest library, and v. Check the version. We have npm 10.7.0. Now for the node, it is version 20.15.0. Now there are two ways. You can go and directly run node.js, or you can go in command and type node. Your node.js will start over here. Let me zoom it in for you. Let's type our favorite console.log. Hello world. I'll just hit enter. Now you know how to run your code in VS Code and also in Node.
So basically there are a lot of queries about why do we need JavaScript and what it can do when we have HTML and CSS already. But JavaScript as a language helps you build a website that will do a lot more than just gawk at you. Now currently we have hundreds of programming languages and every day new languages are being created. Now among these are few powerful languages that bring about big changes in the market. And JavaScript is definitely one of them. Now, JavaScript has always been on the list of popular programming languages. According to Stack Overflow, for the 6th year in a row, JavaScript has remained the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now, moving on to what this programming language can actually do, we see that JavaScript is mainly known for creating beautiful web pages and applications. Now, an example of this is also the Google Maps. So if you want to explore a specific map, all you have to do is click and drag with the mouse. And what sort of language could do that? Of course, is JavaScript. Now this language is also used in smartwatches. Now the popular smartwatch maker Pebble created Pebble.js, which is a small JavaScript framework that allows a developer to create an application for the Pebble line of watches in JavaScript. Not just that, the most popular websites like Google, Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, etc. make use of JavaScript to build their websites. Now, among things like mobile applications, digital art, web servers, and server applications, JavaScript is also used to make games. A lot of developers are building small-scale games and apps using JavaScript. Now, a lot of people ask about where to run the JavaScript code. Now, when it comes to running the JavaScript code, you can use the console, which is pretty simple because you can just type whatever you want to do with your code and you will see the output here itself. Or you can use any text editor. For example, I will be using the Visual Studio Code and show you how you can write your code here and then how you can run it in your website and see how it works. So you can work it both ways. You can enter any data or input here and then you can go back to your console and check your output. Also, if you have to check anything for your code, you can check it inside the console itself. Now, JavaScript was originally designed to run only in browsers. So every browser has what we call a JavaScript engine that can execute JavaScript code. For example, the JavaScript engines in Firefox and Chrome are SpiderMonkey and V8. So it's pretty easy for you when it comes to running JavaScript code online. Now, JavaScript can build the backend for our web and mobile applications. So in a nutshell, JavaScript code can be run inside of a browser or in Node browsers, and Node provide a runtime environment for our JavaScript code. So now that you know where the code runs, let's move on and have a look at the different benefits of JavaScript. Now, there has to be a reason why so many developers love working on JavaScript. Well, there are several benefits of using this language, such as it's easy to learn and simple to implement. Now, it is a weak type programming language, unlike the strong type programming languages like Java and C++, which have strict rules for coding. Now, it's all about being fast in today's world, and since JavaScript is mainly a client-side programming language, it is very fast because any code can run immediately instead of having to contact the server and wait for an answer. Not just that, it has a rich set of frameworks like AngularJS, React.js, which are used to build web applications and perform different tasks. Lastly, it also builds interactive websites. Now, we all get attracted to beautifully designed websites, and JavaScript is the reason behind such attractive websites and applications. Now, finally, we will have a look at the setting up of the development environment or the IDE. Now, there are different editors that you can use for writing your JavaScript code. So there's Visual Studio Code, and then we have Sublime Text, and then we have Atom as well. Now, these are pretty famous and popular when it comes to working on any programming language. But when it comes to choosing the favorite one, I would definitely opt for Visual Studio Code. So today I will be using the Visual Studio Code in order to show you all the examples and also explain the fundamentals of JavaScript. Now, out of these, my favorite is the Visual Studio Code. It's simple and easy to run your codes here. Now, to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to type download Visual Studio Code and just go to the website code.visualstudio.com and get your version that is suitable for your system. Now, it's a very simple, lightweight, cross-platform and powerful editor. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code on your machine, go ahead and download it right away. Now, in order to become a front-end developer, you should also be aware with HTML codes. So here we are going to use our HTML code as our host for the JavaScript. Now, first thing first, you must get this live server extension installed here before you try to run your JavaScript or HTML code here. So all you have to do is just go to the extensions and then search for live server. Now, I have already installed this, so you just have to install this before running any of these codes. So now that you are ready to learn how to code in JavaScript, let's begin with the fundamentals. Now, talking about the fundamentals, the first thing is the variables in JavaScript. Now, this particular programming language includes variables, which basically holds the data value and it can be changed anytime. So it uses a reserved keyword var to declare a variable. Now, all your variables must have a unique name. So now let's get back to our Visual Studio Code. So this is my basic HTML file here. So here I have the HTML head and title, and after that I have the script tag as well. So inside my body I have a head tag that says welcome to Edureka, which means when I go to my website, it will show me this particular head tag that is welcome to Edureka. Now, it's always a good practice to keep your script tag at the end because the browser parses this file from top to bottom. So if you put the script element here in the head section, you might have a lot of JavaScript code there. So your browser may get busy parsing and executing that JavaScript code, and it won't be able to render the content of the page. Now, almost always the code that we have in between the script elements needs to talk to the elements on this web page. For example, if we want to show or hide some elements, so by adding the code here at the end of the body section, we will be confident that all these elements are rendered by the browser. So here we use a variable to store data temporarily in a computer's memory. So we store our data somewhere and give that memory location and name, and with this name, we can read the data at the given location in the future. For example, think of the boxes that you use to organize your stuff. You put your stuff in various boxes and put a label on each of them so that you can find your stuff easily. Now, a variable is basically like a box. So what we put inside the box is the value that we assign to a variable. Now, that's the data, and the label that we put on the box is the name of our variable. So let's see what's the code for declaring our variable here. Now, in the old days, we used to use the var keyword to declare a variable, but there are certain issues with that. So now we have started using the let keyword to declare a variable. So first we will use the let keyword here, and then we have to declare a name for our variable. And your name should be something that is understandable, or by looking at the code you can see that what you are trying to write. So here I have a code with the variable name. So I have given the name as Edureka, and then I'll just write console.log name. So now once I save this code, and finally we will save this code with the extension .js. So this is our JavaScript file. Now in order to run this in your web browser, you need an HTML file. So now this is where this file will come into existence. So here I have added one source which points to my JavaScript file. So here I have just given an extension as src equals to index1.js, which basically takes me to my JavaScript file. So now when I run this HTML file, it will take me to the browser, and you can see the heading here that is welcome to Edureka. Now how do I get this console? So you just have to right click on your website and go to inspect. And once this window has come up, you can just go to console. Now inside console, you can see that you have Edureka mentioned here. Why? Because we have declared a variable with the name Edureka. So our output was console.log name. So as soon as we run this code and go to our console, you can see Edureka. Now in case I change the name, for example, I'm just changing the name to Learn JavaScript. Now make sure you give something unique, because you cannot use the keywords that are there in JavaScript as your variable names or any sort of value. So here I have given the value for my variable as Learn JavaScript. Now once I just save this and go back to my browser, and once I refresh this, you can see that it has been changed to Learn JavaScript. Now previously it was Edureka, and now you can see that the name has changed to Learn JavaScript because the value also has changed here. So now that you have seen how this variable works here, let me tell you about certain rules that you need to follow while writing the name of your variable. Now the first rule is that it cannot be a keyword. That is, it cannot be a reserved keyword in JavaScript. For example, let, where, these are all reserved keywords for JavaScript, so you cannot use them as your variable name. Next up is you should always have a meaningful name. So you must keep in mind that when you are giving a name to your variable, it must be meaningful and understandable while just seeing the name itself. Also, your name must not start with any number. So how odd would that be to just have a name that begins with a number like 1 Edureka or 2 Edureka? So it does not look good that way. So you must not have a variable name that starts with a number. Next up, you must keep in mind that there should not be spaces or hyphen when it comes to the name of your JavaScript. For example, I have written Learn JavaScript here. I can also just write it like this in order to separate the two things, but there should not be a hyphen or a space in between the two words. So you just have to write it together. Also, the names here are definitely case sensitive. That means if I write Learn JavaScript like this and then I change it to Learn JavaScript with a capital L, these two will be considered as different names because it is case sensitive. So now this was all about variables. Now let's move on and take a look at constants. Now by declaring a constant, you basically assign a meaningful name to a value. So once a constant is declared, it cannot be modified or assigned any other value. So now let's see how we can define a constant in JavaScript. So for example, you want to describe your name in two different parts such as the first name and the last name. So suppose you have let first name is equals to Edureka, and then you have last name as JavaScript. So here you would need a semicolon to separate the two things and declare it separately in such a manner. But rather than doing this, you can just use constants that makes your work easier. So now let's see how you can use the constant in your JavaScript code. So now let me just take the variable name as age. So for age, we have a specific value. Suppose I'm giving the age as 23. Now when I type console.log age, and then let me just save this one again. And now once I go back to my website and refresh it, you can see that it gives me the value 23. So here what I'm doing is I'm declaring a variable, but also I'm giving it a constant value. So now I cannot change the value of my age here. Now sometimes we don't want the value for a variable to change, because otherwise it's going to create all kinds of bugs in our application. Now in those situations, instead of a variable, we use a constant so that the value of a variable, that is the name implies, can change, but then the value will remain constant. Now in the next line I give age is equals to 21, and then now let me save this one and see what output do I get when I run this one. So let me just refresh it. So you can see that I get an error here, because we have already declared a constant value for age, which is 23, and again we are changing the value to 21. So this will definitely give you an error, that is the uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. So here your variable age is a constant. You cannot assign any other value to this variable anywhere. So thus it will show you an error. So basically we cannot reassign a constant. So once you have used constant, you cannot change the value. So the best practice is to use var whenever you're planning to change the value next. So now that you know what are variables and what are constants, you must be wondering what are the kind of values that we can assign to these variables. So now let's move ahead and have a look at the different data types that you can use. So now here we have two different types. So first we have the primitive or the value types, and then we have the reference types. First we will have a look at the different primitive types. Now the data types are basically the type of data that can be used and manipulated in a program. So the different data types include the numbers, strings, boolean, undefined, and null. So now talking about these data types, let's go back to our code and see what are string literals, what are numbers, what are booleans. So let's just type let name equals to Edureka. Then we have another variable as age, which is equals to suppose 23. Now for checking boolean, let's just give another variable as is approved is equals to true. So true and false are the ones that represent our boolean values. So this one is basically our string literal, and this one is our number literal. This one we are using for boolean. Next up, if we just write let first name and put a semicolon, it automatically gives an undefined value to this one. But we can also write it as first name is equals to undefined. So there's basically no value assigned to this particular variable. Now the final one is the null value. So let me just give it as let date equals to null. So now let me just save this, and then let me go back to my console again. Now once I refresh it, so basically I have not given any console here, so there's no output in my console, but then you can always check the type of your literals here. So what I have to do is just type of, and then if I want to check the type of my variable name, so I can just give name and it shows me string. So here I have my name as Edureka, which is a string literal. So this is exactly the value that it is showing me here. That is the type of my name is string. Now let's check the type of age. So you can see that it shows number. So my age declares my number literal here. In the same way, when we type of is approved, suppose I write type of is approved, it will show me boolean. So you can see that inside the console itself, you can find out the types of all of these variables. Now if I just want to check the type of my date, so I'll just write type of date, and it shows an object. Because we do not have any value here, we have a null value, which is also considered to be an object in JavaScript. Now this is exactly where the reference type comes in. So these were the different primitive types. Now we will have a look at objects. So now that you have seen the primitive types in JavaScript, we will have a look at the reference types. In the reference type category, we have the object, array, functions. So now we will talk about these three different types. So first, let's talk about the object. Now, object in JavaScript and other programming languages is like an object in real life. So think of a person who has a name, age, address, and so on. So here I have given three attributes to my particular object. Suppose the girl is my object, so I have three different attributes for this object, that is name, age, and eye color. Now when we are dealing with multiple related variables, we can put this inside our object. For example, we have two variables, name and age here. So what we can do is we can declare it as a property for our object. So we can refer these two as elements or properties for our object. This basically makes the code clear. So now let's see how we can declare an object in JavaScript. So let me just declare my variable as girl, and inside girl I'll add properties for the girl. So we have to begin with the curly braces. So now inside the curly braces I will add the properties. Now the first property was name. So let me just give the name as Emily, and then we have the age as 23, and then we also have another property as eye color. So it's brown. Now we separate these properties with the help of a comma. Now finally we close this curly brace along with a semicolon. Now I will just use the console.log and find the output for my object, which is the girl. So now let me just save this one, and let's go back to the console and see how it works. Now inside this I will add the properties for my object, which is the girl. So here you have to give the name of your first property and then use colon, and then I'll just write the name as Emily, and we separate the properties with the help of a comma. So the next property is age. So I'll write it as 23. And then we need to close the curly braces along with a semicolon. Now I'll just type console.log and the name of my object, that is girl, and close it with a semicolon. So here I have declared this variable or my object, which is the girl, and inside girl I have declared certain properties for the girl, which is the name and the age. Now let me just save this one and go back to the console and see. So you can see that once I run this code, I'll get to see the properties for my object. So it shows the name, that is Emily, and age as 23. Now suppose we want to change the name of this particular object. What do we do? So this is exactly where we use the dot notation. So what we will do here is we will just give the name of our object, which is girl.name. Suppose I want to change the name here. So I'll just give the name is equals to, and I'll give another name here. Suppose I want to give the name as John, and then add the semicolon. Now let me just save this one and see what happens to the output. So now once we go to the console, you can see that the name has been changed to John here. Now this is one approach. There's another approach that you can change in order to change the name. So what you can do is use the bracket notation. Now what is this bracket notation? So we can just type girl and use the square brackets. So inside the square brackets, I'll give the name, that is for the variable that I'm planning to change. So my name now will be equal to, suppose I want to give the name as Sam. So I just type Sam and close it with a semicolon. And then now let me save this one. Now once I go back to my console and see, you can see that the name is changed from John to Sam again. So these were two different approaches, that is the dot notation and the bracket notation, through which you can also get into the property of your object and make any particular changes. Now what are these JavaScript loops? So JavaScript loops actually provide a quick and easy method of doing something repeatedly. So they are used to repeat an action any number of times without having to repeat the same line of code again and again. Now there are mainly two types of loops. First we have the entry controlled loops and then the exit controlled loops. Now in the entry controlled loops, the test condition is tested before entering the loop body. So here for loop and while loop are the entry controlled loops. And for the exit control loops, the test condition is evaluated at the end of the loop body. Therefore, the loop body will execute at least once, irrespective of whether the test condition is true or false. Now, do while loop is an exit controlled loop. So now let's move on and see what is for loop and how do we work with for loop in JavaScript. Now, this method is actually a concise way of writing the loop structure. So a for loop repeats until a specified condition evaluates to false. So you can see that first we have a start point and then we have the item from our sequence and then we execute that statement. And if there are no more items left, we go to the end. But this loop will continue until there are items present in your sequence. So let's have a look at the syntax of our for loop. So in order to define your for loop, what you have to do is take the for keyword and then inside it you have to pass different parameters. So first parameter is our initialization condition. So here we will be initializing the value of our variable or what should be the condition. So this is basically our first parameter. Then next up we have our testing condition. Now what happens here is that we enter the testing condition that we are going to put for our for loop. For example, in the initialization parameter, we are giving the starting value for our variable. So here we can write x is equals to 0 or x is equals to 1. And here in the testing condition, we will provide the value or the condition till which this loop should go on. For example, you want the loop to go on till the value turns to 5 for x. So here your testing condition should be x less than or equal to 5. And finally, we have the increment or the decrement value here. Now what happens here is that this is our increment or decrement value for our variable. So we will check whether we are incrementing our variable or decrementing it. For example, either we can add +1 to our variable and go on with our loop, or we can go backwards and keep decrementing the value of our variable. Now once you have initialized all these three parameters, then you just have to write the statement inside that and you are done. So this is the syntax for your for loop. Now we will move on and see how this for loop can be implemented in a code and how it actually works. So here let's take an example and see how the for loop will work. So first let me just initialize a variable. Suppose let me take the variable to be x. And now I have to start with the for loop here. So let's see what are the values that I'm going to put inside these parameters. So the first one was my initialization condition. So here suppose I'm initializing the value of x to be 0. So this is my initialization. You can also put the value to be 1 or anything else. But here I am initializing the value of my x to be 0. So basically the loop will start from the value 0. Now next up was the testing condition. So suppose I want this loop to go on until the value of x is less than or equal to 5. So this loop will stop or it will come out of the loop as soon as the value exceeds the value 5. So here I have given the testing condition to be x less than equals to 5. And finally I have the increment or decrement value. So here from 0, that is the initial value, my value needs to increment and go until 5. That's why I have to give the increment value which is written as x plus plus. If you want to decrement, you would be writing it to be x minus minus. So now I am done with the initialization of my x variable and also I have inserted the testing condition and also the increment as well. So now I just have to get the output for this one. So for that I have console.log and I'm going to take the variable x because I want the output for this one and see that how the output comes out to be. Now let's save this one. And here I have my HTML file where I have linked the JavaScript file, that is the example.js. So as soon as I run this HTML file, I will be redirected to this website. So for this, I had given a head tag which says welcome to Edureka. Now to go to the output, all I have to do is right click, go to inspect, and then I will get my console here. Now once I open the console, you can see that the output is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So what happens here is that I had initialized the value to be 0 and then I've given increment value here. So what happens inside the for loop is that the value of my x is incremented from 0 to 1 and then to 2, then 3, 4 and finally it goes till 5. The next moment, as soon as the value reaches 6, which does not satisfy my condition, that is x should be less than or equal to 5, it comes out of the loop and prints the variable. That's why it prints these particular 5 values, that is from 1 to 5. So this was about for loop and the syntax of for loop and also how you can implement this loop in your code in JavaScript. Now next up we will talk about the while loop. So a while loop is basically a control flow statement which allows the code to be executed repeatedly based on a particular Boolean condition. Now this loop is similar to that of a repeating if statement. So what happens here is that you have a starting point and then you get to go to the condition, and if the condition is true, you go to the conditional code and then back to the condition itself. In case it's false, it goes to the end. So until you finish with that condition, your conditional code will keep looping here. Now to understand the while loop in a simpler way, let's see how this works. Now talking about the syntax, let's see what is the syntax for our while loop. So we just have the keyword as while and inside this we will pass our Boolean condition. So here we do not have different parameters. Here we just have one condition, that is we either check for true or for false. This is how while loop is different from for loop. So you just insert the Boolean condition here and then inside this you add your loop statements. So this is the syntax for your while loop. You just have to insert your Boolean condition and then continue with your loop statements and then you will get to see how it works. So now that you know the syntax, let's move on and have a look at an example of while loop. So now here I'm taking another variable, that is variable x equals to 1. So here I'll be initializing the value because inside while loop we do not have different parameters to pass the values. So I'm initializing the value as 1 here. Now next up is my while and Boolean condition. So what I have to do is take the while keyword and inside this I have to put my Boolean condition. Same, let me check for this one as well. Suppose I want the x value to be less than equal to 5. So the loop should come out as soon as the x value crosses 5. So now here is the difference between the for loop and the while loop. So here we just have the Boolean condition and then we have to put it inside the curly braces. So what happens here is that the increment or the decrement value comes later on. So what we will do here is that we will insert the increment value here as x plus plus and then I'm closing this. So now you can see that first we have initialized the variable value here, that is x equals to 1, and then we have given the Boolean condition here, that is x less than equals to 5. And finally, I have taken the output of x and after that I have taken the increment value. So what happens here is that it increments from 1 and goes till 5. As soon as the value reaches 6, it comes out of that particular loop. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So now you can see that here we have the output as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because in while loop, what happens is that we are starting from the initial point, that is 1, and we go on until the value crosses this condition. So here we have given the condition as less than equal to 5. So the loop goes on until the value of x is till 5. And finally, we have printed the values from 1 to 5 for x. So this is how the while loop works in JavaScript. Now next up, we have another different kind of loop, that is the do while loop. It is almost similar to the while loop, but let's see how this one works. Now, as I said, this loop is similar to the while loop, but the only difference is that it checks for condition after executing the statements. In the while loop, we gave the condition beforehand itself, but in the do while loop, what happens is that first we will execute the statement and then we will check for the condition. That's exactly why it is also an example of the exit controlled loop. So now let's have a look at the syntax for do while loop. So here we have the do keyword, and inside that we have our statements. And finally we put up with the while keyword and insert our condition here. So as I said before, what happens here is that we first execute these statements, only then we go for checking the condition here. So this was the syntax for the do while loop. Now let's see how this loop actually works. So we will take an example here and see how the do while works. Now going by the syntax, so first I have to initialize the value for x. So for example, I'm taking the value of x to be 20 here. Then next up, I have to use the keyword as do. Now after this, I will be executing my statements and then I will insert my condition. So what happens here is that to execute the statement, I have console.log x and then I'm giving the increment value that is x plus plus. Now once I'm done with this, finally I will insert my condition here. So for that, I have the while keyword. And now inside this, suppose I'm giving the condition to be x less than 10. So what happens here is that it will only take the values if the value is less than 10. So here I have initialized the x value to be 20. So what happens here is that I have taken the condition later on. Now what happens, it will check if the condition is true or false. Now you can see that once I have executed this particular statement, my x value is 20. But according to the condition, my x should be less than 10, which is false. So it will go back and print the value to be 20 here, because here the execution of statement comes first and the condition comes later on. So now let me save this. And when I go to the console, you can see that the output here is 20 because it has first executed the statement and then checked the condition. So if the condition is false, we will go with the initial value of our variable. Now what happens if I change the value for my variable x? So suppose my variable value is now 5. So what happens here is that first it will execute the statement. So it will keep incrementing the value of 5 and then it will check the condition. Now you can see that here the condition is x must be less than 10. So now this satisfies the variable value as well. So the condition here is true. So now what will happen is the value of my variable x will be incremented and it will go on until the value is less than 10. So I should have the values to be 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now let's see what do I get it as the output. So let's save this. Now when I go to the console, you can see that my output is 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So here what happened is it has executed the statement, and also when finally we have checked with the condition, it's satisfied with the condition as well. So we have printed the loop to be 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now next up is the for in loop. Now this loop iterates a specified variable over all the enumerable properties of an object. For each distinct property, the JavaScript will execute the specified statements. So now let's see how this for in loop works, but first let's have a look at the syntax of the for in loop. So what happens is first we have our for keyword and inside this we have our variable name. And then we use the in keyword here and then we have objects. So what happens here is that it will take the variable name in your object. And this is how the for in loop actually works. And after that we have these statements. And this is exactly the syntax for your for in loop. So now let's see how this for in loop works in JavaScript. So let's take the example here. So for that, first we have to declare our object. So let me take the object to be characteristic. And here let me add certain characteristics. So suppose I am taking the characteristic of a person. So for that, the first parameter is name. And then let me take a second parameter. So the second parameter would be age. Then we have a third one to be eye color. And finally we have another characteristic as the height. So these are some of the characteristics of a person that I have defined here. Now, according to the syntax for the for in loop, we have the for keyword, and inside this we have our variable name. Suppose we're taking the iteration here, so we have the itr in characteristic. Now, before that, we also have to initialize the variable here. So let's take the variable as itr for iteration. And finally, we have the for loop inside which we have our variable name in object. And this is our object, which is the characteristic. Now we will just take the output for this. So for that, we have console.log. And here we have our object name, that is the characteristic, along with the variable name, that is the itr. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So now you can see that we have got the output as name, age, eye color, and height. So what happens in this for in loop is that it takes the enumerable properties of our object, which is the characteristic, and for each of these distinct property, we execute the specified statements. So this was about the for in loop in JavaScript. Now we will move on and have a look at the break statement. Now talking about the break statement, here is a very simple syntax for this one. So we just have the break keyword, and here we have our label name. Now what is this break statement? So the break statement is used for jumping out of a loop. So it will help you in breaking the loop and also continue executing the code after the loop. So now let's see how this break statement works here. So first I have taken a variable I here. Now here I will have my for loop. So inside the for loop, I will have my initial condition. So suppose I'm giving the initial value to be 0 for I. And then we have the testing condition. So for example, I should be less than equals to 5. And then finally, let's increment this value. Now in this break statement, we have another condition, that is the if condition. So here, let me take another condition as if I equal. So here we have the triple equals that will stop the loop as soon as it reaches that particular value. So I'm taking the condition to be I equals to 3. So as soon as the value of I reaches 3, we have the break statement here. So what happens is that the break statement will break the loop as soon as the second condition is reached, that is the value of I becomes 3. So now once you're out of this loop, now let's finally take the output for this one. So for that we have console.log as I. So now let's save this and go back to the console. So you can see that we have got the output as 0, 1, 2 because as soon as the value reached 3, there is a break statement here which broke the for loop. So we came out of this particular loop and only the 3 values have been printed. Now let me just change this value to 10 and this condition to be 5. Now let me save this code again and let's go back to the console. So now you can see that the values have changed from 0, 1, 2 to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 because the condition has changed to 5. So as soon as the value reached 5, the break statement came out of this for loop and then we only got the values till 4. So now you understood how the break statement helps you come out of a particular loop and also it provides you another condition so that you can come out of the loop apart from the testing condition itself. So this is how the break statement works in JavaScript. Now we will move on and have a look at how the continue statement works. Now the syntax for continue is also similar to break, just here we will have the keyword as continue and then we will have a label name here. Now the continue statement breaks one iteration in the loop if a specified condition occurs. We saw in the last one that when we use the break condition, as soon as the condition was reached, we came out of the entire loop. But with the help of the continue statement, the loop will continue. It will just break at that one point when it reaches the specified condition. Now the difference between continue and the break statement is that the continue statement jumps over one iteration in the loop instead of jumping out of the entire loop. So I'll show you the example of how the continue statement works here. So let's have a look at the same example here. This is the example we used for our break statement. So just in place of break, we will be using the keyword as continue. So here we have our loop which goes on until the value reaches 10. And here we have a condition which says I value is 5. So let's see how this works. So let me save this and go back to the console. Now you can see that we have all the values in the loop printed here except for the value 5. So after 4, the loop came out or skipped one iteration where the value or the condition was if I was equals to 5. And then it went back to the loop and continued with the rest of the iterations. So this is exactly how the continue statement works. So suppose I change this value to 5 and then change the condition, that is the if condition, to 2. And now let's save this. And now when I go back to the console, you can see that I have the values as 0, 1, 3, 4 and 5. Only the iteration where the value of I was 2 is missing here. And otherwise it continues with the rest of the loop. So this was about the continue statement in JavaScript. Now what are the JavaScript arrays? The arrays are basically used to store multiple values in a single variable itself. So the array is a special variable which can hold more than one value at a time. Now, for example, if you have a list of items in your shopping cart, you would want to store it in one place. For example, you would create a list of all the items that you want to buy. Now, the array represents those elements in your list. So you can have a look at the syntax of array here. You just have to define your array name and then you can put up the item names from your list inside the array itself. It can hold more than one item inside the list. So this will help you have one particular sorted list for all your items that you want to keep a track on. Now there are a lot of confusion between the arrays and the objects. So while working on JavaScript and using the console, if you're using the type of operator and checking the lists in your array, it will show as objects. So there's a lot of confusion between these two. Now arrays are special type of objects. So the type of operator in JavaScript returns objects for arrays as well. So you can have objects in an array and you can have functions in an array. Now we have already seen the syntax of how you can write an array in JavaScript, but there are two different methods as well. Either you can define one array with no values inside it, or you can use the let keyword, give the array name, and also write new array that will create an undefined array. And for object, all you have to do is take the let keyword and define the name of your object, and inside the curly braces, you have to define the parameters that you have taken for your object. For example, here you have a girl and the girl is your object with parameters as name, age and eye color. So all you have to do is put all these parameters inside your object. So now that you know what are JavaScript arrays and how you can define them and also the difference between array and object, let's move ahead and have a look at the different JavaScript array methods. And also let's have a look what and all we can do with the help of arrays while writing a code in JavaScript. So first let's see how this array works. So we have to use the let keyword and I have to give a name to my array. So for example, I want to put items in a list and for my shopping cart. So let's see what we can do. So we can give the name as list items equal to, and we can provide our items to create the list. So suppose I'm just putting elements like bag, shoes, dress. Suppose these are the items that I would want to put inside my list. Now to get the output, we just have to write console.log and inside that my array name, that is list items. Now let me just save this one. So here I've created an HTML file and I have linked it to my example.js, which consists of my JavaScript code. So what I'll do is I've saved this one. So now we will just go to the console. So once I run my HTML file, I will come to this particular web page which has the head tag as welcome to Edureka. Now in order to get into the console, you have to just go to inspect and here you have the console option. So you can see the output here, and also you can see that it will give you the index number for each of these items present inside your array. So now in arrays, always the index number starts from 0 and not from 1. So you can see that the index value for bag is 0, for shoes it is 1, and for dress it is 2. It also provides you the entire length of your array, that is 3, because you have 3 items here. Now you can also define a particular item from your list with the help of its index value. For example, I want to get the element or the item from my list as shoes. So what I can do is I can take that particular element with the help of the index number as well. So here the index number for shoes would be 1. So all I can do is in my console.log, I will mention the index number or the index value as well. So I've provided the index value as 1, that is list items 1. So now I'll just save this one and go back to my console. Now you can see that it has changed. The output has changed to shoes. Initially it was showing me the entire array list items, that is it was showing me bag, shoes and dress, all 3 of them. But right now when I have already mentioned that I only want to get the item that is present in the index number 1, the output has changed to shoes only. Now you can also change the value of the variables, or you can insert items in your list, or also you can remove items from your list. Now if you want to add another particular item in this array, what you have to do is just take the name of your array, that is list items, and then add the index number where you're going to add it. So suppose I'm adding it in index number 3, and I just have to provide whatever I want to insert. So suppose I'm just writing watch, and then I'll close this with a semicolon. So now I just have to save this, and now when I go back to my console, you can see that the array items have changed from bag, shoes, dress to now there has been a watch that has been added into the list. Now you can also replace a particular item from your array in the same way. So for example, I want to replace the dress with the watch. So I just have to change the index value here. So I have given the index value for watch as 2 now. So now let me just save this one. Now when I go back to my console, you can see that you have 3 items again, but those are bag, shoes and watch, and the dress has been changed with watch now because we have replaced the value of dress with watch by giving the index number for watch as 2. So this is how you can insert another value in the list of items, or you can replace any particular item in your array as well. Now another method used in arrays in JavaScript is the length. Now what do we do with this length method? Basically this will provide you that how many items are present in your list, or what is the length of your list. So what you can do is just write list items dot length in console.log, and this will give you the total number of items present in your list. So I'll just save this one, and now I'll go back to my console, and now you can see that it gives me the output as 3. So basically it says that how many number of items are present inside my array. So this gives you the length. Now there's another method called as the concat method. Now concat method is used to return a new array comprised of this array joined with other arrays. So basically what happens is if you have 2 different arrays and you want to join them together, then you use the concat method. So it will help you in joining or concatenating these 2 arrays or more arrays together. So here we have one array, that is the list items, and we have a few items inside this particular array. So let's take another array here. So suppose I will name it as colors, and then I will provide the colors as blue, green and red. So now with this we have created another array here. Now we have 2 different arrays, that is list items and colors. Now if I want to join both these arrays together, what I have to do is I have to go to console.log, and suppose I want to join colors and list items together. Now I first want the colors and then the items. So I have to write it as colors and then use the concat method. And inside this, I will add the array that I want to concatenate here. So my first array is list items. So now let's just save this one. So it should basically give me the elements inside the colors array and then give me the values from the list items array. So now let's go to our console. So now you can see that the arrays have been joined together. So you can see the values inside your array as blue, green, red, bag, shoes, and dress. And also the total number of elements have changed to 6. Now you can see that the index number is also given here. So the first 3 elements belong to my second array, that is the colors, and the next 3 items are from my first array, that is the list items. Now if I want to do the opposite, all I have to do is just change it to list items and then concatenate colors. Now when I save this one and go back to my console, now you can see that the order has changed from blue, green, red, bag, shoes, dress to bag, shoes, dress, and then blue, green, red. That is, the first array is there, which is my list items array, and then you have the next array, that is the colors, concatenated with the first one. Now next up, we will have a look at the push and pop methods in array. So let's see how the pop method works here in array. Now this method is used to remove the last element from an array and also return that particular element. So what happens is, here I have the array as bag, shoes, and dress. Now when I use the pop method here, it will just remove the last element, that is the dress, from my array and return that particular value. So now let's see what is the output here. Let me just save this one. And now when we go to the console, you can see that the output is dress here, because pop method is used to remove that element and also return that particular element from your array. So basically it always removes the last element or the end of your list. In the same way, push method is used in order to add any particular element inside your list. So pop removes the element from the end. Push inserts any element into the end of your list. So for example, here I will just add watch again inside my array. Now suppose here I'm pushing another element. So what does this push method does is, it will provide you the new length of your array. In the pop method, we just used to get the return value as the one that has been removed from the array, and with the help of push method, the return value is the length of your updated array now. So now that I have pushed another element inside my array, the value should be 4 now. So let's see what it shows. So let me save this one, and now let's go back to the console. So you can see that the output is 4 here. So basically it updates the length of your array and also updates another element inside it, and the return value with push is the value of your new or updated array. Now another commonly used method is the reverse method. Now this reverse method is used to change the position of your elements in the list. So what it does is, it will reverse the entire array that you have created. So here I have bag, shoes, and dress. Now the first element would become the last, and the last element would become the first element here. So now I will just save this one, and now we'll go to the console and see what is the output. So now you can see that the number of elements are still the same. The items inside your arrays are also the same. Only the order has been reversed here. So initially our array started with bag and ended with the element dress. But now that we have used the reverse method, the values have been changed. The last one has become the first element, and the first element has become the last one. Now there's another method known as the shift method. Now the shift method is used to remove the first element from an array and return that particular element. Now we had the pop element for the end of your array, that is the last element, and here we have the shift method for removing the first element. So here we'll see how the shift method works. So all we have to do is just use the shift method along with my array name, and now I will save this one. And now let's go back to the console and see. So now you can see that the output is bag. So my array was bag, shoes, and dress, and in this order. So the first element was bag. So now as soon as I've used the shift method here, what it has done is removed the very first element from my array. Now the return value is also that particular element that has been removed from my array. So this is how the shift method works here. Now the next one is the slice method. So slice method usually extracts a section of an array and returns you a new array. So what you can do is you can use the slice method here, and you can provide any particular beginning and ending value that you want to slice from your array. Now the return value would be the values that have been extracted from the array. So now here I have given the beginning value as 0 and the ending as 1. So the value or the element present in the index number 0 will be extracted from my array. So now if I save this one and go back to my console, you can see that the output is bag, that is the extracted value from the array, and the index here is 0. Now let's just change this. So if I change it to 2, you can see that from the position 0 and 1, the values must be extracted. So my output should be bag and shoes. So let me save this. Now you can see that the output has changed from bag to bag and shoes because it will take the value as 0 and 1. So you have to define the beginning and the ending value here, and it will take the -1 value. So as I've given 0 and 2, it will take the values as 0 and 1, that is 2 minus 1. So it will extract the values from the position 0 and 1. And also it will return those particular values itself. So that's why the output was bag and shoes. Next up, we will have a look at the sort method. So the sort method basically sorts all the elements of an array. So if you have numbers here, it will sort from the smallest number to the largest one, that is in the ascending order. Or if you have strings here, so it will arrange them in the alphabetical order. So now let's see, we have used the sort method here. And now let me save this one and see what is the output. So you can see that the order has been changed from bag, shoes, dress to bag, dress, and shoes. So the elements in the list have been arranged according to their alphabets. So it's arranged alphabetically. So B comes first, and then D, and then S. And that's exactly how the elements in the list have been sorted. So with the help of a sort method, you can just arrange all your elements in any particular order that you want. If you do not mention anything, it will sort according to the alphabets or according to the values if there are numbers here. Now the next method is the toString method. So with the help of the toString method, what we can do is take the array elements inside our array and get the output in the form of a string. So what it does is it returns a string representing the source code of the specified array and all its elements. So here I have added these 3 items inside my list or the array. So now during the output, I'll just use the toString method with my array, that is list items.toString method. Now let's see, let me save this one and let's look at the output. So you can see that in the console you see bag, shoes, and dress. But this time all 3 of them are in the string format. Now to show you the difference, let me just take the output as array only. Now let me save this one. And now let's go back to the console. Now you can see the difference. So initially with the help of toString, it was only defined as a string. Here you can see the array elements. So you can see the index value and it is also represented in the form of an array. But as soon as you add this toString method and save this one and now go back to your console, you can see that all these 3 values here are shown in the string format. So this is what you can do with the help of your toString method. The array elements are represented in the form of a string here. Now we have already discussed about the shift method. So now let's have a look at the unshift method. So this unshift method is used to add 1 or more elements to the beginning of an array and also return the new length of the array. Now shift was used to remove the first element of your array and return that particular value itself that has been extracted. But with the help of unshift method, we will be adding elements in the beginning and also return the length. So here I will use the unshift method, and suppose I want to add 2 values inside my list. So let's just add watch, and let me add glasses. So here basically I'm adding 2 more values inside my array. So the list of items will become 5 from 3 now. So now let me save this one, and also it returns me the value of the length of my array now. So how many values I've added and what is the new or the updated length of my array will be shown as the output. So now let's go to the console. Now you can see that the output here is 5. That is the updated length of my array. So here I had 3 values initially, and I've inserted 2 more elements inside my array with the help of the unshift method. So now the value has changed from 3 to 5. That is, the length of the array has changed to 5 now. So with the help of unshift method, it returns you the value of your new or updated length of your array. So here you can see that the value has changed to 5. Now there's another method called as the join that is also used to join all your elements in the form of a string. Now with the help of toString method, we have seen that how we can convert the array values into a string. The join also does the same thing, that is, it converts all the array elements and joins them together in the form of a string. So suppose you have 2 or more arrays here and you want to join the values and form a string, or you want to give any particular string output and then join the items from your array inside it, you can do with the help of join. So now with the help of this join method, you can see that all your array elements have been converted into a string here. So to explain you a little more about the join method, so suppose I want to add this particular string, that is string name, with all my elements in the array itself. So it will take the list of items and add this string name in between all of these elements. So basically it will join the elements from the array with the help of this particular string. So here I have bag, then shoes, so it will be bag, string name, shoes, string name, dress. This is just a name that I have given. Suppose you want to add them with a plus sign or anything, you can add it with the help of that as well. So let me save this. Now when I go back to my console, you can see the output here. So the array elements have been changed into a string and they have been joined together with the help of this string name. So when I left it blank, it was just bag, shoes and dress itself. Now I've joined these elements with this particular value. You can just also write a plus sign here in order to show that how it is joined. Now save it, and then once we go back to the console, you can see that it shows the output as bag plus shoes plus dress. So basically it is joining all the elements from your array and then converting it into a string and giving you the output in the form of a string. So these were some of the most commonly used methods when it comes to using the arrays in JavaScript. Now there are various other methods that you can use to perform different actions. For example, if you want to call any particular value or if you want to return the last index, you can use the last index of, and you can also filter out the elements with the help of your filter method. So there are various methods in array that can be used here, but these were some of the most commonly used and also the most important ones that you would need while writing any particular code in JavaScript or while working with arrays in JavaScript. Now this was all about how we use the array methods and also how arrays help you in working in JavaScript, and also the various definitions or the different ways that you must know while working with this particular method. What is a substring? So a substring is basically a subset of another string. Now this is a contiguous sequence of characters within a string. So talking about substring, it needs to appear together or adjacent to each other in your actual or original string. For example, welcome to Edureka will be considered as a substring for the string welcome to Edureka online courses. But for the same thing, if you write Edureka courses, it would not be considered as a substring as it is a subsequence or the generalization of the string. So the words or the characters needs to be adjacent and also needs to be placed together in the original string. Now moving on, what is a JavaScript substring? So before that, let's see how we are supposed to write a JavaScript substring. Now the syntax for the JavaScript substring is like you have to write your string, then dot and add your substring here. The parameters included in your substring are, the first one would be your index A, and then you have another parameter which is optional here. So let me name this as index B. Now what are these index A and index B? So the index A is your starting index. It will consist of any integer between 0 and 1 less than the length of the string. And your index B is the ending index. So this will consist of the integer between 0 and the length of the string. This one is actually optional. Now the substring is actually an inbuilt function in JavaScript which returns a part of the given string from your start index to the end index. The indexing value starts from 0 always. It is also used to return a portion of the string starting at the specified index and also extending for a given number of characters afterwards. Now this substring method returns the new substring based on all these given parameters that we passed through this index A and index B. So now here I have an example already written for the substring. Now you can see that I have this HTML code here where I have inserted a title as JavaScript string substring method. Now my string says welcome to Edureka JavaScript training. Now let's see how substring actually works. So here I have inserted 3 different values as my start index and as my end index. Now the first one starts at 3 and ends at 7. And the second one starts at 0, that is from the first place itself, and then ends at 10. And for the final one, I have only given the start index and no end index. So you know that the end index is optional. When you don't provide any end index, it takes till the end of your original string. So now once I save this and go to the output of this, so here you can see that for the value 3 to 7, we have the output as come, and for 0 to 10, we have welcome to, and for 11, we have Edureka JavaScript training. Now going back to the example, you can see that the W starts at 0, then we have E at 1, L at 2, and C at 3. So the start index is 3, and so the first value would be C here. And we continue up to the 7th place. We do not consider the 7th place here, but we take everything from 3, 4, 5, and 6. So for that, the alphabets come as 𝐶OME. And that is what we have got the output for the value 3 to 7 for our start and end index. Now talking about the next one, we have 0 to 10. It starts from 0, that is the first letter of the string itself. So now if I count the numbers, so we have 0 as W, then we have E1, then we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now your 10th position ends here after your 2. So the output that we have got is welcome to, because these are the characters from 0 to 10. Now for the final one, we have the start index as 11, but we have not specified any end index. So it starts from the E of Edureka, and then we do not have any end index, so it will go on till the end, that is Edureka JavaScript training. And that is exactly what we have got as our output. So for 3 to 7, we have come, for 0 to 10, welcome to, and for 11 until the end index, we have Edureka JavaScript training. So now that you know what is the substring in JavaScript and also how you can write the substring along with the syntax and an example, let's move on and see how you can use the substring with the length property in JavaScript. Now let me take another example. So here I have a variable as any string, and I add the value of the string as Edureka. So now when I use the length property, it actually provides me the length of my string. So you can see that for Edureka, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters here. So when I use the length property here, it will give me the value as 7. That is, it will provide me with the length of my string here. Now the substring method and the length property are used together to extract the last characters of your particular string. Now this method is actually easier to remember as you do not need to know the starting and ending indices. For every other example, you had to count the starting or the ending or whatever string you wanted to pass, and you need to know the exact number for that. But here you don't need to know the exact number for your starting and ending index. So let's see how these two work together. So for this, let me just take another variable and name it as AnyString1. So what I'll do is I'll take my first string here that I have named as AnyString and then use the substring syntax. So I have my first string, that is AnyString.substring, and here I'll pass the parameter. But here I do not have to pass any starting or ending index because for this I can use the length property. Now to use the length property, I'll take the name of my first string, that is AnyString.length. This is how we use the length property in our JavaScript. And now I just have to specify any length here. So for example, I'm specifying the length to be 5. Now what happens here is that it'll take the last position, and from the last position it will take 5 characters. So you can see that if I count from A, I have A, K, R, U, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and only these 5 characters will be shown in my output. So here we do not have any sort of starting index or ending index. We just have to provide the length, and it will always begin from the end of your string, and it will consider those number of characters from the end of your string. So now let me just display the output for my AnyString1. So I'll take console.log AnyString1. Now for this I already have the HTML file created here, and I have used the source for my example.js here. So I just have to save this. Now when I run the index2.html and go to the console of this, so all I have to do is just go to inspect and then go to console. Now you can see that the output is UREKA. That is only the 5 characters from the end. So now in this case, if I change the value to 3 and now again save it, and now go back to the website and check the output, now you can see that the output is EKA. So this is an easier method of using the length property here. All you have to do is just take the length and put any value, and it will give you the output of those particular number of characters from the end. Remember that while you're using the length property, it always checks from the end of the string. So this is how you can use the substring along with the length property in JavaScript. Now moving on, next up is the substring versus substr versus slice. Now all of these methods are actually used to extract parts of a string and return the extracted parts in a new string. And all of these do not change the original string. That's exactly where the confusion comes in, that how are these things different? So let's see that what actually differentiates the three methods in JavaScript. So talking about the substring method, it actually returns part of the string between your start index and end index. It also excludes the end index character or up to the end of the string. So basically the example that I showed you in the beginning for a substring defines this, where you have a starting index and an ending index, and also the end index is optional. When you don't provide the end index, you get the entire string till the end, or from the starting index till the end of your string if you have not specified any value for the end. Now moving on to the substr method. So this returns part of the string starting from an index and the number of characters after the start index. So here we have two different parameters such as the start index and then we have the length. For substring we have our start and end index, but in case of substr we have a start index and also a length. And finally we have the slice method. Now this is very similar to the substring. It also returns a partial string between your start index and end index, and it excludes end index character or up to the end of the string if end index is not provided. So let's have a look at the examples for these three methods we use in JavaScript for extracting a part of the original string. Now talking about the substring, I've already showed you an example, but let's see this again. So for example, I have a string as Edureka JavaScript. Now what I have to do is take my string, that is any string dot substring, and pass the parameters inside this particular method. So for example, I'm taking the value as 0, 7. That is, my start index is 0 and my end index is 7. So here I have to define another variable that would be my substring equals to any string and use the substring method, and here I'll pass the parameters as 0 and 7. So I have taken my starting index to be 0 and my ending index as 7 here. So it should take the values from 0 to 7 and give me the output that will only give me this particular characters from my original string. Now I have to do is console.log, and then I want to get the substring here. So I'll change it to substring. So now I'll save this. So this example should provide me the values from my original string, that is Edureka JavaScript, and provide me the substring which starts from the 0 index and ends at 7. So now when I go back to my console, you can see that the output here is Edureka. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters here because my starting index was 0 and ending was 7. So the output here is Edureka. Now this was about the substring method. Next up, we will see how the substr method works. Now for the substr, what happens is that it's similar to the substring, but here in place of the end index, we have the length. So whatever we specify in our second parameter is considered to be the length. So let me just change this to substr. And here I'm changing the method as well because we are checking for substr method. And let me also change the length to 10. And I'll just change this to substr for my console.log, and now save this. Now when I go back to my console and check this, so you can see that it started with the 0th index, so it started from E itself, but the next property was not your end index, but instead it was just the length that would be passed. So your substring length would be 10. So you can see that the output is Edureka space JA, which sums up to the length of your substring as 10. So even this method is used to take up a part from your original string, but only the parameters differ here. For the substr, you only have a start index and you have the length property here. Now moving on to the next one, we have the slice method. Now slice and substring does kind of the same work. So let's see how slice works here. So I have changed the name to var slice, and then I will take the slice method here. So let's just change the values. Let me just take the start index as 8 and the end index as 12. Remember that even for the slice method, your end index is optional. If you don't provide the end index, it will take till the end of your original string. So now let me change this as well. So I have console.log and then I have slice inside this. So let me save this now. And let's go back to the console and see what is the output here. So you can see that even this one is used to extract a part of your string. So here I have Java as my output because the value that I had given was from 8 to 12. So from the 8th position, I have the word as 𝐂𝐴VA. So my starting value was from the 8th position and it ended at 12th. So even this does the same work where it will just slice up a part of your original string and provide you the value. So now you know that all of these three methods, that is substring, substr and the slice method, are all used to find out a particular part of your original string. Now your values must be contiguous or placed together or adjacent to each other. You cannot have a substring where it's from the different parts of your original string. So if you just want to extract a bit of your original string, you can any day use any of these three methods. Now, a JavaScript function is basically a block of code that is designed to perform any particular task. So you can execute a function by calling it. This is also known as invoking or calling a function. Now, to use a function, you have to define it somewhere in the scope from which you wish to call it. The idea is to put some commonly performed tasks together and make a function so that instead of writing the same code again and again for different inputs, we can call that particular function. So let's see how you can define the function in JavaScript. So let's have a look at the basic syntax. So first we have the keyword as function. After that, we specify our function name here, and here you can declare your parameters that you want to pass through your function. And then finally here you will have your function body, and then later on you will be calling that particular function. So let's see how this works. So let me just take the square of a number. So for example, I want to name my function name as square, and I am passing the parameter as number here. Now here I have declared my function name, and inside this I've passed the parameter as number. Now here I have to give the return value as well. So what this is gonna return me is number into number. This means the number into number will return me the value of the square of that particular number. Now here I'll define the number as number equals to square of, suppose we are taking any particular number. For example, I'm taking the number to be 4. Now once I've taken the number as 4, I will take the console.log as number. So now here what happens is I have declared the function as square. Inside that I've passed a parameter. Now I want to return the value as number into number, which will give me the square of that particular value. So now in the function body we have defined the number as square of 4. Now finally I have to print the value here. Now in order to get this particular value, that is the square of the number 4, we have to print the number. So basically we are calling the parameter that we have defined inside our function square here. So now let me just save this one. Now when we go to our console, you can see that the output shown here is as 16. So what happens is that it takes the number as 4, returns the value as 4 multiplied by 4, that is the square of this particular number, and prints the value to be 16. So this is how a function works. Now for example, if you want to add two numbers, you can use your function name as add. So here we have the function name as add, and I'm passing the parameters as x, y. Suppose I'm taking two different numbers as x and y. So here what is the return value? The return value would be x plus y, that is we want to have the sum of these two numbers. So now once this is done, we will go to the function body and define the values. So here I have given the value of x as 4 and the value of y as 5. So now in order to get the value as 9, we need to get the return value as x plus y. So we will write console.log x plus y. So this will return the value here of our function add, where we have defined two parameters as x and y, and it will add both of these numbers and give me the output. So now let me just save this, and then when we go to our console, you can see that the output declared here is 9. So this basically gives me the sum of my two values, or the two parameters that I have passed in my function, that is x and y, where the values are 4 and 5, and it has given me the sum as 9. Now these are the different user-defined functions that you can use, or you can name your function in a particular manner where you can understand that what you are trying to do, and you can create any function of your own. But there are also loads of predefined and built-in functions in JavaScript. So let's have a look at some of the most important or some of the oldest predefined functions that were built into the language itself. Now JavaScript has several top-level built-in functions, but there are 5 functions that are built into the language, and those are the eval, parseInt, parsefloat, escape, and unescape. Now what does the eval function do? Now this will evaluate a string and also return a particular value. So for your eval function, you just need the function as eval, and inside this you have to pass your expression. You can put on any expression here. Now this expression will be evaluated, and if the result is not a string, the result is returned. And in case the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program and then it is evaluated. Now, if the program completes normally, eval returns the value of the last expression in it. Now, for example, let me take these variables as let x equals to 2, then let y equals to 3, and then here I will have my eval function. So I'll just take console.log eval, and I will just take the values of my x and y as a string. So I'll just write x plus y. Now here let me just define another variable as z. So z equals to 4, and then in the next one I will just take it in the format as it is, that is console.log eval z. So now let's save this one. So now when we go back to our console, you can see that we have two outputs. The first one is 5 and the second one is 4. So what happens here is that in the first one, it takes the value as string, but it will return the value as it is. So we have x plus y as 2 plus 3. That is, the value is 2 plus 3 equals to 5. And we are getting the output as 5 here. And in the next one, it will give me just the value of z that I have defined here. So what happens here is that when you have a string inside your expression, it will evaluate the values inside the string and then return the value. That's exactly what happened here. Even though we took x and y as strings here, it evaluated the values for both x and y, that is 2 plus 3, and gave me the value as 5. And in the second one, it returned me the value as it is because it was not defined as a string or anything. Now the next one is the parse int. Now the parse int function basically parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. So for parse int, all you have to do is just write parse int function. Inside this, you just have to define the parameter as whatever you're passing here. So whatever string you want to pass here will be inside your parse int. So what it does is it will take the value and convert it into the radix or base value. Now next up is the parse float. So what parse float does is it passes a string argument and then returns a floating point number. Now the syntax is very simple. You just have to write parse float and then pass your string inside your parameters. So here we have an example as console.log parse float 3.14. So here we have a floating number. So I will save this and this will return me the value in the form of a float. So it takes any particular string and then passes the float value of that particular number or that particular string itself. Next up we have the escape. Now escape returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument in the ISO Latin 1 character set. So all you have to do is just take the escape function and pass your string inside this. Now the value returned by the escape function is either for the alphanumeric characters or for the space character or the plus sign, and for alphanumeric characters other than the space as well. And next up we have the unescape function. Now unescape function returns the ASCII string for the specified value. So it's similar to the escape function. All you have to do is just write unescape function and pass your string inside it. Now the unescape returns the corresponding ASCII character in the ISO Latin 1 character set. So these were some of the predefined functions. There are many more top-level predefined or built-in functions in JavaScript that you can use while writing any particular code in JavaScript. So you have the constructor, toFixed, toString, value of, toSource, and all of these built-in functions that are already there, with the help of which you can define any particular string or you can take any parameter and perform your function in your JavaScript code. So we have already discussed about the different predefined and built-in functions, and as we all know, we can create our own function. That is, you have the option for the user-defined functions in JavaScript, which makes your work easier. You can just create a function with a name that is suitable for whatever function you're going to perform. Like for addition of two numbers, you can give the function name as sum or add or something like that, which will make it easier to understand that what that function is trying to do. So now let's move on and have a look at the different ways to define a function. Now, a function is a parametric block of code defined one time and called any number of times later. So, in JavaScript, a function can be declared using several ways. Talking about the first one, we have the function declaration. Now, the function code has a slight impact on what declaration type to choose. But it is important to know that how the function interacts with the external components and the invocation type. Now, the arrow function passed to the .every function has this, that is the instance of names class. Now, the same as contains method. A function declared with the fat arrow is the most appropriate declaration type in a case when the context needs to be inherited from the outer method, that is the .contains function. Now, if you're trying to use a function expression for the .every function callback, it would require more manual configuration of the context. So this was just an example on how functions can work in JavaScript. So there are different methods in which you can define these functions. The first one is the function declaration. So let's have a look at an example for function declaration. So here we have an example that shows how we can declare the function or how this function declaration works. Now here the function isEvenNum is a function declaration that defines isEven function, which determines that if a number is even or not. Now the function declaration usually creates a variable in the current scope with the identifier equal to the function name. Now this variable holds the function object. So what happens here is that the function variable is hosted up to the top of the current scope, which means that the function can be invoked before the declaration itself. So the created function is named, which means that name property of the function object holds its name. So it is useful when viewing the call stack in debugging or error messages reading. So what happens here is that I have the function isEvenNum and then I have returned the value as num%2 == 0. So what happens here is that it will give me the value that are only even. So any number that is even is also divided by 2. So here I have given two numbers as 12 and 29. So when I take the print for these, suppose I have console.log and isEven, the number is 12, and the same I do for the number 29 and just give console.log here. So what happens is that 12 modulus 2 would give me the value as 0, but 29 modulus 2 won't. So this is an even number, so the output would be true, and this is not an even number, so it will return me the value as false. So now let me just save this, and now when we go back to our console, you can see that we have the two outputs as true and false. So for the first number, I have got the output as true because it is definitely an even number, and here I want to return the value where the number modulus 2 gives me the value as 0. And for the second one, it definitely prints as false. Now let me just take another example for the factorial. So here I have the factorial function, and inside this function a recursive call is being made using the variable that holds the function. So here I have factorial n-1. Now it is possible to use a function expression and assign it to a regular variable. That is, suppose we can write as let factorial equals to factorial n, but the function declaration, that is the function factorial n, looks more compact. So we don't need any variable or any let keyword to define it again and again. Now an important property of the function declaration is its hosting mechanism. So here what happens is that we have the function declaration as function factorial n, and inside this directly we have returned the value as 1 if n is equal to 0. So here I'll just take the factorial formula, that is n into factorial into n-1. Now let me just take any value for which I want to find the factorial. So I have taken the number as 6. Now let's save this one. Now when I go back to my console, you can see that the output is 720. So this gives me the factorial value for 6 here. So this is how easy it is when you use the function declaration here. So this was just one of the methods to do this. Next up, we will have a look at the function expression. Now a function expression is determined by a function keyword followed by an optional function name. Now a list of parameters in a pair of parentheses and also a pair of curly braces that delimits the body code. Now all of these together make up your function expression. So here we have an example for the function expression. So this expression creates a function object that can be used in different situations. So first it is assigned to a variable as an object, that is count equals to function, and then we have given the values. And next we have used it to create a method on an object where we have used the sum function. So this is used in order to find the sum of the values. And finally we have used it for the function as a callback, where we have the dot reduce function as well. Now the function expression is the working horse in JavaScript. Most of the time developer deals with this type of function declaration alongside the arrow function. Now looking at the code, you can see that first we have declared the constant count equals to function array, and we have returned the array length. So now here this is our function expression. So now inside this we have our methods where we have defined the numbers as 1, 2 and 7, for which we are going to find the sum. And we have passed the same function expression here as well. So now if I want to get the output as, first I want to count the numbers that are there, that is I'm using this particular count function here, and then next up I want to see the sum of the methods that I have defined here. So I will just take console.log count. Suppose I'm giving any three numbers like 5, 7, 8, so it should give me the count to be 3. Then I have taken the methods.sum function, where I'm going to take these particular numbers, that is 1, 2 and 7 that I have defined here, and it should give me the summation. So basically it should give me the value as 1 plus 2 plus 7, that is 10. So now if I save this and go to my console, you can see the output as 3 and 10. So for the first one, it returns me the value of the number or the length, that is the array length. So here I have 3 values inside my array. So it gives me the output as 3. That is, it returns me the array length. That is, we have returned the array length here. Now in the second one, it returns me the sum of this methods.sum function. So here I have the values as 1, 2 and 7 inside the array. So the total gives me as 10. So I've got the output as 10 here. So this is how the function expression works in JavaScript. Now the next one is the shorthand method definition. So here is an example. Now before looking into the example, the shorthand method definition can be used in a method declaration on object literals and the ES6 classes. So you can define them using a function name followed by a list of parameters in a pair of parentheses and also a pair of curly braces that delimits the body statements. Now in this example, we have used the shorthand method definition in an object literal. So here we have the add and get methods in our programming object and are defined using the shorthand method definition. Now these methods are called as usual here. So we have our programming.add and then we have programming.get method as well. Now the short approach of method definition has several benefits over traditional property definition. Basically, it gives you a shorter syntax that is easier to read and write. And also, shorthand method definition creates named functions contrary to a function expression. It is also very useful for debugging. So in this example, you can see that we have the constant as programming, and in this we have added items, that is, we have pushed items inside this and also got the index value as well. So basically, we have created the array with the index value and we have pushed the items inside it too. So now in order to push these items inside this, what we will do is, so here for my add method, I have added these programming languages, Python, JavaScript and HTML. Now if I want to get these items with the help of the index value, so what I can do is, here I have the get index method that I've used here. So I'm going to take the output as programming.get and give the index value. So here I've given the index value as 1. So in this particular array, the index value 1 belongs to JavaScript. So now if I save this and go to my console, you can see that the output is taken as JavaScript. So first I have used the add method here and added the list of items inside my array. And then what I have done is taken the get method and then taken the index of any particular item that I want to view in my output and given that particular index value here. So this is exactly what it gives me the output as. So I have JavaScript because I have given the index value as 1 here. So this is how the shorthand method works here. Next up, we have another function defining method, that is the arrow function. Now an arrow function is defined using a pair of parentheses that contains the list of parameters followed by a fat arrow and a pair of curly braces that delimits the body statements. So this is what we call as the fat arrow here. Now in this example, the absolute value is an arrow function that calculates the absolute value of any particular number. Now the arrow function does not create its own execution context but takes it lexically. This is definitely an anonymous function, but the browser can infer the function's name from the variable holding that particular function object. Now here arguments object is not available in the arrow function. So what happens here in this example is that it will only return the absolute value for any number that is less than 0. So what happens here is that if number is less than 0, return minus number. So suppose my number is -2, it will consider it to be -2, which makes it a positive number. So basically any negative number will be taken to be the positive number, that is the absolute value will be taken. So suppose I have taken two numbers as -17 and one is 20. So this -17 must be printed as 17. So let me just take the output for this. I will just take console.log. Now also for this, I will take console.log and get the absolute value for 20. Now this is already a positive number, so this will give me the same value, but when we have a number less than 0, it will return me the value as -17, which will give me 17 as the output. So let's save this and now go back to the console. So you can see that my output here is 17 and 20. So in the case of the negative number, it has only given me the absolute value and it has returned the value as positive number. So this is just another use or another way of defining your function with the help of your arrow function. So we have this fat arrow that we have used to define it. And finally, we have the generator function. Now the generator function in JavaScript returns a generator object. Now its syntax is similar to the function expression, function declaration or method declaration, just that it requires a star character here. So here we have an example for the generator function. Now this one is for the function declaration form, that is the function star name. So what happens here is that we have function star index generator. So you should remember that for your generator function, you always need this star character. And here we have defined our index value as 0 and then given the condition as while true yield index ++. So when we have the index value as 0 and then we have index ++, that is it takes up the next value. Now here we also need a constant g. So we have our constant g equals to our index generator function. So what we will do here is we will take the values first as 0 because we have initialized the index value as 0. And then the value will be incremented here. So the next value that we take will be 1 because it starts with 0 and then it keeps incrementing. So let me save this. And when we go to the console, you can see that the output here is 0 and 1. So if we continue doing this, if we add more g.next.value, it will keep incrementing the value of our index. So it starts from 0 and then it keeps incrementing the value here. So this was the function declaration in our generator function. In the same way, we also have the function expression form and also the shorthand method definition form for our generator function itself. So basically, we can use all the previous methods in our generator function as well. So now these were some of the methods to define the functions in JavaScript. Also, now you know that how you can define a function in your JavaScript code. You have various predefined or built-in functions to use, and also you can have your user-defined functions, that is, you can create your functions that you are going to use to perform any particular task. Now, validation is basically a method to authenticate the user. So JavaScript provides the facility to validate the form on the client side So data processing will be faster than server-side validation. Now it is preferred by most of the web developers. Through JavaScript, we can validate name, password, email, date, mobile numbers, and more fields. Now basically, a client-side validation prevents the client from knowing whether the form is okay before reloading a page, whereas server-side validation is important due to the fact that client-side validation can be completely bypassed by turning off JavaScript. So now that you know the different fields on which you can perform the validation, let's move ahead and take an example and see how validation works in JavaScript. Now in today's session, we will take the example of form validation in JavaScript. So let's see how the code works. So in today's session, we will see how we can perform form validation in JavaScript. So let's see what will be the basic code. So here we will start with the HTML tag and then move on, and we have our head tag and then the title tag, and then we will add our script tag. Now inside script, we will have our type, that is the script type is equals to text/JavaScript. Now here you can add your code and we will see that later on. Here we are closing the script tag and the title and the head. Now after that, we will begin with our body tag. So here I'll type the body tag. Now inside our body tag, we will put the form. So we are using a form in order to check the validation. So here I'll add a form, that is the form tag, and now we will specify certain action inside our form. So in our form, we will have a submit button. So here I'll write inside our form tag on submit equals to return validate. So validate is our HTML source code, and once we run this code, it should return the validate function. Now here we will add the action to our form. So for our action, we will link it to our text file, which is text.html. Now what is this text file? So here I have created another basic text file which just has one heading tag, that is welcome to Edureka. So what happens when we have created the form and once we submit the name, password, and finally authenticate the user and click on the submit button, it redirects to a different page. Now it will be redirected to this particular page, and inside this page we have just given one heading, that is welcome to Edureka. It's just one basic example. You can design it the way you want to. Here I'm just showing you what happens when you redirect or click the submit button in your validate.html program. So once we have closed the head tag, now we will begin with our body tag. Now inside this body form, we will create our form. So here we will have a form tag, and I'll just give the name of my form as my form and assign the method as post and also specify the action here. So my action will be equal to the text.html file. Now what is this text.html file? So I have created one text.html file where I have just given one h1 tag which says welcome to Edureka. So what happens once we have created our form and validated our username and password? So once we click on the submit button in our form, it is redirected to a different page. So the text.html is the page where it will be redirected to. Now once we click on the submit button, it will go to another page where it will show the heading as welcome to Edureka. Now this is a very basic example. You can also add different types of tags and also add different other features in this page itself. Now going back to our code, so I'll type on submit equals to return validate. So on submit, it will give the return validate form. Now here basically our validation will be returned on a click. That is when we click on the submit button. So it will validate the user and then take us to our text.html and redirect it to the different page. Next up, I will specify the fields for my form. So the first field would be name. And inside name, I will have the input tag. So here I'll just write input type is equals to text. So our input type for the name would be text. And the name, I'll specify it as name itself. Now the next field would be the password field. So I'll just copy this particular line and put it in the next one and just change the name field as password. Also here the type will be password because once we type the password, it should not be visible. So when we give the type as password, it would be shown as dots or stars. Now I'll change the name to password as well. Now once this is done, we will give another input type, which is for our submit button. So here the type will be submit and the value will be specified as register. So now with this, we have created our form type where we will have our name and password fields. And once we enter the name and the password, we will have another register button to click on that will redirect us to a different page. Now once this is done, when we run this code, you will see this particular web page that comes as our output. So you have seen that we have given the fields as name, password, and also we have a register button. So here you can enter the name and here you can enter the password, and once you have entered the name and password, you can register. And then the page will be redirected to our text.html page. Now here we have created a very basic form, but we also want to add certain conditions that will be included while adding the name and the password. Suppose I want that whenever we leave the field blank, any of the fields such as name or password, if either of the fields are left blank, it'll give a pop-up or an alert message saying that you cannot leave the fields blank. Or for password, I can give a condition such as it should be 6 characters long, and if we type anything less than 6 characters, it will still give an alert pop message. Now this will be added inside our script tag. So now let me just type inside my script tag and validate this particular function. So here we will be creating our function. So here we will just type function and then we will give a name to it. Suppose I'm giving the name of my function as validate form. So exactly here we have returned the validate form. So this is basically the name of our function. So I'll just close this and start the curly braces. Now inside our function, we will define the name. So for that, we will just write var name equals to document.myForm.name.value. Now this one is for the first field, that is our name field. Here I'm creating a variable which is our name, and inside that I'm just giving the value for this particular variable. Now this is our first field. In the same way, we have to create our second field for password. So I'll just copy this one and go to the next line and paste. And here I'll just change the name to password. And for my document type, this will also be changed into password.value. Now once I have given the names and once my function is also specified, now it's time to provide the conditions. So I'll provide the condition as if name equal null or name equal blank spaces. So basically if you just give blank spaces and try to register, it will still show you the alert message or the pop-up that will say that you can't leave it blank. So now this is my condition, and inside this condition I'll give the alert message which is name can't be blank. So I'm giving this error message as name can't be blank. So this is my first condition. So in this case it will return false. So here I'm giving the condition that if my name is null or blank spaces, it will give the alert as name can't be blank and return false. Now this was my if condition. Next I will add my else if condition. Now for the else if condition is for the password. So suppose I want my password to be more than 6 characters long. So I'll give the condition as else if password dot length less than 6. So once it identifies that the length of the password is less than 6, it will give this particular alert. So I can just write that password must be at least 6 characters long. So I'll just write password must be at least 6 characters long. Now in case our password is less than 6 characters, it will give us this particular alert and return false. So now here we have added our if-else-if conditions. So in this case, you cannot leave your name as blank or your password as blank or anything less than 6 characters.
I have a simple question for you guys, and the question is, how can you check if a text input field is empty using JavaScript? Options are given on the screen. If you know the correct answer, please leave it in the comment section below.
So now let's save this code and let's go back to our output. So this is our form validation. So now let's see how it works here. So now I've left my name and my password field both blank. Now let's see what happens when I click on the register button. So now as soon as I click on the register button, you can see that the pop-up has appeared here. It says name can't be blank. So I had given the alert message as name can't be blank. So this is exactly what it is showing. So here the name field is left blank. So now let's just type a name here. So let me just write Edureka, and now let me try registering here. So now again, once I register, it shows that password must be at least 6 characters long because I've left the password field blank here as well. So now let me just type the password as 1234 and see what happens. So now once I register, now this shows me the pop-up as password must be at least 6 characters long. It is still not redirecting to the different page because both the conditions must be satisfied. First of all, both your fields should be filled with values. The first one should have a name and the second one has the condition where the password must be at least 6 characters long. So now let me just add 56 and now let me try and register and see what happens. So now we have both our fields completed here and we also have our password length as 6. So now when I click on register button, you can see that it has been redirected to my text.html file. So in my text.html file, I had given the head tag as welcome to Edureka. So you can see that as soon as both the conditions have been satisfied, I am redirected to another page where I get to see my head tag. So now this was just a very simple example of how you can authenticate a user with the help of validating the name and password. So it can be used for any type of form, such as if you have to submit a form or register somewhere. This is how it works. Not just that, we can also perform validation on our mobile numbers, email IDs, passwords, and many more fields. It depends on the type of form that you are creating. Now, validation helps you to authenticate a user so that the communication between a client and the server is an authenticated one and nobody tries to intrude in that. So this was all about today's session, and you have seen that how with the help of a simple code in JavaScript, you can validate your form or you can validate any field that you want to. Now this will definitely help you authenticate your user while you are working on any website or web page. Now talking about the email validation, it is very important to validate your email while validating any HTML form. So the email is a string or a subset of ASCII characters that are separated into two parts by the @ symbol. Now let's see how you can validate your email with the help of JavaScript. So for that, the first step is to create your function for validation. Now for the JavaScript, first we have to create our function. So let me name my function as validate email. Now for my function, I'll pass the parameter to be input text. Now the next step is to decide on the format for which you are going to validate your email. So here you have to provide a particular format that you would consider to be valid. So let me name this variable as var mail format. Now talking about a valid email ID, it consists of two parts. Now the first part consists of the ASCII characters of uppercase and lowercase letters. You can have digits and then you can have certain characters like the dollar, exclamation, hash, etc. And for the domain name, you can have letters, digits, hyphens, and dots. So here we have to create a regular expression to validate our mail format. So this is the format that I have specified here that is considered to be the validate format for the email. Now to explain this format, all the regular expressions start and end with forward slashes. And then we have the power symbol, which will match the beginning of the string or line. And the \w plus will match one or more word characters, including the underscore. Then we have the slash dot hyphen, where the slash indicates that the next character is special and not to be interpreted literally. Also, the dot hyphen matches the dot or your hyphen character. Then we have the question mark, which matches the previous character 0 or 1 number of times. And then again we have to match for more word characters, including the underscore. And then we have the star symbol, which will match the previous character 0 or more number of times. The next part of the expression, where we have the dot hyphen question mark slash w plus and the star symbol, matches the 0 or more occurrences of your dot hyphen question mark w plus, which basically is dot hyphen character or any other character, including the underscore. We also have the @ symbol here, which will only match the @ character. And after that, we are matching for the domain, where we will have the domain name with some pattern of usernames. Now for the slash w 2,3, it actually matches the dot followed by 2 or 3 word characters. So for example, for our domain names, we will have .com, .co, .edu, etc. And then finally, we have the plus sign that specifies that the sub-expressions shall occur one or more times. And also finally, we have the dollar again that matches the end of the string or line. Now once we are done with the mail formatting, next up we have the condition statements here. So if input text dot value dot match the mail format, so what we are doing is taking the first condition where our input text or whatever we are taking as our input value is matching with our mail format that we have provided here. So now if the match has been found, we need to have an alert here. So let me insert the alert or the pop-up that we are gonna get. So once you have entered a valid email ID, you will get the pop-up as you have entered a valid mail address. Now for that, we have our document.form1.text1.focus. Now we will see what this focus function does later when we are adding it into our HTML form as well. Now we have to provide the return function, which is return true. So what happens here is that I have taken the condition as where my input value matches with my mail format. And as soon as the match has been found, there will be a pop-up alert saying that you have entered a valid email address. Now after this, I will add another else condition. So what happens when the format does not match with the format that I have specified above? So here we will just add another alert. So for this, we will have you have entered an invalid email address. So here I'll change it to email address. And then this is my alert for when it does not match the specified format. And then again, we are specifying our document.form1.text1.focus. So here basically we are setting the focus to our document. And this will have the return value as false. So now this is our JavaScript function in order to validate an email. Now with this, we have to create another HTML form, and also we can use the CSS in order to style our form. So next we will see how we can use this JavaScript function in our HTML form. So here I have already created the HTML form for the JavaScript function. Now let's look at the body section of this HTML form. So what happens here is that we have the onload command in order to set the focus to our document, which is document.form1.text1, and we are setting the focus here with the help of the focus function. Now for this form, we have created an action here, and all you need to do here is create the form where you have an input type and also create the button for that particular input. Now our input would be text type. So here we have the input type to be text, and we have named it as text1. So this document has text1 here. That's why we have text1, and also we have created the form to be form1. That's why we have document.form1.text1, and we are setting the focus here. Now once the input type has been specified here, we have to specify the class or provide the input type. So here I have my class to be validate, and then I'm setting up the input type here. Now I want it to be a submit button, so I've given the type to be submit, and I've named the button as validate, and I have provided the value here. Now the next thing we have to do is specify what happens on click, that is, as soon as we click on the button, what function takes place here. Now our function in JavaScript is validate email. So we have taken the function as validate email and document.form1.text1. So it takes up this particular document and takes up the function as validate email. So as soon as you click on that particular button, it goes to the validate email function and it does everything that we have specified here. Now the next thing that you need to do in your HTML form is to link it to your JavaScript file. So here I have the script part where I have created the source and linked it to the email validation.js, which is my JavaScript file. I've saved it here with the name of email-validation.js. So I have linked it here so that whenever you're taking this function, it goes to my JavaScript and performs the action. Now the next thing you need to do is style up your form a little bit, and for that you need to use the CSS. So this is my CSS file where I have styled up my form in this particular way. So what I've done here is that added a little bit of margin here and there, added certain boxes, given the background color with the border, and just specified the design or how I want the form to look actually. So here I have specified the box where I would be entering my email ID, and I have done the padding here with the width and the background color. I have set the background color here. You can specify any other color if you want, and also the border as well. The next thing is just specifying the size of your input or whatever mail ID that you are entering. What should be the input value of all of that? So I've specified the font size to be 20 pt here. And the next thing that I've specified here is the background color of my input section, that is wherever I'm typing my mail address. And then finally how my submit button would look like. So I've just specified the size of the font here. So this part basically depends on you or how you actually want to style it. You can use colors, borders, margins, or you can change the width of the boxes. You can do anything with the help of this particular file or with the help of CSS. You can either keep it minimal or you can add different features as well. Now I have also linked this in my HTML form. So I have the link here as form.style.css. So this is our HTML form that will build up the structure of the form that we are going to see while validating our email ID. And then we have the JavaScript function which actually performs all the function or everything that's going to happen once we have entered a valid email address, or the alert that we are going to get once we have entered an invalid email address. And finally, we have the form style.css where we have used CSS in order to just add some extra color or extra style to the HTML form. Now let me save this. Now once I have saved all of these files, it's time to see the output and how email validation actually works. So now once I run my HTML form, this is the output that I get. So I had specified the background color of this box and I had also added the margins. So this was just the styling part. But talking about the form, I had created the h2 tag as enter email to validate, and then a blank space to enter my email ID. And then here I have the validate button. So this was my submit button that is going to validate my email ID. So now let's see how it works. So you remember the format that we had used here. So this is the format that's going to be considered as the validate email ID. Now going by the format, let's check out this particular email ID and see if it works. So this is usually how the email IDs are supposed to be. We have two sections. In the first section, we have the information part or the input, and then we have our domain section followed by our dot and then few more characters as well. So now let's see. So now once I click on the validate button, it gives me this pop-up message which says you have entered a valid email address. So basically whatever email ID I had entered matched with the format that I had provided. Now let's try something else. So let me just write 𝐑𝐨𝐥𝐽_hash.co and let's see if it's valid or not. So now you can see that once I've clicked the validate button, the pop-up says you have entered an invalid email address, because this particular email address does not match with the format that I had provided, which is supposed to be considered as my valid email ID. So you can see that with the help of this particular form and with the help of the JavaScript function, you can validate your email ID and see if you have entered the right format or not. So now you know how email validation takes place in JavaScript. So you have seen all the 3 steps that are required. You just have to create your validate function in JavaScript and then build your form in HTML, and you can also style it with the help of CSS. And with all of these 3 things together, you can finally build your email validation in JavaScript. So what are regular expressions? Now basically, a regular expression is a sequence of characters that constructs a search pattern. So whenever you search for any data in a text, you can use this search pattern to describe what exactly you are looking for. Now talking about the JavaScript regex or the regular expressions, it is basically an object that describes a pattern of characters. So the JavaScript regexp class represents the regular expressions, and both strings and regexp define methods. Now this uses regular expressions to perform pattern matching and search and replace function on text. Now talking about the syntax for regular expressions, in JavaScript you just have to define any variable. For example, I'm taking pattern as the variable. Now inside this you have the keyword new, and then you have to use the regular expression function, which is the regexp. Now inside this function you have to pass parameters such as your pattern and also your attributes. So this is how you define your regular expressions in JavaScript. This is not just the only method, there's another simpler method. So all you have to do is just use the slash, put your pattern here, and then with another slash you add your attributes here. So this is another simple method of using your patterns or your attributes in your JavaScript regular expressions. So this is another very simple way of defining your regular expressions in JavaScript. You have the slash pattern slash attributes. Now what are these pattern and attributes here? So basically the pattern is a string that specifies the pattern of the regular expression or another regular expression. And the attributes are the optional string that contains the attributes which will specify your global, case-insensitive and multi-line matches. Now there are different methods and ways of defining these regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's have a look at modifiers first. So what are modifiers? These are used to perform any case-insensitive or global searches in JavaScript. So we have 3 different modifiers. First we have the G modifier, which performs any sort of global match in your string. Suppose you are looking for any particular word from a string, it will perform a global search. That is, it is not bounded by any particular constraint. It will globally perform the search and find out that word for you. Next up, we have the I modifier. Now, I modifier performs the case-insensitive matching. For example, you have a word which contains of both the capital letters and the small letters, but while you're performing the search, it would take a case-insensitive matching. And finally, we have the M modifier. Now, this performs a multi-line matching. If you have 3 or 4 lines in your string, it will perform a multi-line matching, that is, find out that particular word or character from all of those lines present in your string. So these were the 3 main modifiers that we have. Now let's move on and see how these modifiers actually work in JavaScript. So here we have an example where we will see how your G modifier works. So for that, first we have to take a string and then we have to define the pattern. So suppose I'm writing a string as welcome to Edureka to learn JavaScript. And in my pattern, I'm looking for the word as to, and it will perform a global matching. That is, it's not just gonna look till here or only the second half of the sentence or my string. It will perform a global search in my string. Wherever it finds the word to, it will give us the output. So in my string, I have the word 2 in 2 different places. So it should give me the output as 2 of these. So now let me save this one and we will open the HTML file. So we have defined a button in the program as well. And the paragraph tag says welcome to Edureka JavaScript regex tutorial. And on click, we will have the function performed. So here we have a button where as soon as we click this button, we will have the function performed. And inside our function, we have defined our string and the pattern matching as well. So as soon as I click here, it will show me the result as 2, 2 because it found out 2 different matches for this particular word. That is, one is here and the second one after Edureka. Now talking about the I modifier which performs the case insensitive matching. So for example, I'm writing the Edureka here with a capital letter E. And now in this pattern, I'm going to write Edureka normally without any capital letter. And I'll put the attribute as I, which is my I modifier. So now let me save this. And now let me click here. So now you can see that the output says Edureka. Whereas in my search pattern, I just wrote Edureka with small letters, but then it performed a case insensitive matching here and it still gave me the result as Edureka written here. So in this case, it wouldn't matter if you are writing the string in capital letters or small letters, it will still find out that particular word for you. Now next up is the M modifier. So how does this M modifier works? It looks for this particular word even if you have multiple lines in your string. So what happens here is that even if you enter another new line here and just write Edureka online courses, and I'm taking this as another line. So even when I save this one, and then when I go to the output, it still finds me the Edureka word here. So here I haven't used the caps letter, and for M, it doesn't go for case insensitive. So it will just provide me this particular word here. So this was all about the modifiers and how we can use them for our regular expression in JavaScript. Now next up, we have the brackets. Now talking about brackets, they are basically used to find a particular range of characters. So the first expression shows that there's ABC inside square brackets. Now this particular expression is used to find any character that is present between the brackets. So what you can do is you can pass any character or any set of character inside this particular square bracket, and that will be matched with your string. Then next up we have the power symbol with the characters that you are searching for. Now this helps you find any character that are not between the brackets. So what happens is that if you specify any particular word inside this expression, the output would show everything in your string except these particular characters. Then next up we have the digits 0 to 9. Now this particular expression inside the square brackets finds any digit between the brackets. Suppose you're looking for the number 2 in any particular string, you just have to write 2 inside the square brackets and it will give you the result, whether it's present in your string or not. And the next up is the power symbol with the digits. And this symbolizes that any other value in your string will be displayed apart from this particular character that you have mentioned inside the brackets. So it finds any non-digit that are not present between the brackets. So now let's have a look at the examples of how this works. So let me just change my string into something like Edureka online, and let me add more digits like 1, 2, 3. So for the first bracket, we had the square brackets with any particular character. So here I've used the word Edureka inside the square bracket. So basically this will give me the output as only Edureka. So it will show me the result that Edureka is present inside my string, and it will just match with it and give me only this particular word here. So now let me save this. And now when I go here and click here, it shows Edureka. So let's try something else. For example, I only want to see the letter O here. So I have just taken the character O inside these square brackets, and now I have saved this one. And now when I click here, it just shows me the letter O here because it will just match the particular letter that I've mentioned inside these square brackets, and omit everything else from my string. Now, in the same example, if I change the expression to this, so now what will happen here is that apart from this particular letter, that is O, everything else will be printed in my output. That is, everything else will be matched with my string. So I'll get to see all the other letters or digits apart from O. So now let's save this. Now when I go back to my website and click here, so you can see that it prints every character here other than the letter O. Now let's have a look for the digits. So for example, I'm trying to match my string with digits 1, 2. So let's save this. And now when I go back to my website and click here, you can see that it has matched with my string because I do have the value 1 and 2 in my string. So it has given me the output as 1 and 2. Now in the same bracket, when I add this symbol and then save it, and now go back to my website and click here, you can see that it gives me every other value other than 1 and 2. So it provides me Edureka online and also prints the digit 3 but does not match the digits 1 and 2. So this is how the brackets work. Moving on, next up we have something called as meta characters in JavaScript regular expressions. So now in meta characters, you just need to use these characters or letters in order to match certain things from your string. So first of all, we have W, which looks for a word character. But there's a catch here. So we have this small letter and capital letter thing going on in meta characters. So we have the small letter W that looks for any particular word character. And then next up, we have the capital letter W, which finds any non-word character. So the first one will give you any particular word and the second one will give you any non-word character here, that is any digit or anything else that's present inside your string. Then next up we have the small letter D that finds a digit and also the capital letter D which finds a non-digit character. In the same manner we have a small letter S and a capital letter S. So the small letter S will find any white space character in your string, whereas the capital letter S will find any non-white space character. So basically it will match everything else other than the white spaces, whereas the small letter one will only match the white spaces in your string. Then we have the small letter B and capital letter B. The first one finds a match at the beginning or the ending of any word, whereas your capital letter looks for a match but not at the beginning or end of the word. It basically matches anywhere in the string. Then we have the character F. Now this finds a form feed character. And then we have R, which basically finds a carriage return character, and V finds a vertical tab character. And finally we have T, which is used to find any tab character in your string. So now let's take a few examples of few of these meta characters and see how you can use them. So for example, let me change this string into something like 100% genuine courses. And we have an exclamatory sign here as well. So now let's see how these meta characters work. So while using these meta characters, these are followed by a backslash here. So you have to insert a backslash first and then take a small W first. And then now let me save this. And now let me just click here. So now you can see that what are the things printed here is 100 genuine and courses. So it takes any word character basically. So it has omitted the % symbol and also the exclamatory symbol here. And also it does not consider any of the white spaces either. Now changing this to the capital letter W and saving it. Now let's go back and try and see what happens. So now you can see that as soon as you change it from the small w to the capital letter W, the output has also changed. It only matches your % symbol, the white spaces and the exclamatory symbol. So it only returns these particular things, that is all the non-word characters in your string, and returns you the value. In the same way, if we take D that returns only the digits and save it and then go back to the website and click here, now you can see that it only returns the digit value, that is 100, 100. and for the non-digit we have the capital D here. Now when we save this and click here again, so we have everything else apart from our digits. So we have all the symbols, all the characters, including the white spaces, but definitely not the digits. Now let's try for the white spaces. So for that we have the character as S. Now the small letter S returns all the white space characters. So let's save this and go back to the website and let me click here. So let me zoom this and you can see this tiny bit comma that you can see here, which basically represents the space that is here. So it has taken two spaces, so one before the comma and one after the comma, and it just gives us the white space, so nothing much to see. But as soon as we change it to a capital letter S, you will find out the difference. So let's save this, and now when I go back here, so now you can see that no white spaces have been returned. It provides you every other value in your string apart from the white spaces. That is the one between 100% and genuine, and the second one between genuine and courses. Now next up we have the quantifiers. So in quantifiers we basically match any particular or any number of characters that are present in your string. So for the first one we have the n plus. N is any character that you're looking for, and this matches any string that contains at least one n. So for example, you're taking the expression as e plus, it will look for the number of e's that are present in your string. Next up we have the n star. Now this matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences of n. So any particular character that you use here with the star symbol, it will find out any string that contains 0 or more occurrences, that is more number of this particular character. Then next up we have the n question mark. Now this matches any string that contains 0 or 1 occurrence of n. And then we have the n inside curly braces, we have x. Now what happens here is that it will match any string that contains a sequence of x n's. That is the x number of n's or the x number of characters, the particular character that you have mentioned inside that particular string that you have used. Same way we have x comma y inside the curly braces, which matches any string that contains a sequence of x to y n's. That is, it takes a range from x to y and finds out that particular character. And next up we have just x comma and nothing at the end. So it will take any string that contains a sequence of at least x n's. So it does not have an end point, but it has only a beginning point defined as x. And the final one is the n with the dollar symbol. Now this matches any string with n at the end of it. So these were some of the quantifiers. Now let's have a look at how these quantifiers work. So now again let me change this string into something like hello, welcome to Edureka, and then let me just add a sequence of numbers like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, something like this. So basically to show you that how this sequences would be matched, I've taken a string like this. So now for example, I want to match the character E with my string and C. So the first one was plus symbol. So with my character E, I have added the plus symbol here. Now let me save this and go back here and click here, and now you can see that it has printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 E's. That is, it has matched my string with the number of E's that are present, and you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In total, we have 5 E's present in this particular string that has been matched. Now let me change the symbol to a star and save it. And now go back and click here again. So now you can see that it shows me even the spaces of where these characters are present. That is, it includes all the other characters and the white spaces involved here. So I have hello. So first it's HE. So we have the comma here which shows that we had a character before this. And then again we have LLO here. And then we have white space here. We have LLO, and then we have a comma here, and then we have a space here. And then we finally begin with welcome to Edureka again. So this is how the sequence goes on. It basically separates these white spaces and also all the other characters with the help of comma and shows you the occurrences of your character that you are trying to match with. The next up we have the question mark symbol here. So now let's save this and go back here and look out for this. So here also it provides me the same output. Now what happens is that it looks for 0 occurrences as well. So let me take another character as A and save this. Now when I go back to the website again and click here, you can see that we still have A at certain place and it will give you that particular character where it's situated and also any number of occurrences here. Now this question mark also looks for 0 or more occurrences. So even if your character is not present here, it will return you a value with all the white spaces and characters that are present here. So for example, let me take the character as N, which is not there in this particular string. And now let me save this. Now when I go back to the website and click here, you can still see that the number of characters that I have, but it also returns me this value because it takes 0 or more occurrences. Now there are no N's here, that is, it considers it as 0 occurrence. So now if I want to get the digit here, I have to take the digit inside curly braces. And here in this string, I have 1 3 times, that is in 1, 1, 2 and 1, 2, 3. So I have to take the meta character digit because I'm looking for the digit followed by a backslash. And inside the curly brackets, I have the digit mentioned as 1. So now I'll just save this and go back to my website and click here. Now you can see that it returns all the digits or the sequence where 1 is present. So for the first one, I have 1, and then in 1, 2, I also have 1. And in the third sequence, that is 1, 2, 3, I have 1. So it returns me the entire sequence along with the digit. Now these were about the quantifiers. Next up, we have something called as the object properties. Now talking about some of the object properties, first we have the constructor. Now this property returns the function that creates the regexp object's prototype. Next up, we have the global property. Now this checks whether the G modifier is set or not. And then we have the ignore case, and it checks whether the I modifier is set or not. And next up we have the last index that specifies the index at which to start the next match. And finally we have the multi-line. Now this checks whether the M modifier is set or not. Now let's have a look at the example of how these properties work. So let's take the string as hello, welcome to Edureka. And now inside the pattern, let me just specify well, and then I have the G modifier here. And now in the result, all I have to do is take the pattern 1 or the variable that I've named here dot global. So this will check for my G modifier and it will see whether it is set or not. So that is why we use the global property here. So now let's save this and go back to the website, and now let me click here. Now it returns true. So basically it tells me that the G modifier is set here, and as soon as I am typing well here, it's performing a global search in order to find these particular characters. Now for the ignore case property, what I have to do is I have to specify I here instead of G, and I've taken the characters as hello without specifying any capital letter H here. And in the result section, all I have to do is change the global property to ignore case. Now I will save this one. So basically it should return the string as hello, because even though I have taken the H as a small letter, it should not matter because I'm using the property as ignore case. And it checks for the I modifier whether it's set or not. So here I have to use the property as ignore case. So now let me save this and go back to my website. And now when I click here, it returns the value as true. Because even though I have only passed the characters as hello without the capital H, but it still ignores the case and returns me that this particular string is present here and the I modifier is set, which ignores all the capital letters or the small letters here and just returns you those characters. So this is how the object properties work. Now moving on to the final section, we have the object methods. Now talking about methods, the first one is we have the compile method. The compile method is the most common one, which is used just to compile any particular regular expression. And then we have the execute method. Now this tests for a match in a string and returns your first match. Next up, we have the test method. Now this tests for a match in a string and returns a value as either true or as false. And finally, we have the toString method. Now this particular method returns the string value of the regular expression. So now let's see how these methods work in JavaScript regular expressions. So here I have the string as hello, welcome to Edureka. And here I have to define the method as new, the regular expression method that I have to use here. And then for example, I'm looking for the character E. So what happens here is that it will return me the first match that it finds in the particular string. So here I have the execute method, inside which I'm gonna pass the parameter as my string from where it's gonna match this particular character. So let's save this and go to the website, and when I click here, it returns me the first E, that is the first E that's present here in hello. So basically it will take the particular character and look in the string and return you just the first match that has found out, and then not check further in your string. Now next up is the text method. So now let's check for this same string and same character, but we just have to change the method here, and we have the test method. So now what this will return is that it will just check whether this particular character is present in my string or not. So it will just look for a match in my string and return me the value as true or false. So let me save this, and now when I go back to my website and click here, so you can see that the value returned here is true, because definitely the character E is present inside the string. Now if I change this value to Z and now save this and now go back to the website and click here, now you can see that the value has changed to false, because we do not have the character Z in this entire string here. So this is how these methods work in JavaScript regular expression. So here you have seen that there are different ways of defining your regular expressions. You can use modifiers, brackets, meta characters, quantifiers, object properties, and even object methods for your regular expressions or to find any match in your string.
So here's how the Simon game works. There are this power button, the strict button, and the start button. So this is supposed to simulate a physical Simon toy game, and the physical Simon toy game has a power switch. So that's what this checkbox turns the game on. You can see when I click the power button, you can see right in this count square, this red line appears to indicate that the game is on. And then the strict mode means that if you get one wrong answer, you lose the whole game. So if strict mode is on, you get one wrong answer and the whole game is lost. With strict mode off, if you get a wrong answer, you can start from where you left off. So let me show you an example how it works. This is a memory matching game, so you have to remember the order of the colors. Let's do this. If I press start, so I have to remember the order of these. Oh, I got it wrong. So since I got it wrong, it starts from where I left off. So let's do this again. You will notice that for every round, the count goes up by 1. And if I get something wrong, the count flashes no. So it starts from where I left off because I'm not in strict mode. But if I turn on strict mode and I get it wrong, you can see this count is going to go down to 1 because I got it wrong. And I have to start the game all over again. So let's go into the code, because this is what we're going to be building. Okay, I have Sublime Text open on the left, and then I just have my browser with the Simon game open on the right. And in this tutorial, I'm mainly going to focus on the JavaScript. So I already have the HTML and the CSS written. You can see the HTML file here, the CSS file here. The JavaScript file is empty. So I'm going to review the HTML and the CSS and show you how those work. And then I'm actually going to write all the JavaScript and explain that as I go. First, let's see how the project is structured. So my root folder is just Simon game, and then I have my index.html file. That's the file you see here. And then I have a JavaScript folder and a CSS folder. Now inside these folders, there's just one file. So really, we could have probably put all of this into the root folder, but it's good to get into the mindset of the best practices. And generally, you'll have all of your JavaScript in one folder and all of your CSS in another folder. Right now, we're not going to need to see this file structure again, so I'll just close that. Okay, and let me just readjust this a little bit. And I'm going to start going through this HTML here. So you can see from here to here is the heading. Now, this is stuff that's not going to really appear on the page, but it's stuff important for the page. The first thing I want to point out is this font here. I'm bringing in a Google font. Now, Google makes all these fonts that you can use on websites. They're free to use. They have a lot of unique fonts that you can use. So that's the word Simon here uses the Google font. It's called Original Surfer. So if you just look up Google fonts, it gives you instructions on how to include them in your web page. And also, there's Google font effects. So you can see right here it says effect equals emboss. And that's why you can kind of see a border around this. It's embossed. And Google fonts have all sorts of effects you can use. So I would highly recommend looking up Google fonts and the effects if you're not already familiar with them. And then here is where we link to our CSS file. That's the one right here. And then something else to look at is how we are basically importing these audio files to use. So there's 4 different audio files. We have the audio tag, and there's the opening and closing tag. In HTML, most tags have opening and closing tags. And we have these set to different IDs, which we will reference later in our JavaScript. And the source is just this file right here. If you're following along, you can use these same files, or you can use your own files. So we have the 4 different audio files for the sounds that are going to play when each of the buttons are pressed. Before I go over the rest of the HTML, so this HTML here is what actually makes up the actual page that you can see here. But let's go over to the CSS. I'm not going to go through everything on here. I will link to both the HTML and the CSS in the description of the video. So you're not going to have to type all of this out if you're following along. You can just download the HTML file and the CSS file. In fact, all these files will be on the GitHub repository that's linked to in the description. So you can see for the body, you can really use anything for the background, but I just use this repeating pattern here. That's why we have this texture. We could have also used a solid color. And then this is just a standard CSS. You can see that I'm using the Google font for some of these things. And for CSS, just a quick refresher, if you have a dot, that's going to apply to a class. And then if you have a hash mark like this, it's going to apply to an ID. So I'll actually explain that a little more once we get back to our HTML here. So in the body of our HTML, we have this outer circle. And this outer circle, you can see this is the opening div tag, and this is the closing in tag. So everything is within the outer circle. That's this dark black circle all around here. And then here, we have the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And those are just these colors here. And the IDs are important for two reasons. The point of IDs is that there's only one of them. So whereas classes, you can have multiple things with the same class, IDs, you can only have one element with the same ID. So we use the IDs in our CSS. That's one of the ways we use them. For instance, with this top left here, if I go in here, if I scroll down, we'll be able to see top left. And this is the CSS to create this green section here. You can even see background is dark green here. The other purpose of the IDs is that we can reference them in JavaScript. And a lot of these we are going to reference in JavaScript because we are going to add click handlers. And we are going to use JavaScript to show what's going to happen when you click the different elements on the page. So we also have this inner circle. That's this gray circle here. And it has a bunch of stuff inside the inner circle. You can see nested within the circle. So we have the title. And you can see that there's a special class, font, effect, emboss. And that's how we get the effect on this from the Google font. And then we have these switches. The switches are these check marks here. Now we could change these check marks to be toggle switches or buttons or something that would look more similar to the physical Simon game toy. But for now, I just have them as checkboxes. Like we have the power button, the strict button, and then we also have the start button. So if you want to improve upon this project, one idea would be to style these a little more to look like actual buttons or toggles or switches. You could do that using CSS or maybe even use some JavaScript for that. So we have these three buttons here, and then we just have the labels, power and strict. Now turn, that's this box here that's going to tell what turn we're on when we're playing the game. And that's pretty much everything here. The last thing I want to show you in the HTML is this script tag that links to our JavaScript file. And you'll see it's at the very end. Now the CSS is up here at the top. We link to the CSS file, but we link to the JavaScript file at the end. Some people do link to JavaScript files at the beginning, just like the CSS file. But it's really best practice to link to the JavaScript at the end. And that is because we want to make sure all of the HTML is loaded before we load the JavaScript. Because the JavaScript is going to reference some of the items in the HTML. And if the JavaScript loaded too quickly before the HTML was loaded, it could create some problems. Okay, it's time to get to the good stuff, the JavaScript. So hopefully you're following along and actually typing this all out yourself. That's how you're really going to learn. I mean, you can just watch and just try to learn just from observing, but if you actually type this out yourself and follow along, it's going to help you understand the concepts a lot more, and you can try out different things. So like I said, you can just download the CSS and the HTML from the links in the description. But the JavaScript, it would be nice if you typed it out with me. So first, we are going to just type out some of the variables we're going to use. So I'm going to declare our first variable with let order equal, and then I'm going to put an empty array here. These two brackets, that's how we're going to set this variable named order to this array. Now, JavaScript, you're usually going to end all your lines with a semicolon. Let is a way to initialize a variable. There's three different ways to initialize a variable. We have let, we have var, and then there's const. And var, I'm just going to do a brief overview of what the different things are. Var will apply to the entire scope of your program. Let will be a little more of a limited scope and only apply to where it was defined. And const stands for constant. And constants cannot be changed. So once you set a variable with const, you can't set it to something else later. So most people say you should only use let and const, and you should never use var. So we're just going to use let here. So order, this is a variable that's going to keep track of the order of the lights and how they're going to flash. We're also going to have let player order. Now this is going to be the order that the player is pressing the lights in. Let flash, this is going to be basically an integer. Now with JavaScript, you don't set the types of the variables, but generally you keep them one type for the most part. And this is just going to be a number, the number of flashes that have appeared in the game. We're also going to have let turn to keep track of what turn we're on. Let good, and this is going to be a Boolean, true or false, whether the player is doing well or not. If the player has hit all the right colors or if the player has not hit all the right colors. And let comp turn also is going to be a Boolean, true or false. It's going to keep track of whether it's the computer's turn or the player's turn. We're also going to have let interval ID. I'm going to explain that one a little later. Then let strict is going to keep track of if the check mark has been checked. It's going to start at false because it's going to start unchecked. Let noise equals true if we're playing noise. This will make more sense later in the program. Let on equals false, and that's if the program has been turned on, the power button here, and it's going to start turned off. And then let win, this is just going to say if the player has won the game or not. So now we're going to use some consts. We have to have a way to get some of our HTML elements to reference them in JavaScript. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to reference some of our HTML elements in JavaScript. I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to have the turn counter. Now the turn counter is this right here, and we want to reference that in JavaScript. So I'm going to use this document.querySelector, and then I'm going to pass in, I'm going to pass in a CSS selector. So I'm going to just type in turn here. So when I do document.querySelector, I can pass in any CSS selector, and this hashtag turn means an element with the ID of turn. So if I go into my HTML, you'll see it right here. We have an ID of turn. So now we've actually taken that HTML element and put it into this variable, turn counter. And now we can use our JavaScript to manipulate that. We're going to do that a few more times. Const top left equals document.query selector, and then this time it will just be top left, and then we'll just kind of speed this up a little bit. Okay, you can see now I have a variable for all the elements we're going to reference. The top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, the strict button, the on button, and the start button. These are all the elements that you can interact with. Besides the turn counter, you can't interact with the turn counter, but all these other elements we can interact with, and we're going to use JavaScript for the interaction. So we just use the CSS selectors for each of those elements, like top left. You can see here ID of top left, and then we got all these elements into variables, and since they're always going to stay the same, we were able to use const. So now that we have the variables set up, we can start writing the code that's going to allow us to interact with the game and play the game. So how I'm going to organize this is I'm going to write the program in the order that you would play the game. So first of all, you're going to interact with these buttons here, like the power button, the strict button, and the start button. So I'm just going to we'll just start with the strict button for now. So I'm going to reference the strict button. Now this is the variable we just made up here, and I'm going to add event listener. And so if we add an event listener, it's going to be listening for some event on that element. And the event is going to be change. And so I'm going to pass in a function. Now this is going to be an arrow function here. There's a couple ways to make functions in JavaScript, and this is a common way for event listeners. This is what we're going to be passing into the function, and you put the arrow, the equal, and then the more than sign, and we have these curly braces, and this is what's going to happen when that checkbox is changed. So I'm going to put if strict. Well, before I actually do this, I want to actually show you it working. So let's just do a console.log, and I'm going to say checked. So a console.log, if we open up the JavaScript console, we can see something happen with this. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh here. Now I'm going to open up the JavaScript console on the side here. Now, this, if I click the strict button, we should see something appear here. Okay, you can see it now says checked because this changed. Now, this would actually work. You can see every time I click here, it increases the number because it's saying that it has put that word that many times. This could really be also add event listener click. This could be click or change, and it would do the same thing because we're just trying to keep track of when we clicked it or changed it. Because we are going to, in the code, the logic of the code, it's going to check whether that checkbox is checked or not. So let me show you that now. First of all, I'll close the JavaScript console, and we'll just move this back over. So we can see the code a little better. So what I'm going to do here is say if strict button dot checked equals true. So that's a way that we can see if this is checked. Now dot checked is only going to be something we can use if we're dealing with a checkbox. But since strict button is a checkbox, we can see if it's checked as true, or if it's not checked, it would be false, then we can do something. So if it's checked, if it's true, we're going to set strict to equal true. Else, we are going to set strict to equal false. So this is just a standard if-else statement. So if it's checked, strict should be true, else strict should be false. So we've now just finished that whole button, and we can go on to the next button, which is going to be the on button. So again, I'm going to do an add event listener, and again it's going to be a click event. And so I'll pass in the event. You'll see, notice that above we pass in the event to this function, and we never use that event here. That's okay. It's still that's still when you're creating an event listener, you always pass in the event even when you're not going to use that event in the function. So this time, again, we're going to check if the on button dot checked equals true. And so if the on button is checked, we'll do a few. Now we're going to do two things. We are going to set on to equal true, just like we set strict to equal true. And remember, these variables come from up here, on and strict. But we're going to do one more thing. If you remember in the example I showed you at the beginning, when you turn the power on, we want a line to appear right here to show that it's on. So to do that, I'm going to do turn counter dot inner HTML. Now inner HTML, well, let me just finish drawing this line. So this is going to equal and just this dash. Inner HTML is something that you can use on any HTML element to set the HTML to something different. So now the HTML within this turn counter is going to be this line. So if we look in here, right now, here's the turn counter, and within the turn counter is nothing. Between these two brackets here, there's nothing there. But when we do this turn counter.inner HTML, it's going to put a dash right in the turn counter. So we'll do the else here. We're going to do on equals false, and then turn counter dot inner HTML equals, and we're going to set it back to nothing. So let's just see if this works now. I'll save that, refresh, and if I turn the power on, you'll now see this line appear when I check it and uncheck it. So this is starting to have at least some functionality. We're going to do a few more things in the else here. I want to make sure it's higher so it's easier to see. So we're going to do a few more things when you turn this off. So we're going to clear the color. So this is a function. This is how you call a function in JavaScript. I still need to define this function. But let's say you're playing the game and one of the colors lit up. When you turn the power off, all the colors should, all the lights should go off, or the colors that are a lighter color should go back to the darker color. And then the other thing we're going to do is to clear an interval. Now I'm going to be talking more about what this is more later when I define the interval, but I'll just put it here now, and we're going to come back to that. You can see we passed in this interval ID. So just keep this in mind. We're going to come back to that later. I'm going to explain that. So we have the on button done. The final thing is the start button. So just like before, we're going to do an add event listener, and it's going to be a click event listener. And we're going to do a function, an anonymous function in here. It's an arrow function. And here, we're going to just do one thing. If this is the start button, and it should only do something if the game is on. So if on, or there's been a win, we are going to play. So let me go through this. If on, this is just a shorthand way of saying if on equals true, or when equals true, then call the play function, which we're going to get to in a minute here. It'll play the game. So you click the start button, and we're going to play the game. So that's what we're going to do now, is define the play function. So this is how. So this is one way to define a function. This is called an arrow function that was introduced in ES6. There's another way to define a function. A more common way is like this. I'm going to use the function keyword, function play, and I'm going to. So this is the name of the function. This is anything we're going to pass in to the function. Which is going to be nothing in this case, and then the whole function is going to take place within these curly braces here. So first of all, I'm going to go up and actually add some semicolons to these here. And when we first try to play the game, the first thing we want to do is reset variables. Now if it's the first time you've played the game, the variables will already be reset. But if you're playing again, we just want to make sure the variables have been reset. So let's see, we're going to set win to equal false because you're starting the game, you haven't won yet. Order is going to equal an empty empty array. We're going to fill that in a second here. The player order, again, is going to equal an empty array. The flash is going to equal 0. There's been 0 flashes. Interval ID equals 0. Let me scroll a little bit here. Turn equals 1. Turn counter dot inner HTML equals 1. So this count is going to go to 1 as soon as you press start, because we're on the first round of the game. What else we're going to have? Good equals true. That means the player hasn't hit anything incorrect yet. And now we are going to use a for loop to fill up this order. So we need to randomly fill up this array here. So we have 4 different quadrants. So we're going to fill up this array with a random series of numbers to indicate the order that these are going to light up in the game. So this is how we're going to do the for loop. For var, so when you have a for loop, you pass in 3 different things. You initialize a variable, I equals 0. We're going to loop until I is, or we are going to loop while I is less than 20. And then at the end of the loop, we're going to increment I. So it's going to go through this loop 20 times, because in this game you have to do 20 rounds before you win the game. So this is how we're going to fill the array. Order.push math.floor math.random times 4 and then plus 1. So this whole line basically gets a random numbers between 1 and 4 and fills this array. So this is the array. We're going to push something onto the array, and what we're going to push onto the array, we have a random number. This gets a random decimal, but when we multiply it by 4 and then add 1 here, it gets the number between 1 and 5, but it could still be a decimal, so math.floor is going to round it down. So we can actually see what happens here by just doing another console.log. So I'm going to do console.log, and I'm just going to log order. So if we go into our page here, and I'm going to open up the JavaScript console, okay, with the power button and the start button, you will see that we have this array. This is an array right in the console, and it's just 20 numbers, 20 random numbers between 1 and 4. So that's how we've made this array that's going to show the order that those lights are going to flash in the game. So let's go back over here, and we'll set the comp turn to equal true. It starts with the computer flashing lights, and then the player has to match those lights. And then we start the first turn. I'm going to just type in, and I'll explain what it means. The interval ID equals set interval game turn 800. So let me break this down. Set interval means it's going to run a function after every certain amount of milliseconds. So set interval, it's going to run the game turn function every 800 milliseconds. That's going to make it so the computer flashes a light on here every 800 milliseconds. And it's going to keep repeating until this interval is cleared. Now the interval is going to clear after all the lights have flashed, but I haven't done that yet. But we need this interval ID here. That's what we set up here, and we have it down here. The reason why we have an interval ID is so we can clear the interval. So I told you we're going to come back up to here. If you turn the power off, clear interval. That means it's going to stop Simon from flashing the colors because it's going to stop running the game turn function every 800 milliseconds. And the game turn function is what flashes the colors. So this starts the game. So now that we've referenced the game turn function, let's define the game turn function. Okay, the game turn function. So I define the function the same way, function game turn. And then we are going to say what's going to happen when this function is called. So on is going to equal false. Now this is just a tricky thing where whenever on equals false, the player cannot click any of these buttons. So while the computer is flashing colors, we don't want the player to be able to click any of the buttons. So that's why on is set to false here. So now, let's see, if flash equals turn, then we're going to do something. So that means if the number of times the lights have flashed equals the turn that we're on, the turn shows right here, then that means the computer's turn is over. So if the computer's turn is over, we're going to clear the interval. In a bit we'll show what happens if the computer's turn is not over. But if it's done flashing all the lights like that, we're going to clear the interval. This is what we talked about earlier with the interval ID. Comp turn is going to equal false. And then we're going to clear the color if any colors are lit up. And on is going to equal true. Now that on is equal to true, that means the player can now start pressing buttons on there. So down here, if it is the computer's turn, then we'll do these things. If the turn's not over, if it's the first thing we're going to do, we're going to clear the color because we're going to clear the color from the last time the computer lit up something. Oh, and that reminds me, I forgot to put the parentheses on the end. Whenever you're going to call a function, you have to put parentheses on the end of the name there. So clear the color. And now I'm going to set a timeout. Set timeout is very similar to set interval. So set interval is going to keep repeating this over and over. Set timeout is going to do something once after a certain number of milliseconds. So again, I'm going to use one of these arrow functions from ES6, and it's going to run this function after a certain number of milliseconds. So I'll put the milliseconds at the end. So I haven't defined what the function is, but you can see here that it's going to wait 200 milliseconds and then do what's in here. So what's in here is it's going to flash a number or a color. So we have to know what colors it's going to flash. Is it going to flash the green, red, yellow, or blue? So we're going to have an if statement here. So if order flash equals 1, okay, let me explain this line here. So remember, order is an array, and so flash is the number of times we've flashed a color, and flash starts at 0. And so 0 is the first item in the array. So if the first item in the array is 1, and remember this array is an array of random numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So if the first item is 1, we're going to run the 1 function, which we have to define later. That's going to flash the green right here. And I'm just going to copy this line, and we're going to do it 3 more times. Another thing is, normally with an if statement here, you're going to put in these parentheses what the condition is. and then you're going to have a curly brackets, and you're going to run the things in the curly brackets if the condition is true. But you can also skip the curly brackets and just put the thing to run if the condition is true right after the parentheses. So inside the parentheses is the condition, and then right afterwards is the function you're going to run if this condition is true. So this is going to be 2, 3, 4, and these are going to be functions 2, 3, 4. So it's going to run the function depending on what the number is. And then the last thing that has to happen is the flash has to be incremented. So it started at 0, but it's going to go up 1 every time the computer flashes. This happens after 200 milliseconds. Because of this set interval up here, a light is going to flash every 800 milliseconds. But since we have this 200 milliseconds here, that means it's going to stop flashing for 200 milliseconds, and it's going to flash again to the end of the 800 milliseconds. Well, I can demonstrate it by just making these functions here, the 1, 2, 3, 4 functions, and we can actually run this and see what happens. So I'm going to make the function 1, and we're not going to pass in things to any of these functions. That's why this is always empty here. And now we're going to say if noise. And so if it should make a noise, then it will make a noise. Remember, we had these sounds here in our HTML, and now we're going to use them in our JavaScript. So var audio equals document.get element by ID clip 1. So this get element by ID is pretty much, it's very similar to the query selector, but query selector, you can use any CSS selector, and get element by ID, you just put an ID in here. But since we already know it's an ID, we don't have to put a hash mark. Now I could have put query selector and then put hash mark clip 1, but I just wanted to show you a different way you could do this. Now this ID clip 1 is right here. If we go back to our HTML, clip 1 here, so we're now getting this sound effect. And on the next line, we are going to play it by doing audio.play. Now, we could have put this at the top, but I decided to do it this way, where it's right in here instead of up here with the rest. And actually, I'm going to make one more change really quick. Instead of var, this will be a let. I already told you that we don't really use var anymore. It's going to play the sound. I'm going to set the noise to equal true, just in case it was set to false. Now you'll understand more of this noise thing later when I show you when the noise is set to false. And then top left dot style dot background color equals light green. Okay, let me break this down for you. So top left is this thing right here that we got with the query selector. Style means we're going to change the CSS style. You can change CSS using JavaScript. And we're going to change the background color element. Right now, background color is green, but we're going to set it to light green. If I go into my style and I find top left, actually the background is dark green, and then I set the background color to be light green. So we have this thing here for what happens when you click the 1. Now it's going to be pretty similar for 2, 3, and 4. So I'm just going to copy this, and that's going to be 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to change this to 2, and this is clip 2, and the color is going to be tomato. Now, just so you know, I could be using hex codes or some other way to indicate a color, but HTML has a set of keywords that you can use to specify certain colors. So tomato is a keyword to signify a specific color in HTML that you will see soon when I do the example. So this is going to be 3, and set that to 3. 4, set that to 4. This color is going to be yellow, and then this color is going to be light sky blue. Okay, I think we have enough code here to do an example. So let me save that. I'll refresh here, and if I press start, okay, it's not working. Let's check the console. Clear color is not defined. Oh yeah, so I just spelled this wrong. So let's see, clear color, and then I'll refresh. Now let's try, see if I get any clear. Okay, it's still, I spelled it wrong, but then another problem is that I actually never defined that function. So let's do that right now. I'm going to go down here, clear color. Oh, I have to put the word function. So function clear color. I'm going to use a line very similar to this, where it says top left dot style dot background color equals light green. So top left dot style dot background color equals dark green, because that's the initial color that we specified in the CSS. And then same with this one. Now I'm seeing another problem. Now that I'm actually copying and pasting, we have top left here. This is supposed to be, okay, we got top left here. This is supposed to be top right. This is supposed to be bottom left. And this is supposed to be bottom right. So now I can continue to copy and paste, and I'll be getting the right code here. So let's see. This, instead of tomato, is going to be dark red. And then the bottom left, instead of yellow, is going to be golden rod. See, these are all HTML color names. And then the bottom right, instead of light sky blue, is going to be dark blue. Okay, let's see if we're going to get any errors now. I'll power this on, press start, and it seems to be working. So let me close that for now. So you can see it just went, but it never really went back. So let's see if we've done something wrong. I was expecting the color to turn off at some point. Oh, the problem was I put dark color here instead of dark green. So it never turned back to dark green. So let's try it again. I'll save this, refresh, and start this. Okay, so now it turned green. But now I can't click it though. So I'm trying to click here to show that I know that this just lit up, but that's not working because we haven't programmed that yet. So that's the next thing we're going to program. So to make it so a player can click these colors, we're going to have some more event listeners. So let me move this code up a little bit, and I'm going to add some more event listeners. So top left dot add event listener, and this is going to be another click event listener because we're just listening for the user to click the top left. And just like before, event, so now we're going to check if it's on. We only want a user to be able to click there if the program is on. So if it is on, we'll do a few things. The player order dot push 1. Remember, player order is an array of the sections that the player has clicked or pressed. So if the player pushes here, we're going to push 1 onto the player order array. Then we're going to check if the player was correct. This is going to be a function to check to see if the player was right. Now, whether or not the player was right, we're going to call the one function. Now, this is the same function that the computer called that just lights up that color. And now, if the player has not won, if the player is not won yet, then we're going to set the timeout. And we're going to clear the color. So after 300 milliseconds, we're going to make sure the color is cleared, that the color that the user clicked is going to clear after 300 milliseconds. Let's actually test this out, but I'm going to comment out this checking if they've won because we haven't made that function yet. So let me refresh here. Oh, actually it only works if I click up here. Yep. That worked. Except the color didn't clear because I forgot to put parentheses here. So let me just try again to make sure everything works. Okay, we got that one to work. And now, well, let me uncomment this. I'm just going to do some copying and pasting because we're going to do this for every corner. So we got top left. Now I'm going to do top right. And for top right, we're going to push on the number 2. We're going to call the to function, but everything else will be the same. So now we have bottom left, bottom, push on a 3. This is going to be 3. Everything else is the same. Now we have bottom right, push on a 4, 4, and everything is the same. And now we just need our check function. These are all calling a check function, and this will be one of our more complicated functions. So let's get to it. Function check. And so we're going to check if it's correct. So if player order, in these brackets I'll put player order dot length -1, that just means the last thing that the player clicked. If the player order does not equal the real order at player order dot length -1, the last thing that the player clicked, then good equals false. So if they're not the same, good equals false. Remember, good is true if the player is getting everything correct, and good is false if the player has something incorrect. We'll just put that on through the next line so it's easier to read. And so now, if player order.length equals 20, that means they've gotten every single one right, and good, that means they haven't missed anything. If good equals true, now I could have just put and good. I didn't have to put good equals true. In fact, I will just do that. If we're on the 20th round and good, we haven't got anything wrong, then we'll call the win game function. If good equals false, that means the player got something wrong. We're going to do something else. So first, I'm going to flash the color. This is the function that we still have to write. Then the turn counter dot inner HTML is going to equal no. That just means right in here it's going to say no. And then the next thing that's going to happen is that we're going to set a timeout. And then the turn counter is going to be set back to the turn number. So the turn counter was set to no, but after a certain amount of milliseconds, it's going to go back to the turn number. And then also we're going to clear the color. So we are flashing the color here, and then we're going to clear the color here after a certain number of milliseconds. And I'll just put those milliseconds, which is going to be 800 milliseconds. We're also going to do something special if we're in strict mode here. So if we're in strict mode, I'm going to call the play function. And remember, play function is just like repeating the whole game, starting the game over with. Else, if we're not in strict mode, then we can repeat the round. So let me set some things up here to repeat the round. So if you get something wrong, then the round is repeated if you're not in strict mode. So comp turn is going to equal true, and the flash is going to equal 0, and the player order is going to be an empty array. Good equals true, because now we're back to having nothing wrong because the round has just started. Interval ID equals set interval. So we're starting this just like we did before in the play function with a set interval by calling game turn with every 800 milliseconds. And then the final thing that's going to be in this function is noise equals false. So remember, we're still in the good equals false if statement. So if the player got something wrong, we're not going to play a noise. Noise is going to equal false. You only play the noise if the player got it clicked on the right thing. So now we can see up here why we check to see if noise is true. We have a few conditions so far. The condition if the player wins the game. The condition if the player is wrong. But now there's the condition if the player got it correct but has not won the game yet. So that's the condition I'm going to do now. So if turn equals player order dot length and good, and we haven't won yet, then turn plus plus. So we've now gone to the next turn, and we're going to clear the player order for the next turn to begin. Comp turn is going to equal true. Flash is going to equal 0. Turn counter dot inner HTML equals turn. Now there's some code that's repeated from here to here, so there could be some room for refactoring here. And interval ID equals set interval turn. Yeah, again, this would be a prime place for some refactoring since we have some repeated code here. And that's it for this check function. But within the check function, we reference two functions that haven't been created yet. The win game function and the flash color function. So let's do those now. First, the flash color function. It's going to be very similar to the check color function. So similar that I'm going to start by copying and pasting. So the flash color, we're going to just set these to the other colors. So light green, and then instead of dark red, it's going to be tomato. Instead of goldenrod, we'll have yellow. And this is going to be light sky blue. And then the other function is the win game function. I'll put that at the end. So function win game. If someone has won the game, first we're going to do the flash color function that I just defined here. And then we're going to do turn counter dot inner HTML is going to be set to win. And on is going to equal false. So now a user can't click anything because on is equal to false. And then win is equal to true because the game has been won. And that actually should be the full game. So let's do some tests to see if anything goes wrong. So just saved. I'm going to refresh here. So let's see, we'll hit the power button, start. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens when you press the wrong thing. It says no, and then it goes back. Ooh, it was supposed to play this again, but it didn't. So let's see what went wrong. Okay, I have a spelling error right here. So this said sticked, it should say strict. I'm sure some of the viewers probably saw that I spelled that wrong. Okay, so that was supposed to be if strict. So let's save that, refresh. Let's see what happens here. Okay, good. It replayed from where I lost. Now, if I should turn it on to strict mode, if I get something wrong, it should replay from the beginning. It should start a new game if I get something wrong. Yep, it went down to 1. It just started a new game. Now let's test what happens if we win. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go through 20 rounds to see what happens when I win. I'm going to just make some change in the code here. So instead of length equal 20, I'm going to change this to length equal 3 so we can check what happens after 3 rounds for winning the game. Here it comes. Yep. And see, all of them light up and it says win right there. And so we should be able to start again by just pressing the start button. Yep. We can turn it off anytime. See, I click the power button and the light went out and then this went out. So we have just created an entire Simon game. Everything works. I talked about some areas of refactoring that you may be able to work on your own. You can make this design a little better. Some of this code that was repeated, we can try to not have repeated code. And I saw some other places, like right here, if 𝐂𝐝 this could really even be an else statement. And you may be able to figure out a way to not even have the 𝐂𝐝 variable. But that's something you can try to figure out on your own.
This interface includes dynamic video grid, a search bar, and responsive styling, giving you a solid foundation to create your video streaming platform. So let's begin with HTML structure. So the first step is to open your code editor, and here I am using VS Code. So the next step is to open the file. So I have already created my YouTube interface file, and inside this file I have already added the images that I am going to use during this project. So I'll just open it with code. And that's it. And here is my folder where I'm going to work on my YouTube interface. Now the next step that we are going to do is we are going to create one HTML file. So we are going to name the file as index.html. Here we are going to write the HTML code. And along with this, we are also going to create one CSS file. Let's name it as style.css. That's it. Now further in the ongoing process, we'll be also needing some more files, but that we will create whenever it is required. Now let's get started with our HTML file. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to add the boilerplate code. For that we have already added one extension in our VS Code. We are just going to write doc and enter. So this is our boilerplate code. We are just going to change the title of the document, which is YouTube now. And here we are going to add the body part. Along with that, here we are going to add the script. We will link the HTML file with the CSS file. Now to link the style sheets with the HTML file, we are just going to use the link. And then here we are going to mention the file name. That is of course style.css. So now the style sheets has been linked to HTML file. So after linking the style sheets with the HTML file, so the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to get started with our YouTube interface. So first thing that we are going to make is the navigation bar. So for that, we will just use the nav tag, and inside the nav tag, we will just provide the class to the navigation bar. Let's say nav bar. That's it. So inside this, we are going to create one div, and again we are going to give it as a class, let's say toggle button. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to create 3 lines. So now inside this, why I have used this span tag, we will just look at the output and understand. But you have seen the YouTube interface, right? There are 3 lines right here. So to give that illusion, we are just going to use the span tag and we are going to keep it empty. So we want to create 3 lines and we are just going to copy paste it. That's it. We will close this div section. And after that, we are going to add the logo. So for that, we are going to use the image tag and we are going to add the image from our image folder. So I've already added a lot of images in my image folder that I'm going to use in this project. So for that, I'm just going to navigate to my image, and inside the image, we are just going to add the logo.png. And to this image, we are also going to provide one alt attribute. We already know, we have covered this in our previous videos, that why alt attribute is used. So we will just write here logo. And further, for styling this logo, we are also going to provide the class name to this logo. Let's say our class name is logo itself. Now after that, we are going to add one search bar. For that, we are going to again open one div section, and inside this div section again a class. Then we are going to name it as, let's say, search box. That's it. Now inside this search box, we will create the input type. Of course, the input type would be text, and then we are going to provide the class, and the class will be search bar. After that, we are going to provide the placeholder. So the placeholder will be search. Now after this, we are going to design one button. So we are going to design the search button. So let's give the class name as search button, right? After that, we are going to add one image. So for that, we are going to add the image tag, and the image source, again we will navigate to the images file. So inside this image file, the picture that I'm going to use is search.png. Now after that, we have closed our div section. So that's it for the navigation bar and the logo. So now after that, we have again created one section, that is user option. So for that, we have added 3 images, that is video icon, grid icon and bell icon. And again we have added one more icon, and then we have not given any alt attribute to this icons for now. So after this, we have closed the div section. So that's it about the navigation bar. So this is the code for the navigation bar. You can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. So after this, we are just going to save our code. So now after working with the navigation bar, what we are going to create next? So the next thing that we are going to create is a sidebar. The sidebar that is visible in YouTube, we are going to create that. So for that, we are going to add some links and images. First of all, we have opened one anchor tag, and inside that we have not provided anything. It is just empty. After that, we have included the class and we have named it as link active. Then we have included one image, and the image name is home.png, and then we have entered one text which will be visible on the anchor tag. So that's it. After this, we are going to add one more link, that is of explore icon. So now we have repeated the same thing again. We have added the image, and inside that image we have provided here the alt attribute. Let us provide alt attribute as home, and then we have again included the explore.png, and the text that we have added here is explore. So after this, the anchor tag has been closed. So now after that, we have included one horizontal rule tag, and we have given the class name as separators. So again we have included some links for the sidebar, that is the history button, and we have included the history image, history.png image, and we have given the alt attribute. Again, one more link we have included, that is of video, and again one more link, that is of watch later. And again one more link we have created, that is of show more. So we have added only the alt attribute and the text for this links. So that's it for the sidebar. Now we have already created the navigation bar and the sidebar. So you can pause this video and go through the code line by line. After working with the navigation bar and sidebar, we are going to work on the filters. So for that, we are going to create just multiple buttons. So we are going to provide every button a same class, so it would be easy for us to style it further. We will just open the button tag, and inside that we will just mention the class name, and after that we will mention the text that we want to provide to the button. So here I have given all, web development, then HTML, then Python, entertainment, Marvel, Java, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and trending. So you can give name as whatever you want. So now after creating the filters, we are just going to create one class, that is video container, and we are going to work on this class in the JavaScript. So now the only thing left is to create a JavaScript file and to link the HTML file with the JavaScript file. So right here we are going to create the JavaScript file, and that would be index.js. So now what we are going to do is we are going to link the JavaScript file here using the script tag. So we'll just write script and we will just give it as index.js. That's it. Now before styling our sidebar, navigation bar and everything, we are going to write the code of JavaScript. So after completing the JavaScript code, we are going to style everything. So now we are getting started with the JavaScript code. So let's get started with the JavaScript code. First of all, we will select the container where our videos will be displayed using query selector method. So here this targets the HTML element with the class video container. All the video cards will be dynamically injected into this container. So after this, we are going to define the API key. So before that, let us understand how we are going to get our API key from where we will fetch the videos in our project. So for that, first of all, you need to visit the Google Cloud site for the APIs. I will provide this link in the description box, and you just need to click on this link and you will be redirected to this page. So after visiting this page, you are going to click on select a project, and after selecting the project, we are going to click on new project. So after clicking on new project, what we are going to do is we are going to create the new project. Let's say I will create YouTube, and that's it. And here you are going to add the project name that you are going to create. So after that, we are just going to click on create button. So right here we have clicked on the create button. Let it load first. So after this, our project has been created, and now we are going to click on library. And inside this library, what we are going to do is we are going to add YouTube Data API v3. So we are just going to search here. So we are just going to add this API. Here we are going to click on this and we are going to click on enable. So after enabling, you just need to wait for few seconds. That's it. It has been enabled. So after the API has been enabled, you will see the interface like this. Then you need to go on credentials, and after that you need to create the credentials. Here we are going to click on create credentials and then API key. So now this is creating the API key. What we are going to do is we are going to just copy one API key and then we are going to paste it in our JavaScript code. That's it. We will just copy this and we are going to paste it. So for now, I am going to use my previous API key, and you can just follow the steps one by one and you will get your API key and you can mention that API key in your JavaScript code. The next step is to mention the API key here. So here I have mentioned my API key. The API key that is used for authentication with the YouTube API. So after this, we have video HTTP and channel HTTP. So they store the API endpoints for fetching the video and channel data respectively. So after that, we initialize the next page token for pagination and is fetching to manage multiple API requests. So after that, we will call fetchVideo function initially to load the first set of videos as soon as the page is loaded. So fetchVideo function fetches the popular videos based on the API parameters. So now let us write the function. So right here we have written the fetchVideo function. So let us go through the code line by line. First of all, we pass the page token to handle the pagination, and inside that we pass the fetch request with the parameters like key, API key, the part which specifies which part of the video data is to retrieve, and then we have the chart which defines the type of content. Here's the most popular content we are going to fetch, and then we have max results which limits the number of video fetched at the time, and then we have this region code which sets the region for the trending videos. So the response is proceeded to extract next page token for pagination and pass the each video's data to 𝐸𝐷_channel_icon function. So right here in this code, the response is proceeded to extract the next page token for pagination and pass each video's data to the 𝐸𝐷_channel_icon function. So right here, the 𝐸𝐷_channel_icon function retrieves the channel's thumbnail image for each video. So this fetch request uses the channel ID for the video data to retrieve the channel's icon. This icon is then attached to the video's data object and passed to the makeVideoCard for rendering. The makeVideoCard function dynamically creates the HTML for each video and appends it to the container. So now let's have a look at the makeVideoCard function. So right here we have the makeVideoCard function. So this function basically generates the clickable video cards, a thumbnail that is fetched from video data, the channel icon, and the video title and the channel name. Clicking the card redirects to the video on the YouTube. Now to load more videos as you scroll, we want to add one event listener for the scroll event. So by far we have created the format of the video that are going to be fetched from YouTube. So right here you can have a look at the code. You can just pause the video and have a look at the code line by line. So now let's move on to the scroll function. So right here is the code for infinite scrolling. Here we check if the user has scrolled close to button of the page. If true, we call the fetch video with next page token to load the next set of videos. Finally, after this, we will add the search bar to let users search the YouTube directly. So we are going to create one search bar here. Right here is the search button so the user can directly search on the YouTube. So when the search button is clicked, the input value appends in the YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to the YouTube search result page. So when the search button is clicked, the input value is appended in YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to YouTube search page result. So this is how the code works step by step. We have covered the fetching data from APIs, dynamically rendering videos, and adding the advanced features like infinite scrolling and search functionality. So now we will move on to the CSS part and we are going to style our home page. Now that we have completed our HTML and JavaScript, now let's get started with our styling part. So first of all, we have added this universal selector, and inside that we have given the margin 0, padding 0, box sizing the border box. After that, again we have added one universal selector and we have targeted focus, and we have given the outline as none. After that, we have the body section. We have given the position relative, background color as white, the font family as Arial and all. So after that, we have targeted the nav bar, and inside the nav bar, you can just go through the styling that we have provided. After that, we have targeted the toggle button, and inside the toggle button, we have given the cursor as pointer, and then we have included the toggle button span, which are basically the 3 lines above the sidebar. So to that, we have given the position as absolute, width 100, height 2px, top 50%, and then we have given the transform and background. So first of all, we have this, the toggle button span nth child. So this basically targets the first span child within the element having the toggle button class. So after that, same we have for the third child. So this basically targets the third span child within the toggle button element. So after that, we have targeted the logo and then the search box. After that, we have targeted the search bar, then search button, and then the button image. So these are the styling techniques that we have given in the each section. You can just pause the video and go through the code. So after that, we have the user options, and we have given this styling to the user option. After that, again we have the user option icon and user DP. After that, we have user DP image, and then comes the sidebar. So inside the sidebar, these are the stylings that we have provided: the position top left, minimum width, height, background, padding left, box shadow, transition, and overflow. After that, we have made the sidebar as hover. Then we have styled the links, and after the links, we have styled the link images, and then we have worked on the links hover and link active. After that, we have mentioned one separator that we have used the HR tag for, and then we have styled the separator. After that, we have styled the filters that we have created, the buttons that we have created. So for that, we have given the position, left, top, width, height, background, border top, border bottom, padding, display, alignment of items, overflow X and the overflow Y. So after that, we have worked on the scroll bar, that display we have kept none. After that, we have worked on the options of the filter, and these are the styling techniques that we have provided. After that, we have worked on the filter option active. That means whenever we are going to active the filter options, they are going to change the color and the background. After that, finally, we have worked on the video container. So inside the video container, we have width, margin top, margin left, padding, display, grid template columns, grid gap, and overflow X. So after that, we have worked on the videos. That means whenever it will be fetched from YouTube, these are the styling that they are going to follow. So after that, we have worked on the thumbnail of the YouTube videos, then the content. After that, we have worked on the channel icon and the title of the video, then the channel name of the video, and that's it. So these are the styling techniques that we have provided to the home page and to the icons, to the videos, to the thumbnail, and everything. You can just pause this video and go over the code one by one. This is the all styling that we have provided on the home page. So now we are done with the HTML of our home page, the JS of our home page, the CSS of our home page. So now that we have worked on the HTML, JS and CSS of our home page, let us save this files and look at the output. So now that we have saved our files, let's have a look at the output. So we will just click on Go Live button, and this is the output. Here we can see the videos are being fetched from YouTube, and whatever we are going to search there, we are going to redirect it on the actual YouTube page. So here I have searched for Edureka and I have been redirected to Edureka's page. Now we will just go back. That's it. We are again at our project. So here I can see that the icons are not being displayed. Now let's fix this issue. So here what we are going to do is we are going to change the images, not images, but we are going to select the images from the image. So first of all, what we had here, let's see, we had the video.png. So we are going to move to images and video.png. Then we have watchlater.png. So let's go to images, then navigate to images and watchlater.png. Then we have show more icon. We will again move to images, inside images, and we will just select the show more png. Just save this, and now let's have a look at the icons. Now we can see the icons has been displayed here. So this is the home page. These videos are getting fetched from the YouTube, and that's it about the videos. And here are the icons that we have created, the buttons that we have created. Only this all is functional. Here we have this home page as working. So what we are going to do next is we are going to design our explore page and history page. So now to design the explore page, let us create one file, and that would be explore.html. So now let's just make one file and go with the inline scripting and inline styling. So now let's get started with our explore page. So inside the explore page, first of all, we have added the boilerplate code and we have given the title as trending videos. So we are going to add the inline styling when we will be moving forward. And first of all, let us add the body section. So inside this body section, first of all, we have designed the div section, we have created the sidebar again. We have given the explore as the h2 of the sidebar, and then we have again created one separator using the horizontal rule tag. After this, we have created some links and we have named them as trending, shopping, music, films, gaming, news, sport, fashion, beauty and podcast. So this is all about this div section. After this div section, we are going to make one video container in which the videos will be fetched again using APIs from the trending section. So again we have given the heading as trending videos, and inside that we have given the div ID as video container, and then we have created one button which says load more. We have styled this button using the style tag, and you can see we have provided the padding, the background color and the cursor as pointer, the margin top, and we have given the text inside the button, that is load more. So that's it about the body section. The main thing that we are going to add in the explore page is from the JavaScript. Again, we are going to fetch the videos using JavaScript. So right here you can see that we have added the script code for our explore page. Now let's go through the code line by line. First of all, we have declared the constants and variables. So the first one is API key. So as we know, this stores the YouTube API key to authenticate the request. And after that, we have this video container. So video container is the DOM element where the video cards will be dynamically inserted. So after that, we have this load more button. So this is the button to additionally load more videos whenever it is clicked. So after that, we have this next page token. This tracks the next page as result for paginated UPI request. So after that, we have this asynchronous function to fetch the videos. So first of all, the purpose of this function is to fetch the trending videos from YouTube's API using the videos endpoint. So the parameters that we have given includes the page token. So it is used for pagination, defaults to an empty string for the first page. And then on we have URL construction. Base URL contains the necessary query parameters that are part, chart, region code and key. So after that, if the page token exists, it appends to the URL to fetch the next set of result. And then on we have the fetching data, which makes the UPI request using fetch. So after that comes the error handling for the API response. So in this, first of all, we have the response validation. It checks if the response is successful. If not, the error is thrown with the failure region. And after that, we have parsing JSON data, in which we have data.items, which contains the list of video details. And then on we have data.nextPage token, which stores the token for the next set of results, enabling the pagination. And after the error handling, we have creating video cards. So this basically means looping through the videos. It iterates through the videos array, dynamically creating the div for each video. And after that, we have this iframe, which embeds the video using YouTube's embedded URL. So after that, we have this title card, and this title card basically displays the video title. And after that, we have this thumbnail, which basically shows the channel's thumbnail. And after that, we have this meta info, which displays the uploader name and the published date. And after that, at last, we have this views, so which basically shows the total number of views and counts. And then on we have this description, which basically shows the video's description. After that, we have this appending to container. Each card is added to the video container. So after this appending to the card container, we have the next set of code that is for managing the load more button. So inside this, the logic that we are working on is, if there's next page token, the load more button is displayed to allow the users to fetch the additional videos. Otherwise, the button is hidden. So again, after that, we have this error handling code, which basically handles the error that logs the error to the console. And after that, it displays the user-friendly error message to the video container. And then on we have this fetch trending videos, which initially calls the first page of trending videos from the script. And then on we have this fetch trending videos. It is the initial call and that fetches the first page of trending videos when the script runs. After that, we have this load more button, which is the event listener that adds the click event on the load more button fetching the next page result using the stored next page token. So that's it about the script of the explore page. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. Here you can see the display card and the full code here. And then on we have this card info. Again, inside this card info, we have provided the class name, the channel name, the thumbnail. Then on we have this meta card. Again, we have provided the channel title and everything. We have included the paragraph. You can have a look at it. And then on we have this card description. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. If you are having trouble in understanding any of this, you can just comment down. We are going to reply them at the earliest. So that's it about the code of JavaScript in the explore page. Now we have worked on the HTML code of the explore page and the JavaScript code of the explore page. So what's left is the styling of explore page. So now we are working on the CSS of the explore page. We have written the inline styling here. So first of all, we have targeted the body. Inside the body, we have given the font family, background color, color margin and padding. Then again, we have targeted the sidebar. And after that, we have targeted the heading of the sidebar and the anchor tag that is present in the sidebar. After that, we have made this anchor tag hover. And then we have targeted the link hover and the link active. After that, we have targeted the content and then the heading 1. And then we have targeted the video card. After that, we have targeted the iframe of the video card. And then we have targeted the card content. You can just pause the video and go through the styling. After that, we have targeted the card title. And then comes the card meta. Then we have the card description. So these are the styling techniques we have provided in every element. And then we have the card thumbnail. After that, we have card info. And then we have the views of the card. So these are the styling that we have provided. After that comes the responsive design. We already know what is responsive design. I have already explained in my previous video that what are these media queries. And that's it. We have written here the media query for the responsiveness of our project. So that's it about the styling. And we are done with the explore page. What we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the HTML page. So what we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the index.html. So what we are going to do is we are going to search this and we are going to mention the source. So we are going to search the explore here and here is the image and here we are going to mention the explore.html. That's it. We have connected the explore page. Let's save this. And let's save the explore.html. So now that we have saved our code, let us look at the output. So we had this home page already. So we are going to click here on explore. And you can see we are able to explore the trending videos. Here is the load more button. And again we can click on the load more button. That's it. This is the explore page. Here is the sidebar of the explore page. And it's been connected to the home page now. We can just click on explore and here is the explore page. So now what's left is the history page. Now we will quickly design the history page and that's it. So now first of all, to get started with our history page, we have to create one more file here. That would be history.html. So again we are going to write the inline scripting and inline styling. So first of all, we are going to add the boilerplate code here. And let's name it as watch history. So one thing, now that we cannot fetch the watch history from the API, we are going to mention some of the videos manually in our history page. So now first of all, here we have the body section. Inside the body section, we have again designed the navigation bar and everything is same as the first home page. So the sidebar is also same and the content where the video will be displayed, just the heading is different. And the container is different because we are now going to add the videos manually. We are not going to fetch the watch history using the API. So that's it. The navigation bar and the sidebar is same as the home button and the explore button. So now what's next? Next we are going to style our script. So right here we have the script code of our history page. So we are starting by creating the array called watched videos. So this array contains object and each object represents a video of the user that has been watched. So each video here we have defined with the several properties. So first of all we have the ID. This is the unique video ID used to embed the video from the YouTube. Then on we have title. So the title here is the title of the video. Then on we have the channel. So here is the name of the channel that uploaded the video. After that we have this brief description of the video. And after that we have the thumbnail. So this is basically the URL of the video's thumbnail image. After that we have mentioned some views. And after that we have mentioned the published at. So this is basically the date and the time of the video that was published. So again we have copy pasted it. We have just changed the ID and the channel description name and all, but the format is same. So again we have mentioned some of the videos. We have totally mentioned 4 videos in the watch history. So after this we are targeting the history container. Next we use document.getElementBy to get the history container element from the HTML. So this is where the video cards are being displayed. It acts as a parent container for dynamically generated video elements. And after that we have this display history function. Here's where the main functionality happens. So first of all we define a function called display history that takes the videos array as the argument. So inside this function we loop through the videos array using for each. For each video we dynamically create a div element to represent the video card. Then we use classlist.add method to assign the class video card, which helps with the styling. So after creating the video card layout within each video card, we embed this video using an iframe tag. So this src attribute dynamically includes the video's ID to play the current video. So right here in the iframe tag, we have added one attribute like allow full screen to make the video player user friendly. So these are basically all the styling that we have provided to the iframe tag. So now below iframe we have added one div with a class card content to hold the additional information about the video. So that includes the card title. So the video title is displayed in the p tag with the class card title. So now next there is a section for meta information including the channel's thumbnail image, the channel name and the publication date in the p tag with the class card meta. So that's it. After that we have the number of views in another p tag with the class views. Finally we have included the video's description inside the p tag with the card description. So now once the video card is created, we have appended it to the history container using the append child method. So this ensures that the card gets added to the page dynamically. After that finally we have called the display history function passing in the watched video array. So this triggers the loop and dynamically generates all the video cards in the history page. As a result, the user's watch history is displayed on the page complete with the embedded videos and relevant details. So now that's how the history page works. This script uses JavaScript to dynamically generate the list of watched videos, creating a seamless and user-friendly experience. So now that we have worked on the HTML of watched history and JavaScript of watched history, we are only left with the CSS. So now let's quickly go through the styling part. So first of all, here we have targeted the body section. After that, we have targeted the navigation bar, same as the home page and the explore page. After that, same we have discussed the toggle button, nth child and the third child. And again, we have this search box and then search bar, then search button. We have search image, the user option. These are the same styling technique of navigation bar and the sidebar. So again we have this links, link image, link hover active, separator, content, the heading, the video card iframe, the card content, the card title, then we have card meta, card description, card thumbnail. You can just pause the video and go through the styling as you want. And then we have card info, then we have card info views, and that's all. These are the styling techniques that we have provided. We have just repeated the styling techniques. That's why I'm not going through each styling technique line by line. So that's it. Again, we have provided some of the media queries here to add the responsive styling. And that's it. We are just going to save this file. And one thing left here is we need to connect the history page with the index.html. So we will just navigate to the history, and here it is. We are just going to link it as history.html. Let's save this. That's it. And now let's move on to the output. So right here, first of all, we will click at the explore. We are able to see the trending videos and the load more button. After that, we will go to the home page, and then we are going to click on the history page. So again, the history page is working. Here are the videos that I have manually added to the history page. So that's it. Now we have successfully created the interface of YouTube using API. So we have created the home page, the history page, and the explore page. First, we will start with HTML. Then we will move on to CSS. And after learning HTML and CSS, we will create this application form. Along with that, we will also apply some JavaScript function to this form, such as form validation. By the end of this playlist, you will also gain hands-on experience in building your first website. Let's have a look on the website that we are going to create in this playlist. This is our interactive and responsive website, built entirely with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, let's have a quick look at the website. Starting with the home page, here you'll find various sections that introduce our website and show what we offer. Next, we have meal page. As you can see, we have organized this meal page into sections for each meal, such as breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snack. It is super easy to browse through and find exactly what you're craving. Now, one of the exciting features is add to cart functionality. For example, if you see a dish you like, simply you can click to add to cart and that items get instantly added. Let's take a closer look at the cart section. Here you will see all the items that you have added with option to remove any item. So once you are ready, you'll proceed to checkout page to complete your order. And of course, we have added a contact us page, where you will find all our contact details with a helpful map so you know exactly where to find us. All these features are built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, making the website not only functional but also visually engaging. As we continue developing this site, we can add even more features and functionalities. Now that you know what we will be covering, let's start with our first topic: why you should consider learning web development. So, the first thing is, it is easy to learn. Web development tools and technologies are designed to be friendly and easily accessible for beginners. With numerous online resources, tutorials, and communities, you can quickly start building your website and a web application even if you have no prior experience. The second thing is flexible work environment. Web development offers a highly flexible work environment. You can work from anywhere, whether it's home, a coffee shop, or while traveling. This flexibility is ideal for those who value work-life balance and prefer to set their schedules. And the next is high salary package. Web developers are high in demand, and this demand translates into high salary packages. The average salary of a web developer in India is about 10 to 12 lakhs per annum, and the average salary of a web developer in USA is about $120,000 per annum. The next thing is freelance opportunities. Web development opens up numerous freelance opportunities. Whether you want to work on project part-time or build a full-time freelance career, there is a vast market for web development services. And next on, we have creative and fun. Web development is a perfect blend of creativity and skills. It allows you to express your creativity through design and problem solving while building an interactive and engaging website. The process of creating something from scratch can be highly satisfying and enjoyable. Understanding the reasons of learning web development is just the beginning. Now let's see what web development actually is. Web development is a process of creating and maintaining website and web applications that users interact with on internet. To understand web development, let's have a look on two familiar examples. And the first one is Amazon. On Amazon, everything including responsive design, navigation bar, product listing, shopping cart, wish list cart, and search bar are a result of web development. These features are designed to create seamless shopping experience for the users. Now similarly on YouTube, the navigation sidebar, subscription button, playlist creation, live streaming, video player, search bar, all are brought together to life through web development, offering an interactive and smooth user experience. So this is why web development is so important. It is used to create applications like Amazon and YouTube. If you want to build your web application, learning web development will be your first step. So now that we know what web development is, let's see how it works. Web development involves two key components. The first one is front-end. Front-end is the part user interacts with directly through web browsers. It includes all the visual elements you see on the website, such as button, text, and images. Next, we have backend. Backend is what happens behind the scenes. It involves web servers, where all the website's data and files are stored, business logic, which processes requests and handles the application's operation, database, where all the essential information is stored, and together these backend components ensure the website functions smoothly and can handle the user request efficiently. Now that you understand web development, let's move on to the core technologies that makes it possible. First on we have HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the backbone of any website. It structures the content by defining elements like heading, paragraph, images, links. Basically, it forms the skeleton of the web page. Then on we have CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is responsible for websites' look and feel. It controls the layout, color, fonts, and overall visual appearance, allowing you to create visually appealing and responsive designs. And next on we have JavaScript. JavaScript adds interactivity to your website. It enables dynamic features like animation, form validation, and interactive element, making the website more engaging for the users. Now, without any further delay, let's set up our developing environment so you can start working on your first HTML program. So there are so many code editors in market, but the code editor that we are going to work on is Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code, and after that you have to just click on the download link. In case you are using Mac, you can download from this link, but we are using Windows, so I'll just click on this link. After clicking on that link, my download process has started. So after the file gets downloaded, we are just going to click here, and then we are going to click on I accept the agreement and then next. So this basically is the address of your Visual Studio Code. Just let it be as it is and click on next. Next. And here we are going to click on create a desktop icon and open with code, open with code. Then next, and then the last step is to install Visual Studio Code into our system. So the installation process has started. So here I can see that installation has been completed. We are just going to click on the finish button and that will launch our Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully downloaded our Visual Studio Code. So now that we have installed Visual Studio Code, the next step is to install extension into our VS Code. So for installing extensions in our VS Code, we just need to click here and then we are going to search for extensions. So these extensions will help you to run HTML, CSS and JavaScript code in your VS Code. So I have been using VS Code for such a long time now, so these extensions are already installed in my VS Code. I'll just show you. So the first extension that you need is Live Server. So this Live Server basically will help you to run your HTML and CSS code in your VS Code. I'll just show you how to install. So after you'll click on Live Server, you'll get something like this and you just need to click on install. And after installing, this Go Live button will be added to your VS Code. That's it. Just like that, we are going to add auto close tag. So basically auto close tag will help you to close the HTML or XML code automatically. And after this, you need to add auto rename tag. This will also help to rename the HTML paired tag. And after this, you are going to add ESLint. So this ESLint will basically help JavaScript to run into your VS Code. And after this, let us add code formatter. So this is the code formatter that we are going to add. This will basically format the code and increase the readability of a code in VS Code. And we are going to add HTML and CSS support. So we are going to add this extension as well. So for now, let's move on to creation of file into our Visual Studio Code. And these extension would be enough for now. And for creating a file in your Visual Studio Code, first thing that you need to do is you need to add one folder in your VS Code. So for adding a folder, you just need to click on File, Open Folder, and we can just select any folder from our desktop or anywhere in our PC, and we can also create a new folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here. So this new folder would be Basics. That's it. Select folder, and this Basics folder has been opened in my VS Code. So after opening a folder into our VS Code, first of all, we are going to create one file in our folder. So to create a file inside a folder, we are just going to click here and we are going to choose a name for our file. We are going to give it as first.html. So our HTML file has been created, and next we are going to create a CSS file, styl. I'll just give style.css. So now CSS file has been created, and then we are going to create a JavaScript file as well. So we are going to give it as a script.js. That's it. So this is how you create HTML, CSS and JavaScript file into your folder. So the steps are, you first need to add a folder in your VS Code, and inside that folder you are going to create multiple files. That's it. Now quickly just see how HTML works. So I'll just show you the code. I'll just run one single code. So let me write one heading. That's it. And you're going to save your code with Ctrl S, and then you're going to click on Go Live. Here you can see your web page, and this is the content that I wrote inside my web page. That's it. And this is how your Visual Studio Code functions. Now let us look at the overview at the basics of HTML, and then we'll again come to our Visual Studio Code and we'll learn how to run HTML codes. So now just quickly understand the basics of HTML. So we use tags in HTML for every specific purpose. So now we'll just quickly see what are some basic tags in HTML. First one we have is HTML tag. So any of the content that we want to include to our web page will be written inside the HTML tag, right? And after that we have head tag. Inside the HTML tag, first of all we are going to create head, and in head tag we basically mention all the headers of our web page. For example, title. So we use title tag to give title to our web document. We'll just practically see this within a minute. And after that we have as body tag. So apart from head section, apart from header, we need to include every specific thing. Everything that we need to see on our web page, we are going to include it in body section. So inside the body section, we use heading to give heading to our web page. And after heading, we use paragraph to write any paragraph in our web page. And that's it. These are some basic tags in HTML. And now we'll just go to our Visual Studio Code and we'll practically apply these tags. So we are just going to delete it. And from initial, we'll understand what are the tags that are essential. So the first tag is doctype HTML. We basically use doctype HTML tag to tell the browser that the type of document we are writing is a hypertext markup language type. That's it. This is the use of doctype HTML tag. And after doctype HTML, we'll open our HTML tag. So as I have told you, everything that we are going to write will be included in the HTML tag. So inside the HTML, first tag we are going to create is head tag. Inside the head tag, we are going to mention the title of our web page with the help of title tag, right? So now inside the title tag, I am going to give the title my web page. That's it. And one more thing that we do inside our head tag is we link our CSS file to our HTML file. For that we use link tag. So link rel style sheet. This is basically written to tell that the document that we are linking is a style sheet. And after this, we are going to give the address of the style sheet. So we are just going to mention the name, and which is style.css. That's it. This is the sign to close the tag, and we have successfully linked our HTML file with CSS file. That's it. Just save the document with Ctrl+S, move to the web browser, refresh it, and the heading has been gone because I have removed it. Now again we will go to our Visual Studio Code. We'll just create. So one thing we did not see. So this is basically the title of the web page. You'll provide a title and that will be appeared here. So this is the use of the title tag. So after the head tag, what we are going to do, we are going to create the body section. So inside the body section, we write headings, paragraphs, links, images and everything. First of all, we'll see heading. So for heading, we use h tag, and h tag varies from h1 to h6. We are going to see all of them. So we are going to write, this is my heading, right? We'll just copy this heading and we are going to paste it. That's it. And I'm going to change it to h2, h3, h4 and h5 and h6. That's it. I have written my heading from h1 to h6 and Ctrl+S, and we'll move to our web page. So here you can see h1 to h6, h1 being the biggest and h6 being the smallest. So this is how heading tags work. And after this, we'll see the example of paragraph tag. So here paragraph has been included. So these are some basic tags which you include in your body section, which are heading tags and paragraph tags. So after learning heading tags and paragraph tags, we are going to learn about link tag. So to provide link in HTML, we use anchor tag and it is representing using A. So first of all, I'll write my paragraph. I'll write here visit, and after that I'm going to open my anchor tag and I'll give the reference. So inside this, we are going to mention our link. I have just pasted my link, and after this I'm going to close my anchor tag. So here we are going to write something, visit, let's say Edureka. That's it, Ctrl+S, and here it is. So the link has been created. I am clicking on the link and I have been redirected to the Edureka's website. So that's it. This is how you use link tag. This is how you use anchor tag in HTML. So after learning anchor tag in HTML, what we are going to do, we are going to learn how to add image. So here I am going to give heading, image example. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one image link. So I have copied one image example. Now let us learn how to add any image. So for that we use img tag and we give source to that image. Inside src, we are going to give the link of the image. This is the link that I have copied. And after that, we are going to give it an alt attribute. So alt attribute is basically given just in case your image is not loading. So instead of your image, that alt attribute text will be shown on the website. So that's it. We are going to close the image tag, Ctrl+S again, and example. So this is the image that I have provided inside my link, so we can see the image. Now let us just take an example how alt attribute works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the image and save. So here we can see a cat because I have provided cat as my alt attribute. Again here I can see my image. So that's how you provide image using HTML. So the next thing in HTML that we are going to learn the creation of list. So again, what we are going to do is we are going to provide a heading. So list example, that's it. and then let us create a list. So to create a list, I'm going to use UL. UL stand for unordered list. Likewise, if you want to create ordered list, you are going to use OL. So inside UL, li stands for list items. So we give list items name inside li tag. So we are going to give 3 list items. That's it. And then Control S and the output. The list has been created here, you can see. Now let me give you an example of ordered list. Just Control C, Control V, and what we are going to do, we are going to change here. Control S. So this is the example of ordered list. You can see here 1, 2, 3, and in unordered list you can see the dots or pointers. So after ordered list we have description list. So description list is represented using DL, and inside this we give DT, which stands for description terms. So we are going to give term 1, and then inside this we are going to give DD. So DD stands for definition description, and inside this what we are going to do, we are going to write something. Definition of term 1. That's it. And again, just copy this. Control S. Now let us look at the output. So this is how description list works. So these are the 3 types of list in HTML: ordered list, unordered list, and description list. So after covering list in HTML, we are going to move on to tables. How to create tables in HTML. So for that, we are going to create one section. Section tag basically improves the readability of the code. So with this section tag, what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to give a class to our section tag. So the purpose of giving class is that it will group the multiple elements that share the same style or the behavior. So we basically give classes to the components and elements of HTML just to target them into CSS file. So I'm giving the class, let's say, table section. That's it. Closing the section, and now we'll create a table in HTML. So for that, first we'll give a heading, table example. That's it. Now after this, I'll just format document. I'll just use this. So my document has been formatted just because I have this extension in my VS Code. So that's it. After giving heading, we are going to start the creation of table. We are going to use table tag. Inside the table tag, we are going to create a table row, right? So inside the table row, we are going to mention TH, which stands for table header. We are going to provide table header as course, right? TH and duration of the course, let's say. Then one more header, let's say instructor. That's it. These are 3 headers of my table. After that, we are going to create one more table row. So for that, just copy this and paste it 3 times. So just change the content inside it. HTML and one more, we are going to create a section for JavaScript. That's it. Control S and let us look at the output now. So you can see the table has been created. Further, we can style this table as we want inside the CSS file. So now you know how to create a list, how to create a table inside HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn is how to create boxes. So this is the most important part, because whenever we are going to make a project, a form or anything in HTML, we are gonna need this, creation of division, creation of class, creation of boxes. So we'll just quickly see how to create boxes. For that, quickly create a section and then give it a class. Let's say flexbox container. And inside this, for creation of one division, I'm going to use div. And again, we are going to give a class to our division. So what we are going to write is flex items. That's it. And after this, let us give a heading. Did not close this div. Inside this div, we are going to give a heading. So the heading that I am going to give is this is flexbox. Again, I want to format my document, so we'll just go format the document. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to give one paragraph. So, and that is it. The division will get closed. So to make one or two more division like this, just copy this code, paste it 2 times. That's it. The class is same for all the division. So this is how, if I'll style one div, then the styling technique will be applied to the 3 divs. So I'll just change the content. This is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. That's it. So the division is closed, the section is closed. Save the document and look at the output. So this is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. So we are going to see the styling, and then there will be a major difference in our web page. Our web page is currently looking like this. And now we'll move on to CSS, and then we'll see the difference, what it makes to our web page. So now we are done with learning basic tags of HTML. And now what we are going to do, we are going to learn a bit about styling, and then we'll style this page only. The page we have created right here, we are going to style this page only. And after that, what we will do, we'll just apply our HTML and CSS skills, and we'll create a form using HTML and CSS. And inside that form, we are also going to include some JavaScript functions like form validation and calculation and everything. So our first project will be creation of a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create one full-fledged project using HTML and CSS, JavaScript. So let us now move forward and learn about CSS. So now let's start with CSS. CSS basically stands for Cascading Style Sheets and allows us to control how HTML elements looks on the web page. So the syntax structure of the CSS is very simple. The first thing we write is a selector. Then we provide a curly braces, and inside the curly braces we mention the property and the value. So this is basically called the declaration. And again, after the semicolon, we can again write the property and then we can give a value to it. And at last, we have to just close the curly braces. So after CSS syntax comes the CSS selectors. So CSS selectors are of different types like attribute selector, element selector, class selector, ID selector and universal selector. But among these all, class selectors and ID selectors are used the most. So class selector is used to apply style to multiple elements that share the same class. So you just use dot followed by a class name. For example, if you have a class name button, you are just going to use dot, right? You are just going to use dot followed by the class name, right? And then comes the ID selector. After class selector comes the ID selector. So ID selector is used when you want to apply style to a unique element on the page. Each element should have a different ID and the selector uses hash. So for class we use dot, and for ID we use hash and followed by the ID name. And here we just write the dot and followed by the class name, right? So that's it. And this is all about class selector and ID selector. Now comes the box model. So after CSS syntax and selector comes the box model. So CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describe how elements are displayed on the web page. It essentially wraps each HTML in boxes that consist of several layers. Let's now break it down. The first one is content. At a core, you have the content, which is actually the text or the image inside the element. After that, we have the padding. Here is the content. After that, we have the padding. The padding surrounds the content. It creates spaces between the content and the element border, like, cushioning inside the element. So after the padding part, we have the border. So border surrounds the padding and the content. You can customize it to be visible, invisible, thick, thin, or style as you want the border part. And after the border part comes the margin. Finally, the outermost layer is the margin, which creates the space between the element's border and the other elements around it. So that's it about the box model. Now we have seen the CSS syntax, CSS selectors, and the box model. Now what we are going to do, we are going to learn about the CSS layout. So CSS layout is used to arrange and structure web pages element, ensuring a visually organized and user-friendly design. It helps to create responsive layouts that adapts to different sizes of screen and enhances the overall presentation of the content. So basically we have 6 different types of layout. First one we have is flow. So flow is a default layout in which elements are arranged in a natural order they appear in HTML from top to bottom. Then we have Flexbox, a powerful layout system that arranges items flexibly and dynamically. Then we have Grid. It provides 2-dimensional layout system, perfect for creating complex grid-based designs with rows and columns. Then we have Positional. It allows you to position elements precisely on the pages using properties like absolute, relative, and fixed. Then on we have Table. It uses table-based layout to organize content in rows and columns, though it's now mostly replaced by new modern method like Flexbox and Grid. And then on we have Float. So float is basically an older method used to wrap the text around the images or to create a basic layout, but it is largely replaced by Flexbox and Grid in the modern web design. So after the Flexbox and layout, we need to learn about the responsive design. So responsive design in CSS ensures that the web pages adapts to different screen sizes and devices. It uses media queries, Flexbox, Grid like Flexbox or Grid, and fluid images to create layouts that adjust automatically, providing a seamless user experience across all the devices. So now let's design out our web page that we have created using HTML using these styling techniques. So now we'll just move on to our Visual Studio Code and we'll start designing our web page that we have created using HTML. So here again I'm on my VS Code and I'm going to my style.css. First we'll check our style page is linked with our HTML page. Yes, it is linked. And then we are going to our style.css. Here we are going to style our page. We'll just learn the styling techniques one by one, and after that we'll move forward and we'll create a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to give a body background. So to comment out in HTML or CSS, you are going to give a slash and a star. Body background, that's it. Inside this body background, first of all, I'll target the body part, and we have already seen the syntax. That's what I'm following here, the syntax of CSS which we saw. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to provide a font family. So you can choose any font family here. I'm just going to choose Arial and Sans Serif. That's it. After this, the line height. So CSS is basically all about experiment. We are just going to give line height as 1.6. You can just experiment it as you want. Then comes the box model, which is margin. Margin I'm going to give 0. Then comes the padding. Padding also, we have already seen what are margin and padding, and we are going to give it 0. Then comes the color. Color I want to give is, let's say, blue. Okay. So as I was saying, CSS is all about experiment. So whatever styling techniques you want to apply, you just need to come to the CSS file and you just need to experiment with that. The more you are going to experiment is more you are going to learn in CSS. So the background color I want is, let's say, light green, green-yellow. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to target the box. So for that, again, let me give a comment here. It will be content box. Right. So we are going to target is by dot content box. And then again the background color, and we can give the max width using max width styling technique, and we can just choose our width here. So background color I want is, let's say, white, and the width I want is, let's say, 1200. So we are going to give it as 1200 px. Px is basically pixel. It is our most common way of defining the unit in CSS. Okay. So I have not closed it here. So max width. That's it. Px is our most common way of giving any unit in CSS. Next, we are going to give a margin. So margin also we can give top, bottom, and left, right, everything. So here the margin is auto. Why do we add auto here? We add margin auto because if the element is having a fixed width, then the remaining space will be divided around the element equally. So that is why you use auto here. So again, we are going to give padding. So the padding we are going to give is 20 px, and then box shadow. Box shadow defines itself. It's just a shadow around the box, and you can define the pixel of left, right, top, bottom by giving it like this. And you can also give the color here. So for giving the color, you just need to write RGBA, and you can, decide the color here. So you can give color, or you can give the readings like 0 and let's say 2, 4 and 6. Now it will be just as much surprising for you as much for me. I don't know which color is this. Let us run this code and then we'll see. After this, we are going to give border radius. So border radius is basically given to see the curves of the element. Like we have created some square, but I want the corners to be round. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just give it a border radius. So if you'll give a border radius of 50%, then it will become a circle. So that's how border radius works. So we are going to give 8px. That's it. Let it be 9px. So border radius is basically used for rounding the corners. My HTML file is not saved. And then we are going to save the CSS file and let us look at the output. So for now we have done these things. We have provided the color, we have provided the text color to blue, the background color to green, and these are the things that we have done till now. What is the one change that we are going to make? We have styled a content box, but we have not created a content box in our HTML. So what we are going to do, inside the body, we are going to create one div section, right? We are going to give it a class as content box, right? We'll close this div and Control X, and we'll include all this content inside the content box. So right here, Control V. That's it. Control S. And now let us look at the output. So here the content box has been created, and this is the box shadow you can see around the edges. This is the border radius. You can see the curves here, and the content is inside the content box. So this is how CSS is going to alter your HTML. Like, your HTML is basically the skeleton of the website, right? It just looks like a skeleton. There is no styling, no color, nothing. And using CSS, you can style your web page as you want. So as for now, we have styled this much. Now let us move forward and we are going to style it further. So now what we are going to do, we are going to style the headings here. And so what I want to do, I want to give a animation to my heading. So for that, we are going to use hover effect. Hover effect is basically a basic animation that is provided using hover. So I'll just add transform. So after writing transform, here we write what are the features we want to transform, like the speed or the scale. So we are going to write here scale, and to what scale we have to transform it. To 1.05, let's say. So what this transform does, it basically zooms the hover. Okay, when you will select on item, it will basically zoom that item. So I'll show you an example. So Control S, and we have changed the H1. Let us look at the H1. So the thing this is doing, whenever I'm going on the heading, it is zooming the heading. This is basically the hover effect using CSS. Now further, what I want to do is style the H2, H3, H4 and H5, H6. So for that, you can combinedly write here from H2 to H6. This is how you can style them together. So I want to change the color of every heading. Just let me give it as, let's say, this color. Okay, then margin, let's say bottom I want to change. So margin bottom I'll write. You can just give margin top, bottom, left, right, anything. So 10 px, then padding 15 px and 0, right? Then text alignment. Text alignment defines itself. It is just basically what is the alignment of the text you are providing. So I'm going to provide center. Then transition. So transition here I'm going to give is transform. So why is transition used? So transition is basically used to provide any smooth effect to your heading or anywhere you are applying. And the factor here of transition I am providing as ease. So ease basically will, first speed up the transition, in middle it will slow, at last slow down the transition. Now I have applied this transition on every heading except H1. So I have applied this transition on every heading except the H1. So what we are going to do is we are going to give an effect also to every heading. So it will be like H2 hover, then again H3 hover, and likewise H4, H5, H6. So here we are going to give a hover effect that will be transform again, scale 1.05. That's it. So let us save it and look at the output. So you can see this is the hover and transition. You can see this is the hover and transition that has been applied to every H2, H3 to H6, right? So far we have understand the styling techniques. Now let's move forward, and now what we'll do is we'll style the anchor tag. So for that we are going to target the anchor, tag. So after targeting the anchor tag, first of all we are going to add the color. So the color I want to give is, let's say I choose this color. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to add the text decoration as none. So why do we use this text decoration none? So by default in some browsers, when you are adding a hyperlink, whenever you are adding an anchor tag, there is a line beneath that link. Okay, so to remove that default styling from that browser, from that hyperlink, we add text decoration as none, right? And then again I'll add the transition, which will have color. We are going to add the color transition, and again it will be ease. So after this, we are going to add the hover effect to our anchor tag, and the text decoration here we are going to give is underline. So after the cursor is on the hyperlink, then I want that hyperlink to have an underline. So that's why I have given the text decoration none here and text decoration as underline here, right? After that, the color after the transition I want in my hyperlink is, let's say I want it to be red. That's it. Control S, and here you can see, first of all it is hot pink, then there is no underline to it because the text decoration is none. After I am taking my cursor on hyperlink, it is having an underline and the color is red. So now you understand the styling technique, both hover and text decoration. So after this, we are going to style our list. Okay, so to style our list, we'll target the list as it is UL, and we have OL, and we have DL, right? So now first of all, let us give the margin 20 px, then we'll give padding, which will be 10 px. Then we are going to give border radius. Now we know what border radius is. So border radius is basically used to give the rounded corners. Then we are going to give box shadow. Again, we know what box shadow is, and after that we are going to give a color to our box shadow. So let us take this only, and after this we are going to style our paragraph. So in paragraph also we are going to give margin bottom 10 px, then padding also 10 px, then border radius we are going to give it as 4 px. After this comes our image, right? So let us style our image. In image only I want to give is the max width of the image would be 100%, and height of the image will be auto. We already know why we use auto. And the border radius will be, let's say, 10 px. Then again we have transition. Transition is basically the type of animation that I am using everywhere just to make you understand how the animation works. And after this we are going to style the image animation, that is hover. So again transform to scale 1.05 is what we are using everywhere. So we are going to use that only here, right? Now comes the styling of list. So we'll mention UL. First of all, we are going to do list style type will be square. You'll understand this once I'll execute this code. You will see the difference in the list, then you will understand why I've used square. And after this OL we have, which was our ordered list. Again list style type will be decimal. Okay, And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to just execute our code. So we can see the transition on my image, right? The border radius of my image. You can play with the transition like this, right? And the list items I can see here, it is square. So if we provide the list style type as square, it will give us like random square or circle or pointers. And if we provide the list styling type as decimal, then it is going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. So that's it. And now what we are going to do, we are going to style our table after the list. So for styling our table, we are going to target the table, and in table the width will be 100%. The border collapse will be collapse. So now again border collapse is now again a new term for you. So basically we use border collapse because we want the every item in the table to have its own border. So that is why you use border collapse. So after this we are going to add the margin top. It will be 20 px, and then the background color, which will be white, let's say, or kind of white. And then we are going to add the box shadow. After this border radius, let it be 10 px. That's it. Inside the table, I want to style the table header and the table description. So I'll just add border 1 px, and here I can give any color to my border using solid white, let's say, right? After this, the padding, which will be 10 px for me, and then text alignment. So let's say it will be left. That's it. Again, after this, we are going to separately design our table header for background color. Let's say it will be this, antique white. And then the table row, hover, I want to give it a effect. So it will be antique white. That's it, the table has been designed. Let us quickly have a look on the table. So this is my table, right? So the table has been designed here. So now next what we are going to do is we are going to design our flex box. So first let me quickly see the class name. It is flexbox with small f. So it will be flex box, right? Inside the flex box, the first thing will be display flex, and justify content will be space around, right? After that we have margin on top, which will be 20 px, and then we have padding, which will be 10 px, right? Then inside that we have flex items. So inside this we are going to do background color. I'll just quickly give the styling. So we have provided flex 1 here. So that means the container can either shrink or expand according to the space that is available around the container. That's it. This is all about the flex item styling, and next what I'm going to style is flex item hover. Flex item hover. So in flex item hover, I'm just going to give transform and background color. That's it. And then comes the last thing about our styling, which is responsive design. So for that we add media queries, and here is max width, which is, let's say, 770px, and the flex box, I'm just going to explain it, and flex direction. So here I have added media queries. So media queries in CSS are essential for creating responsive designs that adjust the different screen sizes and device, right? So they allow us to apply specific style based on the characteristics of user viewport. For example, the media query media max width, which we have written here, and the flex box, flex direction, column, whatever we have written here, target the screen size of approximately 768 pixels. So basically it targets the screen that are of 608 pixels wide or smaller, which is typically for tablets or mobile devices. So in this case, the class.flexbox, which is a flex container, will change the flex direction from default horizontal adjustment to vertical stack. These adjustment enhances the readability and accessibility of the content on the smaller scales. So we are just going to save our code and let us look at the output. So here we have created the 3 flex box. You can see the hover effect, you can see the transition and everything. So this is it about styling. We have seen what is HTML, how HTML works, and how do we write HTML. After that we moved on to CSS, and then we have seen the styling techniques, and we made a web page and we applied the styling to it. So you yourself can examine how the web page was looking without CSS and how the web page is now looking with CSS. So now that we have learned HTML and CSS and we have practically applied styling techniques and HTML tags on the web page, we'll now move on to creation of a form using HTML and CSS. So now let us start with the creation of form using HTML and CSS. And after completing the HTML and CSS form, what we'll do, we'll move on to JavaScript and we'll apply some functions of JavaScript into our form. So now first of all we need to do is we need to open a new folder. For that I have closed this folder. I'll just go on folders and open folder. Again I'm going to create a new folder here. So new folder, we'll just name it form. Okay, it already exists. So let it be new folder only. Okay. So again inside this folder, what we are going to do, we are going to create one HTML file. Let's say form.html, and one CSS file. Let's say style.css. So now that you are familiar with the styling techniques, I'm not gonna explain the every styling technique again. What we'll do, we'll just go through the HTML code and then I'll just write the CSS. Again, I'll explain you the JavaScript code, but CSS part we are gonna skip because I think you have now basic idea of how CSS works and you just need to experiment with the styling techniques. So inside the form.html, again the first thing we are going to write is doc type HTML, and then we are going to start with the HTML tag. So now you have basic idea of how to write the tags in HTML, after what tag, which tag you need to include. So I'll just quickly write everything. That's it. And after this, we are going to start our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing will be h1, and the class that we are going to give is form title, and the heading that we are going to give is application form. After this, we will start the form tag. Inside the form tag, everything that we are going to include in form will be mentioned. Again, to form we are going to give one class because we have to style this form. So let me give application form, and then we are going to start our form. First we'll create one div. Again we need to give it a class. Then we need to create a label for the form. After creation of label, I'll decide the input. So input type of the name of course will be text type. Here you can see I'm giving different classes for different thing because I want to style them differently. And then the most important thing, I'll write here required. So this required basically works as a validation. If this required is mentioned in any section of the form, that means user need to fill that section, and without filling that section user cannot move forward or user cannot submit that form. Right. So we have created the first name section. As it is, we are going to copy this, and same we are going to paste it for the last name. That's it. Again, I'll copy this section for the date of birth, and now I need to change here the input type also, because for DOB the input type will be numbers or dates. It will be dates. Right. So here I will write date and ID will be DOB. Again here DOB. Right. Again I'll copy this code for the next section. So my next section will be age. After writing the age section, we'll just quickly look at the output, what we have created till now. So the age input type will be number. That's it. Let us save and go live. So far we have created this form, job application form. The O is capital, I'll just correct it. First name, last name, date of birth here. The input type is date, so we are getting a calendar here. Age is mentioned here. So by far we have created this. Okay. Now let us move forward. First I need to change the title, which is job application. Right. Now what we need to mention, we are done with date. So again I need to mention one section which is gender. So for gender, here I need to add labels for male and female, right? So this is correct. We are going to create a radio button here because I want the user to select only one gender. Here we need to give value. So the value here will be male. And again I need to give class, which is radio input. That's it. We have created one label for male. We are going to copy paste for the female section. Just need to make the minor changes, and one more time we'll paste it for others. That's it. We have not changed the male female here. And then again one more label we have to make here, which will be for others. Right. Now Control S and let us look at the output. Here you can see gender, male, female or others. So we can only select either male, either female or others. So this is how the radio button works. So now that we are done with the gender section, we are going to move on to the email address. For email address, again I'm going to copy this and let us paste it. Again we are going to change the label. The input type here will be email, and same goes with ID and name. That's it. And then again we are going to create one more section for the position available, because this is a job application. So for the position available, first label we are going to create for the position available. That's it. Again, the input type here I am going to create is checkbox. We are going to remove required from here because it is a checkbox, and here it will be value. So the value here will be junior, and here again it will be class. That's it. So the first checkbox has been created for a junior developer, but let me give a label here. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this and we are going to paste it for different position levels, right? So we have pasted it, and just the minor changes we are going to do. So the first change is mid-level, and the value here again will be mid-level. Okay, and the label also will be mid-level developer. Again here it will be senior and a senior developer. That's it. Control S, and here you can see the checkbox junior developer, mid-level developer and senior developer. This is the basic difference between radio button and a checkbox. In radio button you can only select one at a time, and in checkbox you can select all. So after this I want the programming languages input. So again for this what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this whole division and we'll just make the changes. So we have pasted it. The first change would be programming languages. The first language will be Java, and we are going to change the name and the values. The second one will be JavaScript. And the third one will be, let's say, Python. That's it. The languages section is also completed. So what is the next section that I want? I want the user to fill the password and confirm the password, right? So now for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy my older div section and I'm going to paste it here. So again for the password I need here is password. So creation of form is very easy. You just need to mention the things that you want in your form and you're good to go. Here in input type will of course keep it as a password. Then only it won't be visible. It will be in the form of stars or dots. That's it. And again this too, confirm the password. The password section is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a form action. So for creation of form action, we are going to copy this and paste it. So here we only need input type. We'll just delete it and let us first change this. Input type will be reset. Here we are creating a button. So let me remove this all. After this we are going to add a value, which again will be reset. We are going to give the class, which will be button reset button. That's it, and we'll just copy paste this for our submit button. This will be submit. That's it. Now the form is completed. The HTML part of the form is completed. Here we have created two buttons, the submit button and the reset button. So, you are getting this pop-up. This is because we have mentioned required in our HTML code. So this is the creation of form using HTML. Now just quickly move on to CSS and we'll just quickly style our form. So I'm just going to provide the styling. I'm not going to explain the every part of styling, as we already know why do we use everything. You can just yourself change the styling and look at the outputs. So it will be easy for you to understand the CSS. CSS is basically the thing which you can never complete, because every day there is a new styling technique. So you just need to experiment with the styling and then you'll be able to understand the CSS features. So after this, I'm going to style my form title. We have just started with the styling technique and you can see the visible difference that CSS is making to my HTML form. And now you can see the output. I have applied so many styling techniques here and now my form is looking like a proper well-designed form. So this is the form that we have created using HTML and CSS. So here I'm going to write Nidhi Jha and the date of birth that I'm going to include is, let's say, 2003 February and 13th. Age, let's say 21, gender female, and here 123@gmail.com. So I'm gonna apply for all of this. I know all the languages. Password I'm gonna keep 123 and 123. That's it. We have submitted and then I'm gonna write here anything and reset, and the reset button is working. So now what we'll do further, we'll just add some JavaScript functionalities into our form, like form validation. And one more functionality I want to add in my form is that whenever I'll enter my date of birth, it should automatically calculate my age. So this is the function that I want to apply in my form. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to discuss the topics of JavaScript that we are going to apply in this form, and further while we are working on the project using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, let us see the basic features of JavaScript that we are going to use in our form, as well as the project that we are going to make using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, we have JavaScript basics, which includes syntax and structure and control structure. So JavaScript syntax is a set of rules that defines how the code should be written, while its structure involves organizing your code logically with variables, functions and loops. Now control structure in JavaScript, such as if-else, for loops and switch statements, allows you to control the flow of your code based on the conditions and iterations. So the next feature of JavaScript is DOM manipulation. So DOM manipulation in JavaScript let us dynamically change our website content, structure and style by interacting with the elements in the document object model. This allows us to create interactive and responsive user interfaces. Next one we have is event handling. Event handling in JavaScript lets you to respond to users' action like click and key presses. that makes your website more interactive. And then on we have form validation. Form validation ensures that user inputs are correct and complete before they can submit the form. That improves the data accuracy. Then on we have local storage. Local storage allows you to save the data in user's browser, so it remains available even after the page is refreshed or closed. Now let us add some of these features to our form. What we'll do, we'll use the local storage and form validation into our form, and then afterward when we'll start creating the website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we'll use DOM manipulation, event handling, form validation, local storage and of course the basics of JavaScript, all these features of JavaScript in our website. So now let us move to the VS Code and then we'll create some basic functions of JavaScript and then we'll apply that to our form. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a file for JavaScript, script.js. And the next step is to link our JavaScript file to HTML file. So for linking our JavaScript file to HTML file, we'll use script tag in our body section. So we'll just link it like this, script and then again source, and we have given the name script.js. Now the JavaScript file has been linked to the HTML file. So whatever functions we are going to create in script.js will be applied to form.html. So here in script.js, the first function that I'm going to create is validation function. So validation function is most basic function that you can create. It is just used to validate the form. So what this line of code means? So this line of code basically is retrieving the value from first name. Let us see where we have created first name. Here is the ID first name. So whatever input we are going to give in this first name will be accessed by this first name. Right. Now again for the last name and everything we are just going to copy paste this function. That's it. We are going to change this as last name. Here it will be last name. Just keep it in mind, the ID should be same here, okay? So after last name we have created DOB and then age. After that email, and again we have created password and confirm password. Right. Again we are going to change the IDs here. So for DOB the ID was DOB. For age also the ID was age. For email it was email, and so on. Password and confirm password. Right. So this is it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly check the ID name. Last name and first name. It is okay, it is okay. And again we have created for email and password and confirm password. Here P is small. So here also P is small. That's it. So this will retrieve the data from first name. This will retrieve the data from last name. Same as from DOB, from age, from email, password and confirm password. Okay. So just save it. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to validate if the user have entered the data or not. So if first name and last name, here I am basically given if any of the data including first name, last name, DOB, email address, password or confirm password is not entered, then you should get an alert. So basically I am creating an alert function here. So then a user will get an alert that you need to fill this required section. So here the user will get an alert and the alert will be all the fields are required to fill. All the fields are required. That's it. So this is the alert that the person is going to get if he does not fill the any required section. So after this, what we are going to do, we are just going to add return false. So what this will do, this will just prevent the form from submission. It will make sure that all these sections, including first name, last name, DOB, email, password and confirm password are filled. Otherwise, the form won't submit and the person will get alert. Right. Now, one more validation I need to keep, that if the password and the confirm password matches. For that, we will do password. If it is not equal to confirm password, then user will get alert password does not match. Right. That's it. Let me do it. Do not match. That's it. Again, I'll add a return false. Again, it will prevent the form from submission. So after this, one more function we need to add for the validation of the password if it is meeting the standard criteria of the password. For that, we'll call one function which is password validate. It is password valid. So it will basically match with the password that we have entered, and then if it does not match, it will again throw an alert that password, the basic alerts that we get. That's it. This is the alert that user is going to get, that password must contain uppercase, lowercase, number, character and everything. So this is the basic criteria that our password needs to match. Again, what we are going to do is we are going to add a return statement here. So if it does not match, the form should not get submitted. And outside this, we are going to call return statement again and we'll add true. So if it is not the case, like if the password is matching all the criteria that we include in is password validate, then the return true will be called. So now we need to make a function that we have added here, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is, again, we are going to make one function to handle the event. So it will handle the form submission event. So whenever the user will click on the submit button, it will get triggered and it will basically check the form validation criteria, whatever we have applied. So first one is validate form. So it is going to check this. And the else condition will have form successfully submitted. Right. So if the form is not validated, then it won't get submitted, and in else condition we have included that if this is not the case, the else statement will run. Okay, the form will get submitted. Now this is to handle the submission, and again we are going to create one function to validate the password. So we are going to create the isPasswordValid function here. So inside this, we are going to create whatever features we want in our password. The first thing we want is uppercase. So this should include A to Z. It should test in password that at least one character from A to Z is included in the password. That's it. Now again for the lowercase, that will be included from A to Z. Again, we'll do the same for numbers and special characters. Number should be from 0 to 9, right? And it should also include the special character. That's it. So special characters, we are going to mention it manually. That's it. Also colon. and semicolon. So these are the special characters that I want to check in my password. Any one of the characters should be included. So the return statement will has uppercase and has lowercase. Similarly, that's it. Okay. Now the validation has been completed. So this section is basically validating that everything should be included. It will take the input from first name, last name, DOB, age, email, password and confirm password. This will validate basically the every section is filled, and this will basically check that password and the confirm password are matching. This will basically call this function which we have written here, and it will basically check that the password is containing uppercase, lowercase, number and special characters. Right. Now one more function I want to include in my JavaScript form. That will be the calculation of the age. So what I want that when user is entering their date of birth, then the age should get calculated by itself. For that, I'm going to make one function, calculate age, right, from DOB. So this function basically will calculate the age from the date of birth and the current date. That's it. This will just subtract the years and the months of your date of birth to the today's date. Right, the date you are born to the date you are filling the form, that will get subtracted. So again, if the month difference is less than 0, or the month difference is equal to 0, and that's it. That's it. We have created here a function. It will read the user's date of birth, the month, and then it will calculate the age according to the today's date and the month. Right. So this is basically the function to calculate the age, and now we are going to add an event listener. So now we are going to add an event listener that basically updates the age whenever the DOB changes. For that, we will add document.get element by ID DOB, right? Add event listener, which is change. That's it. If the DOB get changed, then the age will also get recalculated according to the recent data of DOB. So here we are going to write again age, and value will be age. That's it. So what here we are going to do, we cannot close this change here. We have to close it here. So that's it. After that, we are going to add one more event listener that will handle the form submission. So it will basically read all the application data from application form. Right? Here again, we need to add one event listener that will be submit. So it will now handle the submission, right? After this, again, one more event listener we are going to add that will be for the local storage. It will for the storage of form data. That's it. Now one more function we need to make to store the form data. What things we need to store, we need to mention it. So I need to store first name. It will read this from first name itself, right? It will read the input value from the first name. After this, again same thing for the last name and everything. So this is for the last name. Then it will be for the date of birth. After that, for the gender. Everything will be stored in the user's browser. That's why we use local storage to store the data into user's browser. So before gender, we have age. And then on we have gender. So here we have applied radio button. So we need to use the query selector here. After this, we are going to mention for email. So for email, again we are going to add that's it. And after this, for positions, every data we need to store, and we need to store multiple things here because it is not a radio button, it is a checkbox. So we are going to use array. So again, for the programming languages also, we are going to use the same line. We are just going to add here languages. And last but not the least, we are left with the password. So now that's it. Before closing, we'll just add local storage, set item from form data. That's it. We are done with the JavaScript part. So now that we are done with the JavaScript part, let us quickly go to our form and let us quickly check the validations and everything. So 𝐑𝐸 𝐷, and here the date I'm going to add is, let's say, 2006 and randomly any date. Now here I can see the age has been calculated by itself. So this is the JavaScript function that we have made, 123@gmail.com. So the local storage is also working. Again, this checkboxes and password, let's say 𝐑𝐸 I have kept 𝐑𝐸 and submit. So this is giving me alert which I have added, and now let's say I will keep 123@𝐑𝐸 and again 123@𝐑𝐸. So still password is not correct because the uppercase has not been included. I'll just write a@123, a@123, and one small letter also, which will be A and A. Okay, so now the password does not match. Let me quickly see. Now it should match, and the form has been successfully submitted. So now our form is working and it has been created using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now let's get started with the development of our website. So our first step is to open a folder into our Visual Studio Code. Here I have opened my first project folder in my Visual Studio Code, and the next thing I have done is I have added all the images that I'm going to need to create this project. So I've added all these images into this file. So now after adding all the images into the file, the next step is to create the index.html where we are going to write the HTML code. So here I have created the index.html. So here is my index.html. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to create my style sheet. So this is my CSS file, and inside index.html we'll start our coding. So here I have added the head section. So inside the head section, the first thing I've added is the title tag. This is the title that we have given to our website. Okay. The next thing that I've added is the links. So these are the links that will help us to, custom the fonts or choose the icons or, apply the animations and transition in our web page. So let's go through the links. So the first link is from Google itself. It is used to custom the fonts. Again, the second link is from Google itself. It is used to give material icons. Like whenever I want to add any kind of icon in my web page, I'm going to fetch that icon from materials icon. So the third link is also for customizing the fonts, as it says awesome fonts. So this will also help us to customize the fonts. Now the third link and the fourth link, these are basically the JavaScript libraries, and they will help us to provide the animation and transitions to our web page. The elements that we are going to create will add some animations and transitions from JavaScript library. And the last link is our custom style sheet. So that's it for the head section. These are the things that I have added in my head section. So after the head section, we will create our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing that we are going to develop is navigation bar, because that will be the header of our web page. So for developing our navigation bar, I have opened a nav tag here. I have given the ID. After that, we'll add the logo, and this is my logo. So basically, I have given the reference from here, from these images. So this is my logo, and the alt attribute that we are going to provide is the website name. Right. After that, in navigation bar, we are going to add some elements. For that, we have to open a unordered list tag. So inside the unordered list, we have created one division for the home section, and then we have added this span tag. So this span tag will basically fetch the icon that we have written here from the materials icon. So I'll just do it as home. Now the list icon will be home. As we know there is list and then they come the list item, because we have already covered these all things in our first part of the video. So here I have given the index.html reference, because whenever the user will click on home, they will be redirected to the index.html page only. So that is where we are going to create the navigation bar and everything. So they'll be staying on that page only where they are clicking. So the first element on the navigation bar will be home. Like that only, we'll create the About Us section. So whenever I'll be creating the About Us section, I'll just add here the link. Till then I've added hashtag. Again, after About Us section, we are going to create the Mail section. Whenever I'll be creating the Mail section, I'll be adding the page here. Again, we are using the span tag here. Similarly, we'll be doing it for reserved table, and then again for contact us, and then again for the cart value. So like this, we have added these many elements in our unordered list. So after this, we'll be closing our unordered list, and then we'll be opening one more div tag, and I have provided some inline styling here. So this div tag will be basically for the login button. I also want one login button on my navigation bar right here. So for that also, I have created one span, and I'll be adding the login page once we'll be creating the login page. So after this, now the navigation bar development is completed. So till here, we have completed the navigation bar development. So you can just pause and go through the code, and if there is any doubt, you can comment that in comment section. So after that, I have added one JavaScript function. So the function that I want to add in my web page is, whenever user scrolls the home section, there should be a transition in the navigation bar. So for that, I have created one function here. So this basically says that scroll function will be added to the navigation bar when the user scrolls the screen more than 50 pixels. Then it will be added, and if the scrolling is less than 50 pixels, it will be removed. Otherwise, it will be added to the nav bar. So this is what it says. We have to add the scroll function to our navigation bar, and these are the conditions that we have kept here. So that's it for the navigation bar. Now we'll move to CSS and we'll style our navigation bar. So here is the styling of the navigation bar. So first of all, I would like to add one point. Like we all know about the styling features now. We are familiar with the basic styling feature, what is box model and display and alignment, background colors and colors. So now apart from this styling techniques, you can also learn some more styling techniques by experimenting with styling techniques. Just Google the styling techniques you want to add to your web page and just learn how to apply them. So again, for our navigation bar, I'll show that from here our navigation bar styling starts. So as always, we have added display as flex, the alignment of the items in the center. We have added the background color and padding. The position we made sticky. We have added the z-index 1000 and the transition of the background. This basically will smoothen all the changes whenever the user is scrolling the navigation bar. So after that, we have added the styling. When the user will scroll the navigation bar, what are the changes that it is gonna make? So it will change the background, it will change the color of the content, the padding and the box shadow. So here are some reasons. Here I have explained why these styling techniques has been applied. So now we will design the material icons that we have added, and the color for those icons will be black and the transition will be 0.3s. So now togetherly we will style the navigation bar when it is scrolled and the material icons. So the color of both will be white. So now comes the logo image styling. The height we have given here as 50 px, and you can adjust this styling as per your necessity. Then comes the unordered list of the navigation bar. Again, the display is flex, list styling is none, padding and margin is 0, and the margin left is 0 just to align the list to the left direction. Then individually we are styling the navigation bar items. Here the display is flex, the item alignment is in center and the margin right is 20 px. Again, we have applied this styling because we have provided the anchor tag to item of the navigation bar. So here text decoration is none because we want to remove the underline from the hyperlink. And then the color is black, we have padding 10 and the transition as it is to smoothen the transition process. Then again we are applying the hover effect to the navigation items. So whenever we provide hover effect to the navigation items, there are two basic techniques that we apply, which is color and the background color. Here we have also applied the box radius. Now after the user scrolls the navigation bar, what will be the item and the anchor tag styling? We will just change the color, right? And then again we have provided the hover effect. After the scrolling, again we have provided color and the background color. After that we have styled the navigation bar and unordered list. We have given the margin as auto. Then we have provided the transition to the items, and then comes the login section. So in login section we have provided the display as flex and the alignment as center and the margin as auto. Then we will be providing anchor tag to our login button. So for that reason we have provided the text decoration none, color white, padding text and transition 0.3s. So this is the styling when we'll be hovering on the login button. So the color will be yellow, the background color will be yellow and the box radius will be 25 px. And these are some additional stylings that we have provided just to make the item shift to a left side. So now we'll just save this CSS code. We'll just save the HTML code and we'll run our document. So here is the navigation bar. We have created this navigation bar. We have this logo here. We have home section, about section, mail, reserve table, contact us, cart and the login button. So this is so far what we have created. This is the navigation bar. Now after creating the navigation bar, we'll be moving on to creation of our home page. So right here we have created our home page. So for the creation of our home page, first we'll start with the section tag. So we have given the class name as hero. We have already covered why do we need to give class name, ID name and what is inline styling and everything. So we have given here inline styling to the section. Now after this we are going to open one dev class and we'll be naming it as hero content. So inside this dev class we are going to provide one heading in italic using a break tag which will be food zone. After this we'll be opening one more div section with inline styling, and inside that div section we are going to write one paragraph. This paragraph says welcome to Street Food Spencer with a break tag and best offer limited time only. So now after this we are going to close this div section, and outside this div section we are going to provide one heading which says free delivery and number. So now comes the important part. So we are going to create one form for the search bar. So we are basically going to create one drop down for the locations, right? So to create our drop down, first we'll open one form tag, then we'll provide one div class. We'll be naming it as location drop down, and then we want user to select any kind of location. So we'll be opening the select tag and we'll just provide the name as location. So inside that select tag, we are going to follow this syntax. We'll just provide the options with the value and the name of the location, and we'll be closing that option tag here. So this is the syntax. After providing how much ever locations you want, you can just close the select tag. That's it. Then we'll be closing our div tag. The drop down has been created here. So after creating one drop down, I have added one image. We'll be seeing what is that image. So to add that image, first of all, I have provided the inline styling to it, and then I have added the source of the image along with the alt attribute of that image. After providing that image, what we are going to do, we are going to design one search bar. So for that search bar, we are going to open one div class. We'll just name it as search input, and then we are already familiar with this input type and placeholder, everything, as we created a form in our last video. Then we'll be creating one button, and then we'll be adding one material icon. So I want this material icon to be fetched from this link. So I've added this reference link and the material icons. So then button tag and the search input tag will be closed. And here we'll be closing our form tag. So this is the creation of form, right? So I guess you understood this much. And after creating that form, I want some items in the left side of my home page. So for that, I have created one division class. I have named it as item container. So after that also, we have opened one more div class naming item content. So I have created 3 item content because I have added 3 different kind of images, 3 different kinds of items on my home page. So for that, first thing we are going to do is we are going to provide the image with the alt attribute. You can write anything if you want to write inside the alt attribute, and one paragraph. And then we'll be closing our div section. What we'll do, we'll just copy this code and we'll paste it how much ever time we want. So here I have just changed the image and the paragraph tag. And again, I have done the same thing. So we have added the home page, we have added the items, we have added the navigation bar, and we have added the form till now. So now after this, what we are going to do, we are going to create some div classes to style it further. Like we'll understand it when I'll style them into CSS. So for that, we are going to open div section and div section. So we'll be styling these in the CSS. That's why we have just given them a class. And after this, we are going to add one image. So with the alt attribute, we are going to add this image. So after that, we are going to close the home section. That's it. And now let us move on to CSS for the styling of the home. Now from here, the styling of the home section starts. First, we have targeted the hero section and we have given the height, display and position. After that, we are targeting the heading one of the hero section and we have given the margin and the font size. After that, we are targeting the paragraph of the home section and we have given the font size and the margin. Then comes the search bar, again the margin, display and the margin left. After that, we have created the form, so we are targeting search form, and in this we have justified the content and display is flex and the margin has 30px top. After this, we have designed the location drop down. In that, we have kept the display as flex, the alignment of the items as center and the margin right is 0. So then we have styled the location drop down select. So you can see we have provided the padding, font size, border radius, outline width and height. Again, after that comes the search input. Display will always be flex. Alignment of the items will maximum time it will be center. Border radius we have given, overflow is hidden, and box shadow we have provided with a color. After that comes the search input. Input the input inside the search bar. So the padding will be 3px, font size will be 14px, border will be none, border radius also no, and the outline will be none, and we have provided the width and the height so that it is smaller than the drop down. Then comes the button of the search bar. So the padding we have provided as 5px. We have given the background color, we have given the color, we have given the border, and cursor we have made as pointer, and the font size, the heading, and the border radius. After that comes the background color, which is maroon. This is the button hover color. You just keep that in mind. The button hover color is maroon. After comes the main content. So inside the main content, the display will be flex, justify content will be space around, and margin will be px and 0. That we have styled the food items. The text alignment is center and the max width is 300 px. Then we have styled the food items images, and then the heading of the food items, and then comes the paragraph of the food items, and then comes the hero background color. So I told you we'll be styling this section in the CSS. This is the section that we are styling in CSS currently. So we have provided background color, width, height, z-index, and position. Again, the plate shadow we have done. So we'll be providing position, width, margin, margin bottom, heading, border radius, background color, and the box color. Again comes the background color. So we'll be providing position, width, height, opacity, and margin bottom. Then comes the background. So we have provided width, height, display, alignment of items, and justify content. So now comes the content inside the home page. So these are the things that we have provided. Justify content will be space between, and padding, width, z-index, position is absolute. And after that comes the heading one of the content. So these are the techniques that we have given in the heading one. Then comes the paragraph, and then comes the line of the content, then item container, and the item content. So we have created an item container. So this is the item container. And then we created 3 item contents. So these are the styling that we are going to give to the 3 item content. Then the content image, height and width has been fixed. Then the paragraph of the image. And then we have added the keyframes for scrolling animations. So we'll just save this file and we are going to run it. So we have saved this file, and this, look at the output. So this is so far what we have created. We have created the navigation bar, and now you can see the scrolling effect, right? So I'm scrolling my home page and my navigation bar is changing. So this is the paragraph that we have provided. Here we have added break tag. So it is getting into the next line. So this is the image that we have provided, and we have provided the inline styling to it. And here is the drop down which we have provided. So these are the places that we added, and we have done the inline styling for this. So far we have created our home page. So next we'll create the other section of our home page. So now let's move on to the other section. Before moving on to the next section, what we have done, we have just added some animation using JavaScript. So we have added some animation from the GSAP animations to our elements. So the first animation that we have added is to the hero section. The opacity is 0. It's just like CSS, but it is kind of animation. The items will move, and we'll be providing them the time frame in which the animation has to start and end. We'll look at the output after this, so you'll understand it correctly. So we have provided these features to the hero sections, and then after that we are going to trigger the scroll function from GSAP. So this is basically the additional plugin that is used to trigger the scroll function. So on the food items we have provided. So these are basic styling techniques that we have provided. So here toggle action, play none, none, none. It means that the animation will only play once when the user is first time visiting the page. After that it won't play. After that, if you will, you'll go forward, you'll go backward, that won't play. So after that we have applied this GSAP animations on the content items too. So now again we have applied this scrolling feature on the content item. Again we have added the toggle action and everything. So now let us see what is the output of adding the animations. So we'll just save this file, and then we are just going to look at the output. So here you can see. So as I clicked on the home page, I saw the animation. Wait, I'll just show you again. and just look closely what are the animations that we have added. So here you can see the moving items, they are coming one by one, and these are the animations that we have added. So now that I told you that the thing that we wrote, play none, none, none. So now you can see I am going forward and backward. The items are not moving. But if I'll port this again, then I can see that animation will play only once. So now you can see the animation has played. So that's it. We have added this to our home page. Now finally, we'll move on to the next section. So after that, we have created the service section. So again, for the service section, we'll open one section and we'll give it the ID name as service container. Then we'll add one heading of our services. I'm going to give 3 services box here. So I'll just give ID as services. I'll just give 3 of the boxes as same class. So the styling will be easy. So inside this class, I have provided the image, heading and the paragraph. Same we have done for the 3 boxes. We have basically copied this code and pasted for the 3 times. We have just changed the images and the paragraphs for it. So this is how we have created the our services section. So after creating our services section, I have created one more section that says top restaurants around you. So for this, I have again opened one section. I have named it as reviews and then top restaurants around you. So inside this, I have created one container. So inside that container, I have added 6 reviews. So the review 1 will be division class, the name of the restaurant and the image of the restaurant and the paragraph that we have provided to the restaurant. So this is the first restaurant that we are going to show, and then the second restaurant as it is. All you need to change is the name of the restaurant, the image and the paragraph for the restaurant. Same it goes as it is for the review 3, review 4, review 5 and review 6. That's it. After this, our review section gets closed. So this is our services section. You can just pause and go through the whole code. So this is the paragraph. All we have done is we have provided images, headings and paragraphs. So if any doubt, you can just comment down the doubts in the comment section below. And again, for this section, we have just opened the div class and we have provided class, images and paragraph. That's it. So we'll just quickly style this section. So from here, the styling of our service section will get started. So inside the service container, first thing we have added is padding, background color and the text alignment. After that comes the services. For that, we have added display as flex. We have justified the content as the space around. So there will be space outside the boxes. Then the flex wrap is wrap. This allows you for the responsiveness. After that, the max width is 1200 pixel. After that, we have provided styling to the services. In this, we have given display as flex, justify content, flex wrap, maximum width and the margin. After that comes the box section. In the box, we have provided the background color, the border radius, box shadow, margin, padding, transition transformation and width and the max width and the max height. So that's it for the box section. And then comes the box image. So for the box image, the maximum width we have kept is 80%. So it helps in the responsiveness, right? So after that, we have kept height as 120 pixel and border radius as 10 pixel. So after that comes the hovering effect on the boxes. So transformation is -5px. That will slightly lift the box. And the box shadow is provided here with the box shadow color. So after that, we have styled the heading. So it is font size of 2 em. Then we have provided this color. So after that, we have one secondary heading. So the heading is of 1.5 em and the color is this. After that comes the paragraph inside the boxes. So paragraph inside the boxes has font size, color, line height and the margin. After that, we have provided some responsive style. So that means if the screen size is smaller than 768 pixel, this will work properly. Then the width will be adjusted to this. And if the screen size is lesser or equal to 180 pixel, then the box width will be adjusted to 100%. So this basically is the responsive design style. So now what we'll do is we'll create one more section of meals and then we'll look at the output. The next section that we are going to create is a scrolling section. Like what's in your mind. I have named that section as what's on your mind. So in this section, we are just going to add some food images and we'll add one scrolling feature into it. So I have opened one div tag here. I have named as scroll container. After this, I have opened one div class naming it as a food items, and inside that food item, we have to just add the images and the alt attribute to that image. So what we have done here is we have added one image and we have added the alt attribute to that image. Along with that, we have also added the class of that image. So we have added the class of that image because we want to style every image which will be in this section togetherly. So again, it is very basic thing. So we have just copied this div section and we have pasted it again for North Indian, for South Indian, for pizza, for burgers, for cakes and rolls, and then sushi, and then lastly for tacos. So what we have done here is the code is same for every section. You are just going to change the image, the paragraph and the alt attribute. That's it. Rest you have to copy paste this section and then you just have to change the image and the paragraph and the alt attribute. That's it. This section has been created. Now just quickly look at the styling of this section. So first we'll target the scroll container, and in that we have given the display as flex, overflow X as auto, scroll behavior as smooth. Then padding, we have provided 20px and no wrap, and we have given the gaps between the item and the padding bottom we have provided. After that, the food items that we have included in them. So we have given the display inline block. So you can see here is a class name food items. That's what we are targeting. So we can see every item has a same class because we have copy pasted all this code. So now we are targeting all this class. So the food items, this styling will be applied to every image and every food item. So display will be inline block, minimum width will be 200 pixel, maximum width we have given 150 pixel, text alignment is center, we have given the background color, padding, border radius, box shadow and transition transform. So now we can see here that we have given the same class to every image, that is image placeholder. So now we are going to style this image placeholder here, and we have provided these styling techniques: width, height, background color, margin, border radius, overflow. This basically ensures that the image does not overflow the circle. So the display will be flex, justify content as center, and alignment of the items will be center. So now let's come to the image that we are going to provide in the placeholder. The width will keep as 100%, height will keep as 100%, object fit will cover. So you can see here that will ensure that image covers the entire area while maintaining the aspect ratio. So it won't be leaving any border around the boxes, like the image will fully fit in the box, and the border radius will be 50%. That ensures the circular shape. Now we have given the hover effect to those items. The hover effect here is translate, so it will slightly rise up the boxes. Now we have provided the box shadow, then the scrolling button we have designed. So the text alignment here will be center, the margin will be top, and the buttons inside the scrolling button. So we have given the background color, color, border, padding, cursor, border radius, margin, and the font size. After that, lastly, it will hover, so it will just change the color. That's it. We'll just save it. We'll just save the. So now let us just look at the output. So right here we can see our output. We have a perfect navigation bar. We have everything. We have our services section we have added just now. It is hovering. Next on we have top restaurants. We have also just added it now. So you can see the images are properly sized. And then we have this what's in your mind section. So we have added one scrolling effect. And you can see the transition and you can see the hover. So this is what we have created so far. So the next section that we have created here is pick up your meal section. So for this section, again we have started one section tag naming meal section. Then we have given one heading, and then again we have started one meal container inside that section tag. So we have created 4 meal containers. First is breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for one section. We will be including the class meal box, class meal info, and then we'll be giving the image, alt attribute and the class meal image just to style the image. After that, we'll provide one hyperlink. So when we'll make this meal section page, we'll be linking that meal section page to this meal container, right? So after that, we'll be given one paragraph and then we'll close our meal info, and outside the meal info, we'll also be given one paragraph. Then we'll close the meal box. So basically, this is one meal box. Inside this meal box, we have provided the meal info, the image, the hyperlink, the paragraph, and then again one paragraph outside the box. And after that, we are just going to copy this code. We are just going to paste it for lunch section. So again, all we need to change is the paragraph and the image. That's it. We'll also be changing both the paragraph and the image. Again, same for the dinner section. Everything will be same. We'll be just changing the paragraph and the image. And same for the snack section. So that's it. The meal section is ready. Let's just look at the styling. So this is the meal section of our website. So first we have targeted the meal section. We have provided the padding and the background color. Then we have given the meal section heading, so which is H2. So for that we have given text alignment as center and font size as 2 rem. We have also provided the margin bottom. Again, after that we have given the meal container, display flex, display wrap. We have given wrap. We have justified the content as space in between. Again, then comes the meal box. Width will be 22%. You can adjust according to your need. And the background color I have given as white. The border radius is 10. Overflow is hidden. And then we have box shadow. We have box margin, box alignment, position and transition. Again, we'll make these meal boxes hover. So we have given the box shadow, transform, and this will slightly lift the box. Then next is meal info. The position of that will be relative. Then comes the meal image. So the width will be 100%, height will be 220px, object fit will be cover so that it fits into the box. And again, we have provided the transition. After that comes the meal box hover and meal image. So meal box should be hover. Along with that, meal images should also be hover. So for that, we have also provided the transform. Then comes the meal info with the heading 4. So these are the styling that we have provided. You can just see position, bottom, width, color, font size, background, padding, text alignment, margin and transition. So these are only, most basic styling techniques that you provide every time. So then we have the hover effect of meal box hover H4. Then here we have background, and after that we have meal info. The position is relative, the bottom, width, color. These are all the styling techniques that we have provided in the meal info paragraph. After that comes the hovering of the paragraph. So we'll just change the background color and the bottom. So then comes the display of the paragraph, and then we have added one responsive design. So we know the meaning of this responsive design now. If the screen size will be smaller than 768px, then the meal box width will be adjusted to 45%. And if the screen size will be smaller or equal to 480px, then the meal box width will be adjusted to 100%. Now let us just save this code and we'll be looking at the output. So you can see here we have given the pick up your meal section. We have breakfast, we have lunch, we have dinner, we have snacks. So this is the section that we have given. So now let's design the next section. So the next section will be best offer section. So like every section, we'll start this section with a section tag which says best offer section. We will provide one heading of best offers and then we'll create a class of menu items. We are also going to give this division an ID that says menu items. So now we are going to write this section using JavaScript because we have to add the add to cart functionality into this section. So first of all, the data will be fetched from the menu items and then we'll write the data here. So here data has been written in the array form. So it contains the name, description, price, image and offer. So I have provided our name and then description, then price, and then image link. We have directly used this image from Unsplash, and then we are going to give the offer. So like this, we have created one section and we are going to copy paste it like we want. Here is the second French toast section, then the third omelette section, and then the fourth biryani section. So I've added these 4 items into my best offer section. Now we will work on the cart section. So right here we have created one JavaScript function. So what this function does? So basically this add to cart function retrieves the current cart from the local storage and converts it from a JSON string back to an array. So if there is no data into the cart, it initializes the cart as empty, and then the item passed to the function is added to the array. So this is what basically this JavaScript function does. We have created one show menu function. We can see here we have created one show menu function. So let us know what is this function doing. So this show menu functions clears the menu container and loops through the menu data array to create HTML element for each food item. It creates a div for each item, including the item's name, image, description, the price, offers, and then appends a button to add to cart item to the cart. So this basically dynamically displays the entire menu on the page, right? Then again we have added one event listener to the add to cart. So whenever somebody is clicking add to cart, that add to cart button gets triggered and the item gets added to the cart. So basically this code will select the add to cart button from each menu item and adds the click event listener to it. So basically this code selects the add to cart button from each menu item and then adds a click event listener to it. So whenever the button is clicked, the add to cart function is called and then item is added to the shopping cart. So this is what this function does. So that's it. We have added one show menu here. So whenever the page loads, the menu is visible. Now we'll just style this section. Here is the best offer styling section. So first thing that we have targeted is best offer section and we have added text alignment and margin. After that we have targeted the menu items. For that we have added display flex, flex wrap, gap and padding. Then we have targeted the food items. In that we have added border, border radius, overflow, width, background color, box shadow and transition. So after this we have targeted the food item. We will make that hover to the scale of 1.05. Then comes the image in the food item. The width we have given the height, object fit and the border bottom. Then comes the heading that we have provided in the food item. So for styling that heading we have provided margin, font, size and the color. Then again comes the paragraph that we have given in the food item. For that we have given the font size of 0.9 em and color, padding and the margin bottom. Then comes the price that we have provided. So that will be having the font size of 1.2 em and font weight will be bold, color and the margin bottom. After that we have styled the offer here. So for that it is background, color, padding, font size, font weight, margin bottom, border radius, box shadow, text alignment, text shadow, position and animation. And at last we have provided the keyframe. So this is basically for the transition and animation. And after that we will style the add to cart button. So add to cart button will have background color, color and border, border radius, padding, font size, cursor will be pointer here, transition, margin bottom and that add to cart button will also hover. And then again we have provided the responsive design. If the screen size will be equal to or smaller than 1024 px, then food item width will be get adjusted to 45%. Same as when the screen size will be less than or equal to 768 px, then the menu items and food items, flex direction, alignment of items and width will be get adjusted. So now we are done with the CSS part. Now let's have a look at the output. So here is the output. We have created the best offer section and if we are clicking on add to cart, this is functional. Here we can see the item has been added to the cart. So that's it, and it has this transition and hover effect and everything. So we have created this much so far. Now let us add one more section and then we will be adding the footer. Next we have created the section of the top trending places. So here we have added the section again. we have named it as collection section, and the heading will be top trending places. Then again we have added one paragraph, and after that we have opened one div class collection grid, and inside that we have created one collection box. So inside that we have provided one image, and we have given the alt attribute as newly opened places. So again we have opened one div, and then we have provided one heading. Inside that heading we have provided one anchor tag, which is the official website of McDonald's India. And then we have provided the inline styling to it, and we have given the name as McD India. So same as the previous one, we have again created one collection box. Inside this we have provided the image, and then we have given the official website link of KFC. And again we have given the name as KFC and given the inline styling. So same as the previous one, we did the same for Burger King, and then at last for the Pizza Hut. So that's it. This will be included in the trending places. Now let's see the CSS of this section. So for the CSS of this section, first we have provided the padding and the alignment to the collections section. And then for the H1 inside it, we have given the font size and the margin. Then for the paragraph inside it, we have given the font size and the color. And then we have this section called collections grid, and inside this we have given the styling as display grid, display template column, gap and margin top. So after this we have done the collection box. We have given the position as relative, border radius and overflow is hidden, and the box shadow we have provided along with the box shadow color. Then comes the image of the collection box. We have given the width as 100%, height as 300 px, object fit as cover, and the border radius as 15 px. Then comes the collection box info. We have given the position as the absolute, bottom, left, right, 0, padding as 10, and the background color and the color. Then we will make those boxes hover. So we have given the transform scale, and then we have given the box shadow. After that we have written one heading. So for that we have given margin and the font size, and then we have included one paragraph. For that we have given the margin and the font size. Again there is a responsive design that we have created. So now let's save this code, and we'll save the HTML code, and we'll look at the output. So here are the top trending places. Now one exciting feature that we have added is the anchor tag. So we'll just click on the McD, and we are getting redirected to the McDonald's website. Likewise we'll click on the KFC, and we'll be redirected to the KFC website, and that goes same for Burger King and the Pizza Hut. So that's it for the home section. Now we are going to create the footer section. So we have so far created the whole home page of our website, and now we'll be creating the footer, and then we'll be moving on to the next page. We have created the footer section. Let us go through the footer section quickly. So we have provided the class as section 1, and then we have provided the division class as call. So inside it we have added one heading as contact, and then we have provided the contact details using paragraph tag. So here we are closing the div call, and then again we are adding a div class named call. So inside this we have given the heading as about, and we have added some anchor tags. We'll just connect it when we'll be making the about us page, delivery of information or privacy policy or terms and condition, and contact us page. So we won't be making any page named as terms and condition, privacy policy and delivery information, but we'll be linking the about us and the contact us page. So again we have created one div call, and we have added one heading, my account, and we have provided some anchor tags here, the sign in, the view card, my wish list and all. So in order to just make our footer look more interactive and visible, we have added so many things. And then again we have provided one more class as div install. So we'll just say to install our app. We have given the heading as install app, and again we have given the paragraph, and inside it we have created one more div, and we have given the images of Google Play Store and the Apple Store. So after this we have given the paragraph as secure payment gateways, and inside it we have given the image source as any payment gateway. So after this we have just added the copyright class, and these are the paragraphs that we have added. And that's it about the footer section. Now let us move to the style of the footer section. So here we will just first of all reset all the global margins that we have provided on the top of our CSS file. So for the footer sections, there will be other global margins such as margin will be 0, padding will be 0, and the background color will be kind of grayish. After that, we'll move on to the footer, and we'll just keep the display as flex, flex wrap as wrap, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, justify content, and padding. So we know now, we are familiar with all these terms, and we keep adding all these terms over and over again. So I think you have a good practice of this now. So after that, we have footer call, then margin top, we have added display as flex, flex direction column, and alignment item as flex start. After this, we have added footer heading, so font size and the padding bottom. Then footer paragraph, again font size and the margin. Then the anchor of the footer tags, it will have font size, text decoration, because we have to remove the hyperlink line. And then the color, and then the margin bottom. Then the image styling, the images that we have added of Apple Store and the Google Play Store, and they will have a border radius. And then one more image we have, we'll just give it as margin. Then we'll make all these footer and all hover, so we'll just add the color. And then again we have footer copyright, we'll just give styling as width 100%, text alignment, margin, pad and margin top, and margin top. So after that, we have done the H primary, that means the heading that we have provided. We'll just give as font as breeze serif, and font size as 3.8 rem, and padding as 12 px. Then the other heading that we have provided, font family, font size, and padding. And at last, the buttons that we have provided, that will have the padding of 6 px, border, border color, color margin, and everything. The cursor will be pointer, then button link, and then the text alignment will be center. So that's it for our home page. We'll just save the file and we'll have a look at the home page. Now we have completely built our home page. So first we have navigation bar, we have this search, we have this drop down, and everything here is functional. You can see the navigation bar, everything here is functional. So after that, we have this our services section, then on we have this top restaurant section. After that, we have this what's in your mind section, and then after what's in your mind, we have this pick your meal section. I've just changed the color here. So we have this pick your meal section. These contain hyperlink, so we have not currently added. When we'll create the breakfast page, we'll add it here, and then lunch and dinner and this snack section. Then on we have best offer section. Here these are functional, you can add them to cart. When we'll create cart, these things will be added to the cart. After that, we have top trending places, we have this, and then on we have this footer. This footer is looking nice and it is looking functional and everything. We have this hover effect on these links. So we have successfully created the home page of our website. So now that we have created this home section, the next step is to create the meal section. We are going to create this meal page. We have already created this home page, and now we are going to create this meal page. So we'll be creating this, and then in next part of the video, we'll be creating contact us page, cart page, login page, and we'll be also creating about us page, either in this part or in next part. So now let us move on to the creation of our meal page. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more file here that will say add.html, and along with that I'll create one more file that will say add.css, and same for the JavaScript, add.js. That's it. So inside the HTML page, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to copy the navigation bar and the header from the index.html, right? So we'll be just copying the navigation bar, footer, and the header section from the index.html. So here we can see till here is our header section. We'll just copy it to add.html. So with this, the navigation bar on the meals.html and the index.html will be same. So after this, what we are going to do is we are going to create one more section. Now here we have created one more section. So we have given the ID as home and class as home container. Because we'll be using DOM manipulation on our meal section, so we have provided ID as well as class. So with this ID we are going to target it in JavaScript. Again we have added one more division naming background image. So here we'll be adding some image. So the image 1 and image 2 and image 3. So these two images are been taken from our image section, and this is the link of any online image. We have provided the alt attribute here in case that image does not load, and then we have provided the class to this image. So we want these three images to look similar, so that's why we have provided the same class. So we will edit one image and then all three of the images will be similarly styled. So after this, let me just link this image again. I'll go to images, and then the image that we added was this, I guess. Yes, and then we'll just again add this image too. So in images, we'll just go to, it was something like 5 dB. Yes, this image. That's it. We have added, and we have to remove this from the alt attribute. That's it. So the next heading we are providing is our food menu, and then we'll add one paragraph. So I have added this paragraph. You can take a look. I've added break tag and break tag. So anything you can add. After that, we have added one more division naming class background button. And then after adding one more division, we have added one anchor tag, and inside this anchor tag we have linked the menu items which we created in index.html. So here is the menu items that we have created in index.html, and this we have linked to add.html. So now after this we are just closing the home background button and the background image and the section. So one more section here will open, and that we will name as menu container. Inside this section we'll also open one more division, and we'll just name it as menu categories 2. So then we'll create one button. So we are going to create 4 buttons for breakfast, lunch and dinner and snacks. So we want all these buttons to look similar. So we have added the same class to all those buttons, you can see. So after that we are going to add this on click, because the button type will be on click, and we are just adding the show menu. So this show menu is from JavaScript. Now we have added the breakfast, lunch, dinner and the snack menu. So here we have also added the class to the icons because we have to style them. So I have added the SVG icon as a class name. So again we have added these images in our breakfast, lunch, dinner in every section. So again we are going to style these images similarly. So it will be easy for us to style all these images similarly. So I have added the same class here. And then we have added this names as breakfast, lunch, dinner and snacks. That's it. After that we have closed the button, we have closed the division and we have closed the section. So how these items will be displayed? So I have written here one statement that food items will be displayed here dynamically. That means we are going to use the concept of DOM manipulation to display the food items here. So this is it about the add.html. And after that we are just going to add the footer. So first we'll close the body and HTML, and inside this we are going to add the footer. So again footer we are going to take from index.html. So I'll just copy the footer section. That's it. And Control C, and add.html will just add the footer section. That's it. We have saved the file. Now we'll quickly style it and then we'll move on to the JavaScript. First we'll just copy the styling of navigation bar from our style.css. First we are going to add this navigation bar styling as it is to the add.css because we want the same styling on the both pages. So we'll just go to add.css and we'll just paste it. After that comes the home section. So we have already added the images in the home section in our HTML. we are just going to style it. Before providing the styling to the home page, what we are going to do, we are going to add the JavaScript for that page, because everything will be included in the JavaScript. So we will be understanding the JavaScript code first, and then we'll be moving on to the CSS. So this right here will basically select the data from the menu items with the help of DOM manipulation. So further we can manipulate the items that are present in menu items with the help of DOM manipulation. So right here the menu data is basically going to store everything from the menu items. So this menu data will basically have 4 items into it. Breakfast, then after breakfast it will have lunch, and after lunch it will have dinner, and then snacks. So this menu data will contain 4 items: breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. And inside every item, like inside breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack, there are items present which have 4 properties, such as name, description, price and image. So this image is directly been taken from Unsplash, and the price we have written manually, and we have given one description. So the first one we have provided is for pancakes, and likewise we have provided for French toast, omelette, Greek yogurt, avocado toast, smoothie. We are just changing the images, prices and the description. You can add as many as items you want to add. So I have added these many items into my breakfast section. After that, same goes for lunch. We'll create one array, and inside that array we'll just store every item with their description. So again, in lunch section we have this grilled chicken salad, spaghetti and all. So all these things we are just going to change the description, price and image, and we have added all these things into our lunch section. Now same goes for the dinner section. So inside the dinner section we have added this sweet and sour pork, and like this we have added so many items into our dinner section. And then same goes for the snack section. So inside snacks also we have added some items, and that's it. So we have added these many items into our breakfast, lunch, dinner and snack. So now let's see at this code, which is basically for the add to cart section. Now this line of code basically retrieves the cart from local storage and converts it from JSON string to an array. So if there is no data into the cart, it initializes the empty array. Right. Now this line of code basically defines a function add to cart that takes item as an argument. Next on we have this. So this again retrieves the cart from the local storage and parses it into an array, same as the initialization. Now this line of code will basically push the item into the cart. Now again we have local storage, and now this line of code basically converts the updated cart array back into the JSON string and stores it in a local storage. And then we have the alert function. So alert function will basically display this message. So now basically we are working on the function of show menu. So this basically will help you to clear the current contents of the menu item container, and it will reset the menu display. And again this will retrieve the menu items from the specified category from the menu data array. And after that, this line of code basically iterates through each item in the selected menu. And then we have this, and it basically creates a div element for each food item and adds the class food item for any of the styling purpose. And then on we have this. So this basically inserts the HTML content inside the item element, including the item's image, name, description, price and add to cart button. That's it. Now we'll move on to the next section. Now this line of code will basically select the add to cart button within the item element using the add to cart btn. And then on we have the next line of code. So this basically adds a click event listener to the add to cart button. When clicked, it triggers the function. And then on we have this. So it defines the cart item object containing the item name, price, description and the image. And then we have add to cart item. So this basically calls the add to cart function, passing the cart item object to add the item to the cart. And then we have menus container append child. So yeah, this appends the created item element to the menu item container to display it on the page. So now let's move further. So this show menu breakfast will basically call the show menu function passing the argument breakfast to display the menu items categorized as breakfast. Now we have toggle sidebar. So this basically defines the toggle sidebar function, which selects the sidebar element by the ID sidebar, and then it toggles the sidebar visibility by checking if its display style is set to block. If so, it hides the sidebar to none, and if it is hidden, it shows the sidebar to block. And then on we have the sidebar. So the sidebar that we have created, so this function basically defines the sidebar. It selects the sidebar element by the ID sidebar, and then it hides the sidebar by setting the display style to the none. And now we'll move on to the CSS part, and then there we'll style all the buttons and images and everything we have added to this page. So now here we have added the styling of our add.html and add.js. So first of all, we have home. Again, we have included here margin, max width, height, overflow, position, top, z-index, display, alignment of the items, and justify content. So these are basically all the styling techniques that we have provided to our home section. Then we have added one background image. So the position we have made it as sticky. The top is 0%, the width is 100%, the display is flex, alignment of item is center, and the flex direction is common. Then again we have one more image. We have added the position as absolute. The top is -40%, left is 50%. Transition again to add the animation is 50%, and height and z-index. So again the image 2, again the same styling we have provided, just we have added different width and z-index. And again we have the image 3, same styling we have provided. Again the heading of the image 1. So we have the position as relative, z-index as 5, top 45%, font size will be 60px, color will be some grayish, and then we have added the font family. So again we have the paragraph of the background image. So the paragraph of the background image has the position relative, z-index, top 47%, text alignment as centered, width as 70%, font size, color, and font family. Now again we have home background button, position, z-index, and top. Then we have home background button when anchor tag will be included in that. So these are all the style that we have provided. So that is padding, background color, border, border radius, color, text transform, text decoration, cursor, and again we have font weight, font size, font family, letter spacing, and transition. We have the hover effect on the button. So for that we have added background color and the color. Then we have the menu section. So for that we have added the margin and the padding. So after that we have the containers in which all the items of breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything will be displayed. So that container are flex and position is relative. So after that we have created the toggle sidebar button in the JavaScript. For that we have the position absolute, top is 20%, left 20px, background color, color padding, border, font size, and everything we have for the toggle sidebar. So toggle sidebar will also have the hover effect. So these are the techniques that we have provided in the hover effect. After that we have the sidebar. So in sidebar also we have provided the same techniques as toggle sidebar, and we have changed some values. Now again we have the sidebar show. So for that display is block, and that we have right now added in the JavaScript. And the animation we have added here. Again here we have added the keyframes for the animation and the transition. Then on we have menu categories, and in this we have added the display as flex, flex direction as column, gap as 20px, and margin as 60px. We have category button. So all the styling techniques that we have provided in sidebar is basically provided in the category button, like background color, color padding, border, and everything. So then we have the category button hover. So for hovering we will just add the background color, transform, and the box shadow. And then after that we have the menu items. So for menu items the position will be relative, display will be flex, flex wrap will be wrap, justify content is center, and background color is white, animation is fade in up in 1 second. So the Z index is 1. And again for the food items, we have background color, and every styling technique, right? Then we will make the food item hover. For that we have added the box shadow. Then we have added the image to the box item, and here is the styling. And then we will make that image hover. So for that we have added the transform. So then after that we have the heading to the image item, and then we have the food item paragraph, and then we have the food item price, and then we have the add to cart button. So we have styled this add to cart button like we have added all these things. The cursor is pointer here, and transition and text alignment, everything has been added. So now we also want the add to cart button to hover. So we have added these styling techniques to make it hover. Again, we have added some keyframes to make the transition and the animation ease out. Now that's it. And again, here is the footer styling, which is same as the style.css. So now we have done all these things. We have created our meal section. The only thing left is to link our meal section with the add.html, and we will also link our JavaScript section with the add.html. So now we are just going to add our add.html to the meal section. So we'll just go to the meal section, and here we are going to add the source. So here I'll provide the link, that is add.html. Again add.html. Then here we'll provide add.html. Then we'll provide it in here. So that's it. Again, we are going to provide it in the navigation bar. So in navigation bar, we have already given the add.html here. So I'll just save it. We are just going to save the add.html, and we will look at the output. One more thing we need to do, we need to add the JavaScript file to the HTML file. So for that, we are just going to go to the add.html, and right here we are going to add the JavaScript file. So above the footer, we are going to provide the JavaScript tag. So we'll just write script, and inside this we are going to add the link. So we have added the JavaScript link here. So one more thing is left. We have to add some script code for the scrolling of the item. So we missed that. So now we'll be adding that. Now here, after the body section, I have added the script tag, and there are some features that we need to add through JavaScript. So this line of code basically registered the GSAP, basically the 𝐸𝐴𝐺 application platform plugin, allowing the animation to trigger based on the scroll position. So this line of code basically adds the GSAP animations and transitions into the items. So now after that we have this. So this defines the animate on scroll function, which contains the animation triggered by the scrolling. After that we have const images document. So this basically selects the .home bg image1 and .home bg image2 elements from the document for the animation. After that we have this styling, which is done through the JavaScript. So this basically loops through the selected images and applies the animation which are present here. For example, y-50, that moves the images down and above. Then it is opacity 0, which basically starts the image visibility. And then we have rotation -20, which rotates the image slightly. And then we have scroll trigger, which will basically start the animation when the image reaches the 80% of the top viewport. After that we have this. So this basically selects the .home bg image3 element and applies the scaling effect like scale 1.01 with a duration of 0.5 seconds. The animation triggers when the image is 80% from the top of the viewport. So this basically are the styling feature of Glasstalk animation platform, and we have applied it through JavaScript. This basically is a library of JavaScript that is used to apply the animation and the transitions. So after that we have this, and this selects all the h1p div elements inside the .background image container for the animation. After that, we have this styling technique, and this basically loops through selected elements and animates them. And again, we have provided all the same styling techniques, the Y, opacity, duration, scroll, trigger, and everything. And then on we have this window.onload animate on scroll. This basically calls the animate on scroll function after the DOM is fully loaded, ensuring all the elements are ready for the animation. That's it. So here we have closed the script tag. So now we have added everything. We'll just save this and we'll run the output. So we will just port the index.html and we'll just go live. And here is our home page, and we have created the meal page. So here we can see our meal page. We have breakfast, we have lunch, we have dinner, and we have snacks. We have the footer. We have created the home page and the meal page. So now we will move on to our VS Code, and next what we have to create? We have to create the cart page. So for that, we'll make one cart.html page, and then we'll also include cart.css page. That's it. And inside the cart.html, we are going to copy the navigation bar first. So that we are going to copy from index.html. So we are not going to add the scroller. We'll just copy the navigation bar and we will paste it in cart.html. And after this, we are going to add the cart container section. Now here we have added the container section. So we have just added the class container. After that, we have provided the heading as our cart, and then inside that we have given the ID as cart items, and we have also provided the class because we are going to write the JavaScript for all these sections. So we have provided the ID and class both. And after that, we have given the heading as total price, and we are going to change the total price as people add the items to the cart. So that's why we have included the ID also. And after that, what we have done, we have created the button for the checkout. That's it for the cart page. What we are going to do, we are just going to add the footer, and after that we'll write the script for our cart page. So again, we are going to copy the footer from our index.html because it will be the same in every page. So we want same footer for every page. That's why we are going to copy it from index.html and then we are going to paste it on our every page. So here is our footer. We'll just copy this footer and we are going to paste it in our cart.html. That's it. The footer has been pasted. We will just close the body tag and the HTML tag. Now what we are going to do, we are going to write the script code for our cart page. So whenever the user adds the item to the cart, the item gets updated. So right here we have added the script for our cart.html. Let us look at the script one by one. First, we have the render cart function. This function is responsible for displaying the items inside the cart, showing the price, calculating the total price. It also allows the user to remove the items from the cart. Inside the render function, we start by grabbing two elements of the HTML using the getElementBy. So we are having here cart items container and total price. So the cart item containers will store all the items that are displayed, and the total price will store all the total price of the item that are present in the cart. So now we have initialized the variable total price with the value of 0. This will store the sum of all the items price. After that, we have retrieved the data from the local storage. If the cart is empty, we use an empty array as a fallback. So we use json.parse to convert the stored string into the usable JavaScript array. And after that, before displaying the cart items, we clear the container by setting inner HTML to empty string. This ensures we don't duplicate any items every time we render the cart. Then we loop over each item in the cart using the for each method. We create a new div for each product and give it class as cart item. And inside the div, we add the item's image, name, description and price. We have also added a remove button with a data index attribute which stores the position of item in the cart. This is important for removing it later. So now each item we loop through will also update the total price by parsing. the item's price to the float and adding it to the total price. So after we loop through, we update the total price displayed on the screen. Here we use toFix2 to make sure that price show within 2 decimal places. So now for the remove button functionality, once all the items are displayed, we grab all the button with the class remove from the cart button. We loop over each button and attach a click event listener. Right here we can see we have added a click event listener into the button. The event listener triggers the remove from the cart, which removes the item at the specified index of the cart. Finally, after making any changes to the cart like removing an item, we update the cart count in the navigation bar. Now let's look at the remove from cart function. So this function takes the index of each item we want to remove. Then we retrieve the cart from the local storage. We use splice to remove the item from the specified index. Once the item is removed, we store the updated cart back to the local storage and call render cart again to redisplay the updated cart price. So now we have update cart function, which is responsible for displaying the number of items currently in the shopping cart. So first we retrieve the data from the local storage, which we store as a JavaScript array. If there is no data, we can use empty array as a fallback. Then we use json.parse to convert the stored string into array items. And after that, we grab the element with the ID add to cart, which represents the cart button in the nav bar. Next, we update the inner HTML of the element to display the number of items in the cart using the cart length. This displays the count inside the parenthesis like cart3. This function ensures that every time the cart is updated, the count is reflected in the real time of the navigation bar. Now after that, let's move on to the checkout button. So we have a checkout button with the ID checkout button. When the user clicks on this button, we want to take them to the checkout page. We first grab the checkout button from the HTML using getElementById. We then attach the click event listener to the button. This event listener listens for when the user clicks on the button. When clicked, the event triggers the window location href property, which redirects the user to the checkout page. This is done using by URL checkout.html. So that's it for the script of the cart.html. Now here we have added the checkout.html. So next page we are going to make is checkout.html. So before moving to the checkout.html, what we are going to do is we are going to style the cart section. So for styling the cart section, first of all we'll go to the navbar styling and we'll copy that because we have the same navigation bar. We have copied it and we'll just paste it at cart.css. And after this we'll style our container. Let us go through the container styling. So here we have created container in our cart.html and we have provided the max width, margin, padding, box radius, box shadow. Then we have styled the heading 1 of the container. Then we have styled the cart items inside the container, providing the display as flex, flex direction as column, gap as 15px. After that we have again styled the cart items and again we have provided the border radius, padding, border, alignment of items and the display. Then we will style the cart items images. We have provided the width, height and border radius. After that we have styled the heading of the cart items by providing the margin and the flex group. Then comes the total price and for that we have given the text alignment, margin, font size. After that comes the checkout button. So we have created one checkout button inside our cart.html. It has the background color as green, color, border, border radius, padding, font size, cursor and transition. After that we have made the checkout button as hover and then there is a background color provided to the hovering effect. Then again comes our footer styling, which we have already gone through. Here one more step we need to perform, that we need to add the cart.html to our navigation bar of cart. So here I'll just write cart.html, we'll save the code. Inside cart.html we'll link the navigation bar cart. So here also I'll link the cart.html. That's it, we'll save the file and then we will look at the output. Also guys, don't forget to link your cart.html with cart.css. So I have linked my cart.html with cart.css and now this is the output. We have the home page here. Then we designed the mail section. After that here we have the cart section. So this is the remove button, which is functional. And after that, we are going to design this checkout page. So we'll just go to meals and we'll just add this add to cart and we'll just look how it works. So I've added these items into the cart. Now just look at the cart here. So this is functional. The items has been added. The calculation has been done. So now what we are going to do, the next step is to design this checkout page. So we'll move forward and we'll design this checkout page. The first thing we need to do is we need to make a file for the checkout page. So we'll just make checkout.html, and along with that we'll make one more file naming checkout.css. So inside that checkout.html, we are going to copy the navigation bar, and that will copy from index.html or cart.html. Let's say we are copying from cart.html. So we are just going to copy the navigation bar and we will just paste in checkout.html. So one more thing we'll do is we'll connect the checkout.html to checkout.css. So here it is connected and we'll save the file. After this, we are going to create form for the checkout page. So now here we have created the container for checkout, and the first thing we did is we opened the div section and we named it as container. Then we have added one heading, and after that we have added one more class naming checkout grid. So inside this we will create a checkout form. We'll name it as shipping information, and then we'll create a form inside it naming checkout form. So again, we know how to create a form. We use label and input for different things like we created in the first part. So if you are not familiar with this, you can just go to the first part and watch how to create a form. So we have added label and input for name, and again for email, address, city, zip, phone, and that's it. So inside that form only we have created one more heading, which is payment information. And again for payment information, we have created one more class for payment options, and then we have given a label for payment options, and inside it we have created a radio button so that people can choose that it should be a credit card or COD. So this is the creation of radio button here with two options, credit card or COD. Then we have closed the division of payment button. After that, we have included one more division for the payment information if the person is selecting card. So here the person can enter the card details. So for card details, we have again label and input for card name, card number, expiry date and CVV. After that, we have again closed this form and we have closed the checkout form. So now one side is done, the payment information is done. Now comes the cart section, what the person has added in the cart. So for that, we have again created one division naming it cart item section. We have given one heading for cart items, and then there is div ID for cart items container, and we have also provided class because we are going to target it in JavaScript. After that, we have given one more heading of order history. Then payment summary, we have included some paragraphs for the total and the shipping charges. So we kept $5 as the shipping charges, and here we have included the total and the shipping charges. So in JavaScript, we are going to write whatever the total amount is, just add $5 shipping charges into it, and that will be the total price. So then we have created one button that has a submit type and it is named as proceed. So after that, we have created one pop-up model. We have created one ID. So we gave the name as pop-up model and the class is model. Inside that, we have created one more class naming model contact, and inside that we have created a span of close button. Then we have added one image. Then we have given a thank you. So this is basically the pop-up that a person is going to get. So after that, they will get a message as your order has been successfully placed. Thanks. Here we'll do thank you. That's it. So after that, we have included the footer. So this footer has been added in every page. So after footer, we are going to write the JavaScript of the checkout.html. So the first JavaScript is for toggling the payment method fields. So we start by selecting the radio buttons that represent the different payment methods using query selectors. Right here we can see we have two payment methods like COD and the card options. So here we are using the query selector to select the payment method as card or the cash on delivery. We also grab the card details section elements to show or hide the credit card fields based on the user selection. This loops through each payment method option. We add an event listener to each radio button to detect when the user changes their selection. So if the user selects the card option, we display the card details section by selecting the style to block. Otherwise, cash on delivery, we hide the card section. And then we have written the code for calculating the subtotal, shipping and the total. So here we have the calculate totals. We have made one function named as calculate totals. Inside it, we retrieve the card from the local storage and initialize the subtitle as 0, right? After this, we add one fixed $5 amount, which is the shipping charge, to the subtotal. Then finally, we update the subtotal, shipping and the total amount in the HTML using the inner text property. After that, we have rendering the cart items. So the first step is to grab the container where the cart items will be shown. Then we retrieve the cart data from the local storage and clear any previous content by setting inner HTML to empty string. After that, we loop through cart items and create a new div element for each product. Inside this div, we display the product's image, name, description and the price. And finally, we append each item to the cart items container. And then we have validating the checkout form. So right here, we validate the shipping information fields like name, email, address, city, zip and phone number. So if these fields are empty, we show an alert message asking the user to fill all the details. And now if the credit card payment option is selected, we also validate the credit card details, card names, number, expiry date and CVV. So we assume that the card number has 16 digits and the CVV has 3 digits and both should be in numeric. So right here you can see that. After that, we are showing the success model on Ravel submission. If the form is valid, we display a pop-up
over time
model
we
to
have
show
really
the
broadcast
order
a
was
query
successful.
for this ACK
We
packet
also
no
create the
leak,
card from
which I've
local
got
storage and reset the
Define
field
then
after the
You learn
successful order.
to meet the even
After
with
that, we
services
have
only
handling
Baron
the model
threat
behavior.
intelligence improves.
So we have event listeners for handling the pop-up
critical
model.
step is to
So when the
access
user
or
clicks
help
the
keep
OK button on the model,
this
we hide the
earliest.
model and redirect the user to the home page. The model has one close button, the X, which hides the model when clicked. We ensure that the model appears on the right moment and disappears when necessary, giving users clear feedback after the order is placed. So this is the script page of our checkout.html. Now we'll quickly style our checkout.html inside checkout.css and then we will look at the output. So now here we are on the checkout.css. So after the navigation bar styling, we have created one container and then we have provided it max width, margin and padding. After that, we know we have created one checkout.grid and in this we have provided display, justify content, alignment of items and gap. After that, we have created one form, checkout form and cart item section. In that, we have provided width, padding, border radius, background color, box shadow and animation. After that, we have provided labels to checkout form and in that we have given display, margin and font weight. After that, we have created the input for the labels. Inside that, we have provided width, padding, margin, border radius and transition. After that, we have created checkout form input focus and in that we have added border color, box shadow and outline. After that comes the payment section. Inside that also we created a form for the payment information. So for that we have given the styling for the H2 of the checkout form. And then we have given the payment options. For that we have given display, margin and margin right. Again we have given the display, alignment of items and the margin. Then the input of the payment selection, which is the radio button. For that we have given the margin top. And after that comes the payment option. And then we have the price summary. And for that we have given the background color, padding, border radius, text alignment and animation. Then price summary, we have given again font size and margin. Then the total price summary, where the total price will be displayed. Then we have that font size, font weight and color. Then we have cart section. So for that we have border left and animation. Again we have cart items. So in that we have display, alignments of item, justify content, margin, padding, border and transition. After that we have cart items hover. We are making the cart items hover. So we have background color and transform. Then we have the image inside the cart items. So for the image inside the cart items, we have given width, height, object fit, border radius and transition. Then we are making that items hover. So we have given the transform scale. Then we have styled the heading inside the cart items. And then we have styled the price inside the cart items. And then we have finally designed the checkout button and the button, which is the submit type button, and we have provided the styling to the button. So you can just pause that video and you can go through this, and if you have any doubt, just comment down in the comment section. After that, again we are making the button hover. So for that hovering effect, we have provided the background color, box shadow and transform. Then comes the model, the pop-up model. So for that we have given display none, and then Z index, position, left, top, weight, background color, justify content and alignment of the items. Then comes the content inside the model content. So that is background color, border radius, padding, width, text alignment and position. Then we have created one close button. So that is cursor, font size, top, right and position. After that we have created one OK button on the pop-up model. So that OK button has the background color, color border, padding, cursor and the border radius. So we'll make that button hover with the background color. And then we have the input of the hover. So that is background color and the transition. So after that we have added media queries. So we already know about the media queries. It is for the responsiveness of the website, and if the device will be smaller or equal to 768px, then the checkout grid and the checkout form and cart items will be adjusted as per the mentioned styling. And then we have provided the keyframes for the transition. And then comes the footer section, which we have already designed. So we have successfully designed the checkout page. Now let us look at the output. Here we are on the home page. What we are going to do, we are going to just add the items. For example, we are going to add the pancakes and let's say omelette. And then again we are going to move on to the meal page. So inside this meal page, we are going to add, let's say, French toast, Greek yogurt, and that's it. And then we'll move on to the cart. Inside this cart, these items has been added and the totaling has been done. So this is the styling, and then we'll just click on the checkout. So right here is the checkout page. You can see we have the footer and then we have the navigation bar here, and after that we have this checkout page, this form that we have created, and we have this radio button for credit card details and COD. So if we are clicking on credit card, we are getting this option, and then we are clicking on COD, then that credit card option has been hidden. So that we have done using JavaScript. Also here shipping charge are constant, shipping charges are getting added to the total, and then we have this proceed button, and if we are clicking on proceed button, we have this model pop-up. So it says your order has been successfully placed, thanks. That's it, and now we are getting redirected to the home page after clicking the checkout. So right here I'll just click and then proceed and just thank you, and then again I have been redirected to my home page. So this is what we have created so far. We have created the home page, we have created the meal page, we have created the cart section, and inside the cart section we have also created the checkout page. So now we are going to create the contact us page, and after that we'll create the about us page, and then we'll move on to creating the login page. So now let us go back and we'll create the contact us page. So we'll just create the HTML file first, contact.html, and then we'll create one CSS file, and we'll also create the JavaScript file for this. You can also provide inline JavaScript or you can create a file. So now we'll go to contact.html, and here we'll copy the navigation bar as it is, and then we'll create the page. So now let's just quickly see the contact.html. So first of all, we have created our navigation bar, and then we have opened the div class naming container. After that, we have given it a header and then a heading naming contact us, and inside that we have created one more class, that is content, and then we have provided a heading, that is get in touch. Inside that we have written paragraphs. So whatever we have to write, like visit our agency or head office, which is in strong, that means bold, and then we have given the paragraph for the location, and then we have added a mail here using anchor tag, and we have added a telephone number using anchor tag, and then again we have added one paragraph and we have closed the content info. After that we have entered one map. We use the iframe tag for that, and inside that we have provided the source of the map and we have provided the inline styling for the map here. You can see this is the inline styling for the map and this is the link of the Google Maps. And after that we have closed the division, and then again we have created one more class which is header, and we have again created one form inside this class to leave a message. So we have created this form. So this form is basically for the information of the user. So you can see the input here, type is text, and then we have for name, for email, for subject, and then we have provided one text area so the user can write any text message. So after that we have created one button that is of submit type, and then we have again created one more class for the team contacts. So we have provided our team heading, and then we have given the class as team member. Then we have given the image. We have fetched this image from online, and then we have this class for information. Inside that we have given some information about that team. Again we have created one more team member and then one more team member. So after that at last we have just added the footer. Now let us look at the contact us designing. So inside this contact us designing, first of all we have as usually designed our navigation bar, and then we have designed the container, which is max width, margin, padding, background color, box shadow and alignment of the items. Then we have designed the header and then the heading of the header. Then we have designed the content, and then we have designed the contact information. After that we have designed the contact information heading 2, then the paragraph of contact information, then the bold paragraph which we have created strong. So then we have designed that, and after that we have designed the information of the contact where we have provided the anchor tag. After that we have given the hovering effect to that, and we have just removed the underline. So after that we have provided this margin bottom, which basically removes the margin from the last paragraph. Then we have styled the map, and the styling that we have given to the map includes the width, max width, height, margin, border radius, overflow and the box shadow. Then again we have provided the styling for the map iframes. Inside we have given the width, height, border and the border radius. After that we have provided the contact form styling, and that includes display, justify, content, gap and margin. Then the heading inside the contact form, then comes the heading 3 inside the contact form, and then we have designed the form group, and after that we have designed the form group input, and after that we have designed the form group text area. Inside form group text area we have just provided the height. After that we have designed the submit button, and then we have made the submit button hover. You can just pause the video and look at the styling techniques. So after that we have designed the team contacts and the heading that has been provided inside the team contacts, then the team member, and then the image that we are providing inside the team member, and then the information of the team member. After that heading, then paragraph, and then comes the footer. We have already styled the footer. It is same for every page. So now we'll just save our file, and we'll save the HTML file. Now let us see the JavaScript for the contact us. So right here we have included the JavaScript for the contact us page. So this script prevents the default form submission using the event prevent default. This stops the page from reloading and displays an alert to confirm the form was submitted successfully. It's great for validating or processing form data with JavaScript before sending it to the server if we are using the backend. So right now we are not using the backend, but so this will basically help us to prevent default. So now let us save the file and we'll just look at the output. Before that, right here inside my home page, I'm going to link my contact.html. So I'll just save the file and we'll look at the output. So before looking at the output, what I have done here is I have provided the links here which were not included initially in my contact.html, the links to my Google Fonts and material icons and the JavaScript libraries. So now we have connected the style sheet, and again we'll look at the output. So right here we can see the contact.html. So we'll just go to the home page, and here we'll click on contact us page, and we are getting redirected to the contact us page. So here we have navigation bar, we have this box, and then we have the map which is from the Google Maps, and then we have our team and the footer. That's it. This is our contact us page, and so far we have created the home page, the mail page, the cart page, the checkout page and the contact us page. So now the next thing that we are going to create is about us page, and lastly we'll create the login and register page. So for creating the about us page, we'll just make one HTML file naming about.html. Then again we'll make about.css and then about.js. We'll just quickly design about.html. For that, so first of all we are going to copy the navigation bar. So from my contact.html I'm going to copy the navigation bar. So that's it, Control C, and we'll just paste it in about.html. So what we are going to do is we have linked the about.html with the button, and then we are going to add the style sheet here, which will be about.css. And now let us move, and we'll just write about our platform inside the about.html. Now right here is the about.html. So first of all we have, as always, included the navigation bar. Inside this we have attached the about.html, and then after the navigation bar we have created one about us container, and then we have given it a heading as about us. We have provided this heading a class name, that is about title, and then inside it we have created one about section. Inside that we have created one about image, and we have given some image ID and image source that we are going to style in CSS. So after that we have given one class about description, and inside the description we have mentioned the ID description, and then we have mentioned the R mission, and then ID mission, and then the vision and the ID vision. That's it. Again we have this footer page. So after that we'll just move on to the CSS of about us. So inside this, first of all we have designed the navigation bar. We have also added the scrolling feature in the navigation bar of about us page. So now after that we have designed the about us container. Then after that we have designed the about us title. After that about us section and the about us image. Then the about us description, and then the paragraph of the about us description. After that the heading of the about us description. That's it. We'll just remove this. So after that we have designed the footer as usual. So we are just going to save it. So we'll just save about.html, and now we'll just move on to about.js. So now here we are on the about us JavaScript. So first of all we have added the function update slide position. So this controls the image slider. It adjusts the position of the image wrapper by changing its horizontal translation based on the current slide index, ensuring the smooth user experience. So after that we have added preview slide and next slide. So this preview slide and next slide handles the slide navigation. They determine the number of slides and either move to the previous or to the next, wrapping around when needed to ensure any infinite loop. After that we have this read more function. So this function displays additional information about the restaurant in the alert box when called, preventing a quick way to ensure the details. And then for the about us section, JavaScript dynamically loads the content like image, description, vision and the mission. And then we have the about title animation. So right here in the about title animation, first the title fades in. We set the initial opacity to 0. Then we use set timeout to delay the fade in effect by 100 ms. After that, we apply 1 second transition to change the opacity from 0 to 1, making the title appear smoothly, right? After that, the about us image animation. Next, the image slides in from the left. Initially, it is shifted 50 px to the left and hidden with the 0 opacity. After 300 ms delay, we trigger 1 second transition to move it into the place and fades in simultaneously. After that, we have About Us description animation. Finally, the description text fades in. We start with the opacity set to 0 and after 600 ms delay, we apply 1 second transition to bring the opacity to 1. And that's it for the About Us page. So basically in the About Us page, we have done some transition and it dynamically adds the content for the About Us page like the food, image, description and the mission. And here we have provided some transition for the About Us page in the image, description and all. So that's it. We are going to save this JavaScript file and then we'll just look at the output. So this is our About Us page here. We'll just move on to home page. We have linked the About Us page to our home page. And here you can see the transition which we are able to see is because of JavaScript. We have applied all these transition. This paragraph is dynamically being taken and this image is also being dynamically taken with the help of JavaScript, and this our mission and our vision is also dynamically being taken with the help of JavaScript. So this page has been kept simple and we have just applied transition and animation using JavaScript. Again here we have the footer. So that's it about our About Us page. So right here we have built our home page, we have built the About Us page. So we have linked the Contact Us page with the About Us page. We'll just fix that. We have the Cart Us page. And now we are going to build the login page. So we'll just move and fix that. So inside the about.html, what we have done is we have not linked the Contact Us page. So here we are just going to link the contact.html. That's it. So what you have to do is you have to link every page in the navigation bar of every page. Like inside the index.html, you have to provide this contact, card, About Us, every link. Same you have to do in About Us, same you have to do in cart page and all. So you have to provide every link to the every page. So now if we'll go to About Us page also, and in About Us page we'll go to Contact Us page, we'll be redirected to the Contact Us page only. So that's it. So now we have to create a login and register page. So again we are going to use HTML, CSS and JavaScript to create the login page. So here to create the login page, first of all we'll make the login page HTML file. We'll just write login.html and then we'll create login.css, and after that we'll create, let's say we'll just name it as main.js. And we are also planning to add one feature in our login page, that would be user should be able to log in with the email ID. So for that also we are going to make one JavaScript page, and that would be, let's say, login script.js. So these are the 4 files that we are going to work on. So first of all we'll work on login.html. Here we have written the login.html page. First of all we have written the head section in which we have provided the title, and then we have added the custom style sheet link, and then we have added the links. After that we have created the navigation bar, added the logo image, and then again the material icons and the elements inside the navigation bar. After that we have created one container. We are going to create the login form here. So for the login form we have given the ID, class and on submit login event. That basically we are going to add in the JavaScript. And again we have given the heading, that is login, and label and input for the username and ID password. So that is it. This is required because user cannot move forward without filling that section. After that we have created a submit button, and then we have added one more paragraph which says don't have an account, then you can register. So after that we have added one on click function here, and then we have added one paragraph which says register here. So after that, if the person doesn't have an account, they can just click on register here, and then the registration form will be visible. So for that again we have created one form. We have given a heading of register. We have given the label input for the username, email and password. And then again we have created one submit button. inside it we have also mentioned one paragraph that if you already have an account, you can just go to the login page. Again, we have just added this onClick function here, which will show the login page. And after that, we have this simple button element wrapped with div. This button is styled to have a black background, and we are using font awesome for the Google logo icon, which is added with I tag and the class of fab Google. This gives a nice recognizable Google login button. So after that, we have just added the script here. We are going to use the login script.js, and then we are going to use the main.js, and then we have added the links for the Firebase authentication. So we will just move on to the styling part, and after that we are going to write the JavaScript, which is the main part of the login page. So this right here is the styling of our login page. First, we have provided the global styling, and after that we have styled our navigation bar, the logo image, the unordered list of the navigation bar, and the every section of the navigation bar. After that, we have styled the items, we have provided the hover effect to the navigation bar, and then we have styled the icons. So we are not using material symbols, we are just using material icons. So after that, we have provided the additional styling, and then we have provided the background image. So after that, we have created one container, and inside the container we have provided the background color, padding, border radius, box shadow, width, and the margin top and left. Then the form container, in which the text alignment is center. Then the heading 2, and then we have styled the label and the input. After that, we have styled the button, then we have made the button hover, and then we have styled the paragraph and the anchor tag. Then we have added the hovering effect to the anchor tag, and then just we have styled the heading. That's it for the login.css, and we'll just save this file. Now we'll move on to the main JavaScript and the login.javascript. So inside the main.javascript, we will just give the code for the JavaScript for Firebase authentication, so the person is able to log in with their Google account. And inside the login script.js, we are going to provide all the type of form validations and everything that we are going to mention in our login page. So let's just move on to login.js now. So right here we have the JavaScript code for the login page. This first section is basically to toggle between the registration form and the login form. If somebody already has an account, they can just click on to login form and the registration form will be hidden. And if one doesn't have an account, they can just click on registration form and the login form will be hidden. After that, we have this function. So this function is basically to validate this username. So the username here cannot have any number, and if the username contains number, they will just get the alert that username cannot have number. They will just fetch the username from login username, and then they'll check it. If the username is not valid, they will just get this alert message. So after that, we have included this function to check the username and the password. So if the username matches the username which is in the local storage, and it will be validated, and if the password also matches the local storage password, then it will be validated, and if not, then user will get this alert message which says incorrect username or the password. Now that's it. The password will be validated with the password, the username will be validated with the username that's been stored in the local storage. Finally, we have added some event listeners to switch between registration form and the login form. We have added event listener to the button so that when you click on the registration button shows up and the login form hides. Similarly, clicking on the login button will bring back the login form and hides the registration form. That's it about the script of login page, and here we have basically validated the username, the password, and we have added some event listener to toggle between the registration form and the login form. So now what we'll do, we'll just save this file, and the last step is to add the Firebase authentication using login with Google. So we will just quickly write main.js code and then we'll be looking at the output. So this code is basically for the Firebase authentication. We are going to add this feature into our login page that user will be able to log in using their Google accounts. So first here, this initializes your Firebase app with the configuration details. And then we have this get authentication. So this basically provides the access to the Firebase authentication service. And then we have this Google Authentication Provider. This basically is used to configure the Google as a login provider. And then we have Sign in with pop-up. So this handles the Google login pop-up process. After that, we have this const Firebase configuration. So this configuration object contains the Firebase project details. These credentials are provided by Firebase when you set up your project. So they are necessary for connecting your app to the Firebase services like authentication, storage, etc. After that, we are initializing the Firebase and authentication. So inside this, we have this initialize app and Firebase configuration. This basically initializes the Firebase app with the configuration that we have defined above. After that, we have get authentication app. This basically initializes the Firebase authentication that will allow you to use the authentication features like login and logout. So this basically tells the language, and EN basically stands for English. So after that, here basically we are setting up our login provider. So this basically is used to set up the Google as the authentication method. It defines the Google as the login provider that user can use to sign in. After that, here we are adding the event listener to the login button. So this Google login basically refers to our Google login button in the HTML code. After that, we have added click event listener, and this basically adds the click event listener to the button. When the button is clicked, the login process will start. So basically, we have this sign in with pop-up authentication provider. This initiates the Google login pop-up when the user clicks the login button. It takes two arguments we have mentioned here, authentication and the provider. So then in catch basically handles the error, and the credential stores the Google credentials like ID token. And after that, we have the users, and users basically contains the logged in users detail such as their email and the profile information. After that, we have console.log user. So this basically prints the user details to the console. And then on we have this window location reference. This basically redirects the user to the home page after the successful login. And then we have this catch, which basically handles the error. If there is an issue during the login process, such as if the user cancels or there is a network issue, then error.code provides the error code, and then the error.message contains the descript. That's it. We have included the Firebase authentication, and we'll just save this file. So after saving this file, we are just going to go on login.html. So we will not add the index.html here because we don't want the user to access the home page without logging in. So now that we have created every page, so let us just look at the output. Here is our login page. Let's say I have not registered. So I'll just register myself here. I'll just write, let's say we'll just give name as Ria, and email ID will just write as 123456@gmail.com, and password will create 123. That's it. We have registered, and then we have our login page here. The username was Ria and the password was, let's say, 123. We'll just click on login, and then we are at our home page. And now we'll verify login with Google. We'll just click on login with Google. So actually I have already logged in with Google, so my email address has been saved with Google. So that's why I'm able to log in with the Google. But if you'll integrate into your system, then you will get your email IDs, and then you'll be able to log in with the Google. So right here, we have the home page that we have created. Then on we have this about us page. After that, we have this mail page, and then we have created the contact us page, and then we have created the cart. And after that, at last, we have created the checkout page. And the last thing is to proceed, right? That's it. This is our project. We have successfully completed our project with the home page, about us page, mail page, contact us page, login register page, and the card page. So this was our project using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And further in the next video, we'll study about the React.js. So let us just take a quick overview of React.js, and then we'll just continue in the next video. So let's have a look at some trending frameworks. So the first one we have is React. Meta developed React in 2013. It is a powerful library that's been adopted by major companies like Facebook and Instagram. Then we have Angular. Google created Angular in 2010 and it is another framework trusted by big names such as PayPal and Samsung. Then on we have Vue. Ivan Yu created Vue in 2014 and it has been adopted by big names such as Microsoft and Apple. So there are so many front-end frameworks in the market, but React.js is widely used. So after this, let us see how React.js works. So React.js basically is an open source JavaScript library and React makes the development process faster and simple. So it is used for building the user interfaces, mainly the single page applications, and also React allows the developers to create large web applications that can change the data without reloading the page. So there are some reasons why do we use React. So the first one is Virtual DOM. React uses Virtual DOM to efficiently update and render only the components that change, enhancing the performance. Next on we have development speed. React's reusable components and extensive library support significantly speeds up the development process. Then on we have stability. With one-way data flow, React ensures that the application updates do not unexpectedly affect the other parts. Then on we have interactive interfaces. React makes it easy to create interactive user interfaces that respond seamlessly to the user input. And then on we have component-based architecture. React component-based architecture allows for modular, maintainable, and scalable code. Then on we have server-side rendering. React supports server-side rendering, which improves performance and SEO for the web application. Then on we have simple to use. React straightforward API and vast community make it easy to learn and use even for the beginners. Then on we have flexible development. So React flexibility allows developers to integrate it with various other tools and frameworks, adapting a different project needs. So now let's take a quick overview of backend development. So backend development mainly focuses on two components, the web server and the databases. On the web server, we use server-side languages like Node.js, Python or PHP to handle the requests. We also need web server software such as Apache to host and serve our web applications. Lastly, API integration allows different systems to communicate with each other. On the other hand, with databases, we have two types of databases. Relational databases like MySQL, which store data in structured tables, and non-relational databases like MongoDB, which store the data in flexible format. It is ideal for unstructured or semi-structured data.
So let's talk about the advanced working with functions. Now, a function is a block of organized, reusable code that is used to perform single related action. Some of the advanced working with functions include recursion, closure, the new function, arrow functions, rest parameters and spread operator, the global object, the function object, then there's set timeout and set interval, and then there's function binding. Now here in this tutorial, we will discuss about all of these functions in detail. So let's begin with recursion. So recursion is a programming pattern that helps in situations where a task can be naturally split into several tasks of the same kind but simpler, or when a task can be simplified into an easy action and a simpler variant of the same task. Now, in the process of solving a task, a function can call many other functions. A partial case of this is when a function calls itself. Thus, it is known as recursion. So let's take an example and see how recursion works. So here we will just create a function for power, and inside that we will take two parameters such as x and n. Now here we will give another condition like if n equals 1. So we are giving the condition that if the value of n is equal to 1, we will return the value of x. So this is basically taking the power. So if anything has a power of 1, it will return the same value. Now we have to give the else condition as well. So for that we will just write else. Then we will write return x into power of x comma n minus 1. So here what happens is that we are just calculating the power value and what happens if we take a power value and what it should return. So here we have given the formula as return x into power and x comma n minus 1. And then we will just take the alert message here. So for that we have power function that we have used. And now here we will be giving two values that we want to check the power for. So suppose I'm taking 2, 4. So here the x value is 2, whereas the n value is 4. So basically it is 2 to the power 4. So this is how we calculate the power here. So now 2 to the power 4 will definitely give us the output as 16 here. Now in this example, the recursive function simplifies the task and calls itself. So what happens here is that we just directly take the recursive function so that you don't have to keep writing this again and again. You're just providing the if-else condition here, and with the alert you can just give any particular value and find out the power for any of these numbers. So this was about recursion. Now the second one is closure. Now JavaScript is a function-oriented language. So you can create a function dynamically, copy to another variable, or pass as an argument to another function and call from a totally different place later. Now a closure is a function that remembers its outer variables and can access them. In some languages, it is not possible, or a function should be written in a special way to make it happen. But in JavaScript, all functions are naturally closures. So now let's take an example for closures here. So here we will take a variable as add, and here we will take another function without any parameters. Then we are taking a variable counter and initializing the value as 0. And here we have another return function which has the parameter as counter equals to counter plus 1, and then we return the counter value here. So basically this is how we are incrementing the counter value. And after this, all you need to do is just call the add function here. And the number of times you call it is the number of times it gets counted here. So here I have called the add function twice. So here the counter will be 2. So the counter value here will be 2. Or if I call another add function here, now the counter value will be 3. So here what happens is that the function remembers its outer variables and can also access them with the help of the add function. And in JavaScript, all these functions are naturally closures. Now talking about the next one, we have the new function. Now the new function syntax is another way to create a function, and it is rarely used, but sometimes there's no alternative. So first let's have a look at the syntax of the new function. So for that we have let function, and we just take the new keyword here and we are adding another function where we will pass different arguments like argument 1, argument 2, and more such arguments. So let me just take argument n, and after that we are just calling the function body here. Now this function consists of arguments 1, 2 and till argument n, and then the given function body. So basically this is the syntax for our new function. Now let's take an example and see. So let's take a variable as sum and then create a new function with the parameters as a and then b. Now here we will add the function body, which is return a plus b. So you can see that we're passing the function body in the same parameter. So we have return a plus b here. And now we will just alert the message here. So I'll take the sum function and here we will pass the parameters. So for example, I'm taking the value to be 1, 2. So this will add these two numbers. So here my output will be 3. Now if I change the value to 2, 2, my output will also be 4. So basically you can just pass any two values to the parameters a and b and then put any values, and it will just give you the summation of these two values. So here the function is created literally from a string that is passed at runtime. So you can see that I've passed the return a plus b here, and you need to write the function code in the script. But the new function allows turning any string into a function. That's exactly how, with the help of new function, we have passed these two parameters in the form of a string and also the function return a plus b. So here it has converted this particular string into a function. Thus we have got the sum value here. Next up we have the arrow functions. Now arrow functions are anonymous and change the way this binds in functions. It makes our code more concise and simplifies function scoping and the this keyword. But arrow functions are not just a shorthand for writing small stuff. They also have some very specific and useful features. JavaScript consists of situations where you need to write a small function which is executed somewhere else, such as we have the array for each function. Now this function is executed by for each for every array item. Then we have the set timeout function. Now this function is executed by the built-in scheduler. Now in such functions, we usually don't want to leave the current context. That's where arrow functions come in handy. So let's take an example for arrow functions. So here we have hello, and then here's the function that we have created. So basically this is our arrow function. So I'll just write here arrow function. And here we have document.getElementById. Suppose we are taking any parameter like the demo.innerHTML. Now here we have our this keyword. Now once we have done this, what happens here is that the window object calls the function here. So let me just write the window object calls the function. Now how does it call the function? So for that we have window.addEventListener, and then we have load hello. So here we are just loading our hello function. Now once you are done with this, now a button object will call the function. So here the button object calls function. So now how does a button object call the function? For that we have another document.getElementById, and we are passing this button value here. So we are inserting this button and we are also adding the function as addEventListener, and the button event will be to click, and then we get hello. So here we are not leaving the current context and we are using the arrow function here, and then we are just taking the different events. So first the window object calls the function here, and then we have window.addEventListener, and then the button object calls the function, for which we have document.getElementById, and we have passed the button here, for which we also have added an event which is click on the button. So this was the example for arrow function. Now let's move on to the next one, which is rest parameters and spread operator. Now many JavaScript built-in functions support an arbitrary number of arguments like the math.max, which has different arguments, and this returns the greatest of the arguments. Then we also have the object.assign, which copies properties from source 1 and then till the destination. Now rest parameter is an improved way of handling function parameter, allowing us to more easily handle various input as parameters in a function. The rest parameter syntax allows us to represent an indefinite number of arguments as an array. So let's consider an example for rest parameters. So here we'll take a function as fun, and then there will be number of inputs here. So you can pass different arguments here. Then let sum equals to 0. So we are initializing the sum value as 0. Now we are passing a for loop here, for which let I of input, and the sum value is equals to sum plus I. So we can write it as sum plus equals I. Now after this we will just pass the return sum here. So this will return the sum value here. Now once you have done this, all you need to do is just get the message here For that we have console.log, and the first function that we're taking is with the value 1, 2. So we are passing different parameter values here. So this is the first one. Then let's take another one as console.log fun. Then let the value be 1, 2, 4. So we have passed 2 parameters already. Let's take another one where we have console.log fun and let the value be 1, 2, 4 and 6. Now what happens here is that it will give you the sum for these numbers. So here you can see that I have given ... input. So what this specifies is that there can be any number of inputs here. You have not specified the number of inputs that can be provided. So you can see that in the first one I have given 2 inputs, then I have given 3, and then I have given 4 inputs. It will just return the summation of these two numbers. So for this it will return the value as 3. For this it will return 1 plus 2 plus 4, that is it will return 7. And then for this it will return the summation as 13. So this was about the rest parameter. Now this spread operator, which allows an iterable to expand in places where 0 plus arguments are expected. It is mostly used in variable array where there is more than one values are expected. Also, it allows us the privilege to obtain a list of parameters from any array. Now let's take an example and see how the spread operator does the concat job. So let's consider an array here where we will pass the values as 1, 2 and 3. So this is our first array. Let's take another array. So let it be let array 2 equals to, then let's pass the values to be 4, 5 and 6. Now we will just do the concatenation here. So for that we'll take the array and then we will specify the array 1 and then the array 2. So here we are taking any value that is present inside these two particular arrays and we are joining them together. So what we are doing is we will just take console.log and we will pass the array here. So what happens here is that we are concatenating these two different arrays and we are taking any value that is present inside this array. So basically we are adding these two up, we are concatenating them, and then in the final array we are getting the output. So we'll get all the values here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So basically concatenation has been done here and you get the output as all of these values present in both of these arrays. So this was about the rest parameters and the spread operators. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the global object. Now the global object provides variables and functions that are available anywhere. By default, those that are built into the language or the environment. Now recently, the global this was added to the language as a standardized name for a global object that should be supported across all environments. So basically talking about the global object here, if we take an alert in this particular way, such as we take alert hello, then this is similar to when we write window dot alert and we call this hello here. So basically these two are the same things here and both the alert functions work in the same way. So this is basically standardizing the name for a global object which is supported across all the environments and all the properties of the global object can be accessed directly. Now the next function that we'll talk about is the function object. So in JavaScript, functions are objects itself and the different properties include name and length. Now the function name usually taken from the function definition, but if there is no name, JavaScript tries to guess it from the context. Then we have the length, the number of arguments in the function definition. So the rest parameters are not counted here. Now if the function is declared as a function expression and it carries the name, then it is called a named function expression. The name can be used inside to reference itself for recursive calls or such. So let's take an example for the function object. So suppose we have a function as say hi and then we have not passed any parameter value here. We will just take the alert message to be hi. Now after this, we will just pass another alert, taking the function here say hi.name. So now what it'll take is, we haven't specified any name for this, but it'll just print say hi because it'll consider the assignment name and guess the name and print the same thing. Now we're taking another function as f2, passing two parameters as a and b, then considering another function as many, where we will specify parameters like a, b, and then more. So this is basically any number of parameters here. Then we will call the alert function again, and inside this we will call f2.length. So f2 is basically where we have passed two parameters. So this should give us the length as 2. Then we'll take another alert where we have many.length. Now for this one, it will return the value to be 2 because we have two different parameters here, so it will take the value to be 2. But what about many.length? Because we have not specified anything. But you can see that there are two things that we have specified here, that is a and b, and then we have given ... more, which means that there might be more. But this will show the numbers that it actually can see, or it can figure out from the many.length. So what happens here? This will also give the value to be 2 because we have two specific parameters as a and b. There can be more number as well. There can be any number in this one. But right now it has guessed the two values to be a and b, so it will give you the output as 2. Next up is the set timeout and set interval. Now if you want to execute a function at a certain time later, it is called as scheduling a call. Now there are two methods for it. Now the first one is set timeout, which allows us to run a function once after the interval of time. Then we have the set interval, which allows us to run a function repeatedly starting after the interval of time, then repeating continuously at that interval. Now these methods are not a part of the JavaScript specification, but most environments have an internal scheduler and provide these methods. Now for set timeout, the syntax is let timer id, then we take the set timeout function code, then we take the delay time and pass the different arguments like 1, 2, and as many numbers of arguments as you want to. So here is an example of the set timeout. So we have a function as say hi and we give the alert as hello. Now we are setting the timeout here. So we are setting the timeout to be 1000 here. So what happens is that you're just specifying the time, that till how long will it go on. So here we have specified the value to be till 1000. So it will keep printing hello till the 1000th time. Then we have the set interval. The syntax for set interval is similar to set timeout. So here we have the timer id where we have specified the interval and we have the function code. Then we have passed the same delay and the arguments here. So this is the example for a set interval. So what we have done here is it is similar to set timeout, just that instead of the timeout, we are setting the interval time here. So here what happens is it will repeat with the interval of 2 seconds. And then in the next section, it will stop after 5 seconds. So we've just taken the set timeout function, clear interval timer id and alert stop. And we have specified the value to be 5000, which is 5 seconds. So it will stop after 5 seconds. Now moving on to the next one, there's function binding. Now when passing object methods as callbacks, for instance to set timeout, there is a known problem of losing this. Now the functions provide a built-in method bind that allows fixing this. Now you can have a look at the syntax. So we have a let bound function which will take the function.bind context. Now the result of function.bind context is a special function like exotic object that is callable as function and transparently passes the call to function setting this equals to context. So here is an example for the same. So here we have taken a user and then we have passed the parameter values as first name John. Then we have called the function here and given the alert as this dot first name. So again, let function user, we have binded the user. So what happens is whenever you call the function user function here, you will get the first name. So the output will be John because it's binding the user value inside this. So we're not gonna lose any this function here. So these were some of the examples of advanced working with functions. Now let's move on and talk about JavaScript namespaces. Now JavaScript does not support namespaces, but the namespaces are important as they help reduce the number of identifiers for variables, objects, and functions that are added to the global scope in your application. Now JavaScript is a flexible language and there are ways to work around this limitation and implement your own namespaces. So why do we need namespaces? In JavaScript, the codes share a single global namespace, which is simply a single global object that holds all global variables and functions as properties. Now in the browser, this is the window object which tends to pollute the global scope if there are too many objects. Now here is an example for the namespace. So here we have taken the first variable as num and given the value to be 5. Then we have taken another object with no parameter values. Then we have passed another string as hello Edureka. Then we have called a function sum and taken the value as x and y. That is, we are calling two parameters x and y, for which the total will be equal to x plus y, and we are returning the total value. So this will basically give the sum value. And then we have taken another variable as numr, which is equals to sum 3, 3 or any value that you want to pass here. But what happens in this example is that the identifiers num, object, string and sum are properly declared using the variable and let keyword. But the function scoped variable total is missing a var and numr is a misspelling of num. Now here JavaScript adds both total and numr to the global namespace, which most likely is not what you want. So this was about the JavaScript namespaces. The next topic is the prototypes. Now in JavaScript, objects have a special hidden property known as prototype, which depicts either null or references another object. Now that object is called a prototype. Now here we will discuss two important features of prototype. The first one is prototypal inheritance. Then we have the prototype methods, objects without the proto. Now firstly, talking about prototypal inheritance. In programming, we often want to take something and extend it. Suppose you have a user object with its properties and methods and you want to make admin and guest as slightly modified variants of it. Here you want to reuse what is there in the user, not copy its methods, just build a new object on top of it. So prototypal inheritance is a language feature that helps in that. So here is an example for the prototypal inheritance. So the first keyword is pet, and inside this we have passed different properties like it eats, so a pet eats, which is true. And then we have taken another variable which is dog. Inside dog, the properties are jumps, which is also true. Now we are using the dog.proto equals to pet in order to inherit all the properties of pet into dog. Now here we can find both properties in dog. So whenever we take the alert for dog.eats, it gives us true, and even for dog.jumps, it gives us true. But we have specified only the jump property inside dog. But here with the proto function, we have also considered all the values inside pet. So here if you are looking for a property in dog and it's missing, JavaScript automatically takes it from pet. Now the next one is the prototype methods, objects without proto. So in prototypal inheritance, we used the proto, but this is an outdated method now. So here we will have a look at the modern methods to set up a prototype. So the first one is to take object.create proto, then take the descriptors. It creates an empty object with given proto as prototype and optional property descriptors. The second option is just take object.getPrototype of and then take object inside the function. So this will return the prototype of the object. Then finally we have object.setPrototype prototype of object, comma, proto. We're passing two parameters. The first one is the object and second one is the proto. Now this method sets the prototype of object to proto. So here is an example for this. So here you can see we have taken the similar example as prototypal inheritance, but without using the outdated method of proto. So here we have pet, which has property as eats true. Now here we will create a new object with pet as a prototype. So we have taken dog as the new object. Then we have object.create pet. So basically we are creating a new object with pet as a prototype here. So when we alert dog.eats, it also gives the output as true because it has taken the properties from pet already. Now when we take alert object.get prototype of dog equal to pet, it still gives the value to be true because now the properties of dog is similar to pet because we have inherited the properties of pet here already. Now object.set prototype of dog. So what we are doing is we are just changing the prototype of dog to null here. So here we have not passed any parameter. You can give any property here, but right now with the help of set prototype of, we have just changed the prototype of dog here. So this was the example for prototypal inheritance and prototype methods without proto. And this was all about prototypes. Now the next topic is error handling. Now, no matter how good you are at programming, your scripts might consist of errors. They may occur because of our mistakes, unexpected user input, an erroneous server response, or any other reason. So usually a script stops immediately in case of an error, printing it to console. Now there's a syntax construct as the try catch that allows catching errors and instead of dying, do something more reasonable. So for that we have the try catch syntax and it has two main blocks, that is the try and the catch. So the syntax for try catch is first you have the try block and then you have the catch where you're actually handling the error. So first the code in try block is executed. If there are no errors, then the catch error is ignored. The execution reaches the end of try and goes on skipping catch. Now in case an error occurs, then try execution is stopped and the control flows to the beginning of the catch error. Now here is an example of try and catch. So first we have the try block here, for which we have the alert as begin try runs. Now here we do not have any error. So we will just give the alert as end try runs because this is running perfectly and there's no error. So we will skip the catch error part. So here we have given the alert as catch is ignored as there are no errors. But in case there was any error here, then we would have gone to the catch errors. Suppose there are errors here. Now what happens is that instead of skipping the catch error, it goes to the catch block and then checks for the error here. So try catch is an important part of error handling in JavaScript, and this is how the errors are also handled here easily. Next up we have modules in JavaScript. Now a module is a self-contained piece of code that groups semantically related variables and functions. Modules are not built-in constructs in JavaScript. But the JavaScript module pattern provides a way to create modules that have well-defined interfaces that are exposed to clients of the module. Now, an important advantage of modules is that you can modify the internal functionality whenever necessary without affecting the rest of your program. Now, this promotes encapsulation and information hiding. To define a module in JavaScript, you take advantage of anonymous closures by creating an anonymous immediate function. So here is an example for modules in JavaScript. So here we have taken the variable as module and passed a function without any parameters. And then we have taken another private variable and passed the value to be 7. Now we are calling the private method here. So what happens is when we take the module and module property and pass another value 1, then we take module method and call the function here. So here what happens is that we have called the function which is returning the module value. So basically it will return this particular variable here. And with the module property you can modify the internal functionality whenever necessary. So what happens is here you can see first we have given the private variable as 7. Then we have taken the module.module property and modified it to 1. So here you can just take advantage of the anonymous closures by creating an anonymous immediate function, which is what we have created after the module.module method. We have just created another anonymous function. Now the next thing that we're going to talk about is chaining JavaScript methods. Now JavaScript allows you to invoke multiple methods on an object in a single expression. Now to invoke multiple methods, we have chaining. This is a process of stringing the method calls together with dots between them. The syntax for chaining is very simple. We just take the object.method1, then add dot and method2 dot method3. This is how you chain the different methods together. Now when building a chain, the object is named only once and then multiple methods are called on it. For this to work, your methods must return the object that they operate on. And each method works on the object, and when it is done, it returns it to the next call. So here is a simple example of chaining. So I have just taken a random account number with this particular value and then taken the set balance and apply credit. So basically I have chained all the details together for this particular account number, for which the balance is 15,000 and then the credit is 200. So here you learn to set a banking account which consists of the account number, the balance, and a line of credit. Now chaining in JavaScript can improve performance as well as readability. Here the jQuery library uses chaining extensively. So let's take another example and see how to chain jQuery selector methods. So here this is another way of how you can chain the jQuery selector methods, for which we have the $myDiv.removeClassOff.addClassOn, and then we have taken .css background equals to red. So we are specifying a background color, add class on, and then we are taking the classes on, removing the class off. So this is another different way of doing it with the jQuery selector. So this was about chaining. Finally, let's talk about generators here. Now generators are a special class of functions that simplify the task of writing iterators. So this function produces a sequence of results instead of a single value and generates a series of values. Thus, in JavaScript, a generator is a function that returns an object on which you can call next function. Therefore, every invocation of next function will return an object of shape. So here you have just taken a value as any and then done true or false. So the value property will contain the value. The done property is either true or false. When the done becomes true, the generator stops and won't generate any more values. So these were some of the advanced techniques and methods involved in JavaScript. So I hope you have understood all of these advanced aspects that you needed to learn for advanced JavaScript tutorial. If you have any doubts in the basic JavaScript, you can go back and watch the video on JavaScript tutorial and start from scratch, and then get back to this particular tutorial and understand the advanced aspects as well. Now talking about the JavaScript libraries, it consists of functions that are used to build applications with powerful functionalities. Now, a library has several functions, objects, and methods depending on the language. So your application can link to a library that provides access to that particular functionality. Now let's have a look at the list of some of the most popular JavaScript libraries that help you perform complex tasks easily. So first we have the jQuery, then we have d3.js, then React, QUnit, Parsley, jQuery UI, Glimmer, Anime.js, Video.js, and finally Multiple.js. Now these are some of the most popular and also most commonly used libraries in JavaScript for various applications. So let's get into the depth of all of these libraries and see how it works and why do we need to use them. Now talking about the first library, we have jQuery. It is definitely one of the most popular libraries. Now jQuery is a library which is used for the document object model manipulation, that is the DOM. Now this DOM is actually a tree-like structure that represents all the elements on a web page. It is also one of the most preferable libraries to create animations, handle events, and many more. Now the goal of jQuery is to be extensible, simple, and also clear to use. Not just that, it also takes care of all the cross-browser incompatibilities and promotes the separation of HTML and JavaScript. Now moving on to the next one, we have the d3.js. Now this library is mostly used for visualizing the data. So what happens here is that it manipulates your documents based on the content, and also it will help you bring the data to life with the help of HTML, SVG, and CSS. Now you can generate your HTML tables or create interactive SVG charts with the help of this particular library. Not just that, the d3.js library has a powerful API that uses selectors similar to jQuery. So once you have selected an element in the DOM, you can do all sorts of transitions and manipulations with the help of your d3.js. Now next up is another popular JavaScript library. So we have React. Now React, or the React.js, is an open source library which is also backed by Facebook. Not just that, it helps in creating small or large-scale web applications and is particularly useful in creating interactive websites. Now, this particular library is definitely one of the most preferable one when you need to build user interfaces, and this helps in improving the customer experience as well. React is definitely the library you should look out for if you are into front-end web development. Now moving on to the next library, we have the QUnit. Now manual testing of your complex applications is pretty tiring and also time consuming. Therefore, QUnit was developed for testing any JavaScript code. So this one actually supports your client-side environments in web browsers and also the server side. So the QUnit library is a comprehensive library that has great community support and a short learning curve. It's definitely one of the most preferable ones when it comes to any sort of testing for your JavaScript code. Now let's move on to the next one. Next we have the Parsley. So if your next project incorporates any sort of forms, Parsley is the library you are looking for. So this JavaScript library actually focuses on form validation, and also it is very user friendly. Now it also works wonderfully with 𝐸𝐿𝐼c, that is the JavaScript library that keeps form fields data until submitted. Now Parsley is definitely one of the best choices for building any creative website. Not just that, it provides more form validation techniques than any other JavaScript library. So if you're working with any sort of form validation or email validation, you must go for Parsley. Also, if you want to know more about form validation and email validation, do check out our videos on email validation and form validation that will provide you with a step-by-step guide on how you can perform these validations. Now next up we have the jQuery UI. So we have already talked about jQuery and why it is used in JavaScript or how it actually functions. Now this is another add-on of jQuery. So we have jQuery UI, which is used to add basic graphic elements to your application after you have incorporated your jQuery library. Now this particular library stands out for various reasons. Now the most important one out of them is that jQuery UI works with any browser. So users are less likely to complain that the application is not working as expected, because you can just go on with any sort of browser that you want to use and it will work the same way and also give you the result. Now next up we have the Glimmer. Now Glimmer.js was actually built by the Ember team for the developers who were looking for something smaller and lighter weight than the Ember.js. So what happens here is that it helps you with UI components and also the DOM rendering. Not just that, this library is also built using the Ember CLI and uses the Git, Node.js, NPM, and Yarn. So if you are looking for a tool to generate components and helpers or help with project layouts and streamline your process, Glimmer must be your choice. So you can opt for this particular library without any doubt while working with any of these things. Now next up we have the anime.js. Now animations and micro interactions are quite popular these days. You wouldn't want to go to a website which is dull and boring without any animations. Now anime.js is a flexible JavaScript library that helps you in adding some dashes of motion to your site. So it works with CSS, individual transforms, SVG, DOM attributes, and JavaScript objects to make it extremely versatile and perfect for almost any project. So basically, this particular library will add life to your otherwise boring website. So this was about animations. Now what if you want to add some videos? So for that we have the video.js. Now the video.js is a library that helps you build full screen videos to beautifully cite backgrounds. Moreover, this library also makes your task of adding a video background super easy. And not just that, it also looks good on every screen size and scales super smoothly. So you can definitely say that this is a perfect choice if you are working with videos for your web applications. So the next time you're trying to make your website look beautiful with some videos embedded in the background, do consider the video.js library. Now finally on number 10 we have the multiple.js. Now multiple.js is an amazing library that will help you create interesting background visuals. So it allows you to share a background image across multiple elements with the help of CSS, which actually creates a really interesting visual effect. So what happens here is that you can have multiple screens and also different sort of backgrounds embedded together to make your website look even more beautiful. So these were some of the top 10 JavaScript libraries that would help you build a creative website design. These are also some of the most popular ones right now.
At number 10, we have Aurelia. Currently, over 800 websites are making use of Aurelia. To name a few, there is lot.com, rbdigital.com, and so on. Now, Aurelia is an open source framework that aids in web application advancement. Rather than taking the monolithic framework approach, Aurelia is composed of smaller focus modules. Apart from that, Aurelia comes with a highly descriptive and helpful documentation set that aids all the developers. It also supports multiple languages such as ECMAScript 5, ECMAScript 2015, 2016, and TypeScript, which is very helpful and gives you high flexibility. It also has an extensible HTML compiler that lets you create custom HTML elements, add custom attributes to existing elements, and control template generation. So moving on, at number 9, we have Polymer.js. Now currently over 3,000 websites are using Polymer. To name a few, we have virustotal.com, rogers.com, and so on. Now Polymer is basically an open source JavaScript library for building web applications using web components. Web components are a set of W3C standards which consist of several different web technologies. Now these components are a part of the browser, so you don't need any third-party tools and libraries like jQuery. It also provides support for both one-way and two-way data binding. It was designed to support data that flows in one direction as well as bidirectional data flow. Now, Polymer utilizes the native browser technologies instead of relying on custom JavaScript library. It also allows you to create your own custom elements, and it provides the simplest way to create custom HTML elements because this library is built on top of web standard APIs. Moving on, at number 8, we have Meteor. Now, currently over 13,000 websites are making use of Meteor. This includes mtv.com, meteorfrance.com, and so on. Now, Meteor is a free open source JavaScript framework written using Node.js. It allows rapid prototyping and produces cross-platform code. Meteor offers a full-stack solution for developing and deploying web applications, and it comes bundled with several built-in features such as reactive templates, automatic CSS, and etc. Also, building out a login system for your application can be a pain. But when it comes to Meteor, Meteor packages make it simple to add features like user accounts, JavaScript libraries like React, and so on. And adding these kind of smart packages is very easy. Just a few keystrokes in the terminal and you have it in your system. Now, Meteor is a perfect solution for those who are looking to build real-time applications. All of the application's layers from database to template get updated automatically. This means that you don't have to refresh the page to see any sort of update, and all of the changes get saved instantly. Meteor also allows using the same code on the front end and in the back end so that developers don't have to install and configure different libraries. Now, this saves up a lot of production time of developers because they don't have to perform context switching between server language and JavaScript. Moving on, at number 7, we have Ember. Currently, over 6,000 websites are using Ember. To name a few, there is nasa.gov, tutorialspoint.com, and so on. Now, Ember is an open source JavaScript web framework that lets developers build scalable single web page applications by incorporating the best practices into the framework. Now, with the help of Babel JavaScript transpiler, Ember allows developers to use future JavaScript standards and transpile them for use in browsers today. Now, if you don't know what Babel is a JavaScript transpiler that lets developers incorporate next generation JavaScript into their code right now. And then there is Ember CLI, which is a command line utility that comes along with the Ember framework software stack. Now, this CLI is a productivity rocket ship with support for several tools like CoffeeScript, Handlebars, Less, and etc. Now, it also has very well-defined best practices for how it is structured. By using this framework, developers can focus more on their application's functionality and unique features and less on reinventing the wheel with tedious code. There's more building here and less blueprinting. Now, built into that beautiful user interface are Ember's templates, which are written with a handlebar templating language. Now, templates make a lot of features possible in Ember, like components, outlets, and expressions. Moving on, at number 6, we have Node.js. Now, currently, the number of websites that are using Node.js is over 84,000. To name a few websites, there is bbc.com and medium.com. In simple words, it is an open source runtime environment for executing JavaScript code. For those of you who don't know, Node.js was built on Google Chrome's JavaScript engine called the V8 engine. Now, this engine makes sure that Node.js library executes its code at lightning fast speed. Apart from that, all of the APIs of Node.js libraries are asynchronous or non-blocking. Now, this means that Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. It will directly move to the next API after calling it. Now, this is also one of the reasons why it's faster. Now, the single-threaded program used by Node.js can provide service to a much larger number of requests. So, when you compare this to a traditional server like Apache HTTP server, which create limited threads to handle requests, Node.js is highly scalable. Apart from that, Node.js applications never buffer any data. They just output the data in the form of data chunks. This way, Node.js provides faster services. Now, at number 5, we have Backbone.js. Currently, over 513,000 websites are making use of Backbone. To name a few, we have Tumblr.com, ESPN.com, GameSpot, and so on. Now, Backbone is a lightweight JavaScript library that allows to develop and structure applications that run in a web browser. Now, let me tell you a few key features of this framework. When a project grows and gets more complex, the code becomes more cluttered. Now, Backbone.js overcomes this problem by providing an event-driven communication between views and models. The single most important thing that Backbone.js can help you with is keeping your business logic separate from your user interface. Now, when the two are entangled, change is very hard. But when logic doesn't depend on user interface, your interface becomes easier to work with. Now, guys, the more you stick to Backbone conventions, the less you have to code. And in turn, the more standardized and readable your code will become. Also, all thanks to its excellent support for RESTful APIs, the models in Backbone.js can be easily tied to a backend. Now, coming to number 4, we have jQuery. Currently, over 19 million websites are using jQuery. It is one of the oldest JavaScript frameworks and it's been around for over 12 years and it's still going strong. So, jQuery is basically a cross-platform JavaScript library designed to simplify scripting of HTML. To name a few websites who are using jQuery, we have Yahoo, Facebook, Twitter, WordPress, IBM, and so on. Now let's talk about few key features of jQuery. jQuery provides AJAX support. Now AJAX stands for Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. In short, AJAX is about loading data in the background and displaying it on the web page without having to reload the whole page. And jQuery provides several methods for AJAX functionality. jQuery also has cross-browser support and works well in Internet Explorer, Firefox, Safari, Chrome, and Opera. It also makes it very easy to manipulate DOM. Now DOM stands for Document Object Model, which is basically a programming API for HTML and XML documents. Now jQuery enables developers to do amazing things and use best of their creativity through easy to learn API which is built on top of JavaScript. Also, the community for its contributors is more diverse and bigger than that of any other JavaScript library. It has extensive and comprehensive documentation. Moving on, at number 3 we have Vue. Now guys, currently over 36,000 websites are using Vue, including Stack Overflow, Popcache.net and so on. So what is Vue.js? Now it is basically an open source JavaScript framework for building user interface. Integrating with projects that use other JavaScript libraries is simplified with Vue because it is designed to be adaptable. Now to name a few key features, Vue offers HTML-based templates that bind the DOM with the Vue's instance data. So these templates are very easy to build because they are written in HTML. Now the success of a JavaScript framework depends on its size, and the size of this framework is between 18 to 21 kilobytes. It also allows the users to write the templates in HTML file, JavaScript file, and uses virtual nodes. Now this flexibility makes it easy to understand for the developers of React.js, AngularJS, and any other new JavaScript framework. It is also useful for developing new web applications as well as altering the pre-existing ones. Now developers always like to use a framework with detailed documentation because it's always easier for them to write their application. Now the document with Vue.js is so comprehensive that any user who knows a little bit about JavaScript and HTML can easily develop his own application or web page. Moving on, at number 2 we have React. Currently over 3 lakh websites are using React. To name a few, we have Microsoft.com, ESPN, IMDb and so on. Now React is basically a JavaScript library for building user interface. It is mainly maintained by Facebook, and in React for every DOM object there is a corresponding virtual DOM object. Now manipulating the virtual DOM is quicker rather than updating the original DOM because nothing gets drawn on screen. Apart from that, in React everything is treated as components. So you can easily import components supported by React, and instead of coding or building an entire feature, you can import it and make use of it. Now it was designed in such a manner that it will only support data that is flowing downstream. So if the data has to flow in another direction, you will need additional features which will slow down data processing. Now JSX is a simple JavaScript that uses HTML coding. So instead of the usual JavaScript that's used for templating, React uses JSX. At number 1 we have AngularJS. Now currently over 4 lakh websites are using Angular. To name a few, there is Google.com, YouTube.com, Google UK, Google Russia, Google France. All of these websites make use of AngularJS. Now let's discuss a few key features of Angular. Now Angular supports two-way data binding by building a link between the model and the view. Now in this process what happens is the view displays changes made in the model and the model reflects the changes made in the view. Now with AngularJS framework you can develop fully responsive single page applications that can easily fit different screen sizes perfectly. This reduces the network traffic by decreasing the load on the web server. Now one of the most important features of AngularJS is the MVC or the Model View Controller architecture. Now this architecture is divided into 3 elements: the model, view and controller. Model is basically where you store your data, view is responsible for showcasing all your data to the users, and controller is basically a software code that controls the entire interaction between the model and the view. Another great feature of Angular is the fact that it uses HTML language to build user interfaces. Now the HTML language is a common and declarative language with very short tags that are simple to understand. So if you're looking for a solution that's quick, simple and easy to use at a moment's notice, then this could be it for you.
So before we dive into the interview questions, let's have a look at some job profiles and salary expectations you can aim for if you master JavaScript. So JavaScript opens the door for a variety of job roles across the different domains. Here are 6 key profiles you can target with JavaScript skills. So the first one is front-end developer. As a front-end developer, you can create stunning and interactive user interfaces. This role involves building a parts of websites and applications that user interacts with directly. Mastering JavaScript framework like React and Angular can give you a huge edge. The second one is backend developer. Backend developer focuses on server-side applications ensuring that the logic, databases, and APIs work seamlessly. With Node.js, JavaScript extends its power to backend, allowing you to build scalable and efficient applications. The next one is full stack developer. Love the idea of working with both front-end and back-end, right? Then full stack development is your calling. Full stack developers can handle the entire application, making them highly versatile and in demand. The next one is JavaScript software engineer. This role is a border focusing on designing and developing software applications using JavaScript as a core technology. This requires deep knowledge of JavaScript along with problem solving and engineering skills. The next one is mobile app developer. Do you know that JavaScript can also be used for mobile app development? Frameworks like React Native enables the developers to create cross-platform mobile applications with single code base. This makes the mobile app development faster and more efficient. And the next one we have is game developer. If you're into gaming, JavaScript has you covered. Libraries like Parser and 3.js allows you to develop engaging browser-based games, offering a fantastic way to combine creativity and coding. So each of these roles has its unique challenges and rewards. But the common factor is JavaScript, a language that ties them all together. Now you might be wondering, what about the salaries? Well, the earning potential varies depending on the role, your experience, and your location. But JavaScript developers are among the top earners of tech industry. So whether you are building websites, apps, or games, you can expect a lucrative career with JavaScript. Let's have a look at some salary expectations of the 6 roles that we have discussed previously. So starting from the top, we have the role of game developer. Game developer can expect an average salary range between 6 lakhs to 10 lakhs per year. Their role focuses on creating interactive game experience. Moving to the right, we have another important role, that is JavaScript developer. The JavaScript developers earn the average salary range of 3.5 lakhs to 5.5 lakhs annually. These specialize in coding and building the dynamic application. Next, we will look at the backend developer. Backend developers falls within the average salary range of 7 lakhs to 9 lakhs per year. They handle the server-side logic and database management. Now let's focus on the front-end developer salary. Front-end developer earns an average salary range of 5.5 lakhs to 7.5 lakhs per year. They work on designing and implementing user interfaces. Now let's discuss the full-stack developer role. Full-stack developer combines the front-end and the back-end skills, making them highly versatile, so the average salary range is 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Finally, let's look at the mobile app developer salary. So mobile app developers earn an average salary range of 6 lakhs to 8.5 lakhs per annum. They build an application for smartphones and tablets. Now let's have a look at job profiles and their corresponding salary expectations in the tech industry in USA. Starting from the top, we have the game developer role. Game developers can earn the average salary of $105,300 per year. And again, moving on the right, we have the role of JavaScript software engineer. JavaScript software engineer typically earns around $105,840 per year. So next on we have backend developers. So backend developers can earn around $150,980 per year. Next on we have front-end developer. So front-end developers can earn approximately $104,800 per year. Moving on, we have full-stack developers. So full-stack developers can earn impressive average of $150,900 per year. Finally, we have mobile app developer. Mobile app developers can earn the salary of around $187,000 per year. So as you can see, the tech industry in USA offers a lucrative opportunities across the different roles, with salaries reflecting the specialized skills required in each area. So now that we have covered these salaries, let's shift our gears and dive into some JavaScript interview questions to prepare you for the interview. So let's dive into our first question. So the first question that we have is, what is temporal dead zone? And the answer to this question is, the temporal dead zone is a behavior associated with variables declared using let and const. It refers to the time between when a variable is declared and when it is initialized, during which assigning the variable results in an error. Especially, it prevents you from using the variable before it's fully set up in the memory. Now let's move on to our VS Code to understand it via a code. So here we have the small code that reflects the temporal dead zone. So here we can see let myVar declares the variable myVar during the entire execution until let myVar is equal to 10 is assigned a value. Any attempt to access myVar will throw in reference error. So here we can see we have this reference error. This is because let myVar has not been assigned yet. So now console.log myVar attempts an access to myVar before its initialization. Here we can see that. So at this point myVar is in its temporal dead zone. So reference error is thrown. As we can see here, the reference error is thrown. So let myVar is equal to 10. Here we can see let myVar is equal to 10 initializes the variable with the value 10. So after this line, let myVar is accessible. So this is the basic example of temporal dead zone. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, what is strict mode in JavaScript and how it can be enabled? And the answer to this question is, strict mode in JavaScript is a way to ensure a stricter parsing and error handling in your code. It helps you to write cleaner code by preventing the use of potentially problematic language features and throwing error for common mistakes that JavaScript might otherwise overlook. So strict mode is enabled by adding the following string at the beginning of the script or a function. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are closures in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, closures are the powerful feature in JavaScript that enables function to remember and access the variables from their outer scope. Even after the outer function has finished executing, essentially closures are formed when the inner function makes the use of variable declared in the parent function. This allows for more concise and efficient code as it enables the function to retain the access of important data. So here let's understand the closures with the help of an example. Closure is created when the inner function incree captures the variable count from its enclosing counter function. Even after counter has finished executing, the incree function retains the access to count, allowing it to increment and log the value each time it is called. So that's it about closures in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, explain hosting in JavaScript. And the answer to this question is, hosting is a unique mechanism in JavaScript where variables and functions declarations are moved on the top of their scope during the compile phase even before the code starts executing. This means you can use functions or variables before they are declared in the code. Let's have a look at the example on this slide. In the left code snippet, the function getEmp is called before its declaration. However, it works without any errors because the function declaration is hosted on the top of the scope. Similarly, inside getEmp, the variable emp1 is declared using var. Even though the declaration is hosted, the assignment happens at runtime. This ensures that the value 20 is correctly logged. The second snippet highlights the same concept with alert. This shows that the hosting applies to the both function declarations and variable declarations, allowing the code to behave as if these were at the top of their respective scopes. So that's it about the hosting in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between equality operator and the strict equality operator? And the answer to this question is, these equality operators are also called loose equality operators. They perform type cohesion. This means it converts the values being compared to the same type before checking its equality. On the other hand, these are also called strict equality operators that does not perform any type of cohesion. It requires both the value and the type to be identical for the comparison to return true. So in summary, we use strict equality operator to precise the comparisons and equality operator when you can handle the type conversion implicitly. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between declaring variables using var, let and const? And the answer to this question is, the main difference between let, var and const lie in their scope, hosting behavior and reassignment. While var is a function scoped and allows redeclaration and reassignment, let and const are block scoped, with const preventing the reassignment and both being affected by the temporal dead zone. Rest you can pause the video and go through the differences one by one. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is rest parameter and spread operator? The spread operator is used to unpack the element from the array or object, spreading them into two individual elements. In contrast, the res parameter allows the function to accept an indefinite number of arguments as an array, enabling the collection of all the remaining arguments into a single variable. Now let's move on to our VS Code and understand it via a small example. So here we are looking at the small code example of res parameter. The display name function uses res parameter names to collect the infinite number of arguments into an array. When called with Alice, Bob and Charlie, these arguments are grouped into an array Alice, Bob and Charlie that we can look at the output. So the console.log name statement then logs their array into a console. This is useful for handling the dynamic inputs. Here you can look at the output. So similarly, we have a small code example of a spread operator. The spread operator is used to unpack the elements from an array and spread them into a new array. For example, when combining the arrays like const all fruits, fruit1, fruit2, it unpacks the elements of fruit1 and fruit2 and combines them into new array. So the res parameter is similar in syntax, but it is used to function definition to collect the multiple arguments into single array, while the spread operator expands the element into new context and the res parameter collects the values passed to a function. So that's it about the res parameter and spread operator. So now let's move on to our next question. Explain the difference between array prototype.filter and array prototype.reduce. So filter is used to create a new array with all elements that pass a specified condition or test. It returns a subset of original arrays with the same number of elements or fewer. Next one we have reduce. It is used to apply a function on each element of array to accumulate a single result such as sum, product or even transformed value. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is self-executing function? And the answer to this question is, self-executing function are also known as immediately invoked function expression. It is a JavaScript function that is executed as soon as it is defined. The purpose of self-executing function is to ensure the immediate execution of the code that it contains, enable the encapsulation creating a private scope to avoid populating a global namespace, and they often use anonymous functions which do not require a name and are directly executed. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, how would you implement a custom method to check if the array contains duplicate? And the answer to this question is, to implement a custom method to check if the array contains duplicate, you can follow these steps. First of all, start. This initializes the process by initializing the required data structure. Then we go to initialize a set. Here we create an empty set. This will be used to track unique elements. Next we have iterate over the array. This means loop through each element in the array. Next on we have check if the element exists in the set. So if the current element is already in the set, it means the duplicate is found. Return true immediately as the array contains the duplicate. Otherwise, add the current element to the set and continue looping through the array. So if no duplicate found, that means if the loop completes without finding the duplicate, return false to indicate the array has no duplicates. And that's it. After that, you can finish the execution of that method. So this approach is efficient because the set ensures the constant time lookups. The method stopped as soon as the duplicate is found, optimizing the performance. So this is how you can check the duplicates in JavaScript code. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, how can you remove duplicates from the JavaScript array? So for this question, let's move on to our VS Code and understand it via code example. So now here we are on our VS Code and here we are going to see how to remove the duplicates from JavaScript code using set method. So this code basically demonstrates how to remove duplicate elements from an array using set object. A set is built-in JavaScript object that only stores unique values. By passing the number array into the new set, duplicates are automatically removed. The spread operator is then used to convert the set back into an array, resulting in a new array with only unique elements. The output of console.log unique number will be array without duplicates that we can see here. All the duplicates from the array has been removed just by using set numbers. That's it. We also have one more method, that is filter. Let's have a look at that. First of all, we are going to save this code and then we are going to run this code. So that's it. Now let's understand this. So this code removes the duplicate from an array using filter method. The filter method creates a new array with the element that pass a test. In this code, the test check if the first occurrence of each value in an array matches the current index using array.indexValue. So if the current index is same as the first index where the value appears, it means that the value is unique and is included in the new array. The result of new array unique numbers that contain only unique values are from the original number array. So here is the output using the filter method. So now we have understood how to remove the duplicates using the set and filter. So now let's move on to our next question. How will you empty an array in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, here are 4 different ways to empty an array in JavaScript. First of all, you can simply assign an array to empty array, which effectively clears the content. Second on, we can set an array's length to 0, which is a quick and efficient method to empty it. Third, we can use loop to pop up the each element one by one until the array is empty. And finally, you can use splice method, which allows you to remove all the elements in one go by specifying the starting index and the number of the elements to remove. Each method has its own use case depending on your requirements, but all are effective in emptying an array. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, describe the concept of memoization and its implementation in JavaScript. First, let's understand what is memoization and then we will have a look at the code. So the answer to this question is, memoization is a technique used to improve the performance by storing the result of time-consuming function calls. When the same inputs are provided again, instead of recalculating, the function retrieves the pre-computed result from a cache. This approach significantly reduces the redundant calculation and speed up the execution, especially in the scenarios involving repetitive tasks and recursive function. Now let's move on to our VS Code to understand it via small code example. So here we are on our VS Code and let's understand memoization with the help of small example. So this code implements memoization technique to optimize the Fibonacci function. Memoization is a way to store the result of expensive function calls and reuse them when the same inputs occur. So let's go through the code one by one. So first of all, we have this memoize function. It takes a function as an argument and returns a new function. And inside this new function, we can check if the result for the given argument, args, is already cached. If it is, we return the cached value by skipping the function calls. So if it is not cached, we can calculate the result and store it in cache and return it. So after that, we have this Fibonacci function. This is the basic recursive Fibonacci function. It calculates the Fibonacci number for a given n. The function calls itself twice for each value of n greater than 1. After that, memoized function is the result of passing the Fibonacci function into memoized function. This memoized version optimizes the performance of caching and results. So the first we call Fibonacci function 10 that computes the Fibonacci number and stores the intermediate result in cache. And second, to call the Fibonacci function 10 that fetches the result from cache, avoiding the redundant calculation. And here are the output of our Fibonacci function. First of all, we have called this. In the first go, it calculated the Fibonacci number. After that, it is stored in the cache and then it is fetched from the cache when we have called it again. So now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, explain higher order functions in JavaScript. And the answer to this question is, higher order functions are the key concept in JavaScript that elevates the power of functional programming. These are functions that can take another function as an argument or return a function as their output. So this diagram illustrates 2 primary use cases. First, higher order function taking a function as input. A higher order function can expect a regular function as an argument. For example, function like map, filter and reduce in JavaScript allows you to pass callback function to process elements of an array. And after that, higher order function returning another function. It can also return a new function as its result. This is useful for creating custom utilities or scenarios like currying. So now that's it for the high order function. Let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is JavaScript a statically typed or a dynamically typed language? And the answer to this question is JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. In dynamically typed language, the type of the variable is checked during the runtime, in contrast to statically typed language where the type of the variable is checked during the compile time. So here you can see the example that the variable cannot be changed in the static language, but you can change the type of variable in the dynamic typing. So that's it. And now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is BOM? And the answer to this question is, the BOM or browser object model in JavaScript refers to object provided by the browser to interact with the browser window and its component. It serves as a bridge between JavaScript and its browser environment, enabling the developers to control and manipulate the browser-related functionalities. The BOM allows the developer to control the browser environment, such as manipulating the browser window, handling the browser events, and accessing the browser-specific properties and methods. This includes features like resizing the window, navigating the new URL, working with the cookies, or even interacting with the browser's history and locating objects, enabling dynamic and responsive web experiences. So that's all about the browser object model. And now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are arrow functions in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, the arrow functions in JavaScript are simpler and more concise way to write functions. Unlike the traditional function, arrow functions don't require the function keyword. They are especially useful for writing the shorter codes and maintaining the readability. Plus, they can handle this keyword differently, making them ideal for certain use cases like callbacks. As in this example, you can see that the arrow function eliminates the need of function keyword and uses fat arrow to separate the parameters and the function body. In this case, the arrow function has an implicit return, meaning it directly returns the result without needing the return keyword. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, explain event delegation and why it is useful. And the answer to this question is, event delegation is a technique where a single event listener is used to handle events for multiple child elements by leveraging the event bubbling. This approach enhances the performance and makes the managing dynamic DOM elements more efficient and straightforward. This code demonstrates the concept of event delegation, and here's how it works. First, attach the event listener to the parent element. Instead of adding the individual event listener to the child element, a single-click event listener is attached to the parent element. Next, check the target of the event inside the event listener. That is, event.target property is used to determine which child element triggered the event. The matches.child method checks if the clicked event has the class child. Next, handle the event. If the clicked event matches the condition, the message child clicked is logged to the console. So that's all about the event delegation. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is currying in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, currying in JavaScript is a technique where a function is transformed so it takes arguments one at the time instead of all at once. Each argument leads to a return of new function which expects the next argument until all the arguments are provided. Once all the arguments are supplied, the function finally executes and returns the result. For example, the outer function expects the first argument A and returns the another argument. The second function expects the second argument B and returns yet another function. And the innermost function expects the final argument C and computes the result by adding A, B and C together. The earlier arguments A and B are remembered through closures. This makes currying helpful for creating reusable and specialized functions. For instance, you can predefine the value of argument and reuse the partially applied function in the various scenarios. So that's all about currying in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what are the 4 stages of promise object in JavaScript? The 4 stages of promise object are, first we have pending. It is the initial stage of promise. This state represents that the promise has neither been fulfilled nor been rejected. It's pending. The second one is fulfilled. This stage represents that the promise has been fulfilled. meaning that the asynchronous operation is completed. The next one is rejected. This state represents that the promise has been rejected for some reason, meaning that the asynchronous operation has failed. And the last one is settled. This state represents that the promise has been either rejected or fulfilled. Now that's all about the 4 stages of promise object in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question. And the next question that we have is, what is the purpose of raise method in promise? And the answer to this question is, the promise raise method in JavaScript is designed to handle multiple promises concurrently and resolve or reject as soon as one of the promise is iterable settles. In simpler terms, it works like a race between all the promise you provide. The promise that settles first determines the result of promise.raise. So now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between array slice and array splice in JavaScript? For this, we have to move on to our VS Code and we'll understand this via code example. So now here we are on VS Code and let's understand the slice with an example. So this code demonstrates how to extract a portion of an array using slice method. The slice14 call creates a new array sliced number that includes the elements from index 1 to index 3. The start index is inclusive and the end index is exclusive. It does not modify the original array as slice returns a shallow copy. In example, the original array remains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the sliced array contains 2, 3 and 4. Here you can see the example. The original array is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the sliced array is 2, 3 and 4. So basically this slice has created a new array that is a shallow copy of the original array. Now let's understand the splice array. We'll just run this code. So this code basically demonstrates how to remove element from the array using splice method. The splice13 calls modify the original array number by removing the 3 elements starting from the index. First, it returns the removed elements in the new array, spliced number. After that operation, the original array is updated to 1 and 5. The removed elements are stored in spliced number as 2, 3, 4. Unlike slice, splice changes the original array. So here we can see that the original array has been changed here. From the original array, the number that we want to remove has been removed and stored into the another array. So basically, splice directly changes the original array, but slice does not changes the original array. Slice makes a shallow copy of the original array and adds the updated value in the shallow copy. So that's it about the splice and slice in JavaScript. So now let's move on to our next question. What is object destructing? And the answer to this question is, object destructing in JavaScript is a syntax that allows you to extract properties from an object and assign them directly to variables. This makes the code cleaner, more readable and more efficient when working with the objects. In this figure, we have the object named user, which contains the 3 key values name, city, type. So the object holds the information about the user. And this highlighted orange box shows the destructing syntax. That means const name city type is equal to user. So here is what happens. The properties name, city and type of the user objects are unpacked. So these properties are directly assigned to the variables name, city and type. So the extracted values are shown in the diagram as Nidhi, Delhi and admin. So these values are also accessible as an individual variable, allowing you to use them directly in your code. So that's it about the object destructing. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the this keyword in JavaScript? And the answer to this question is, the this keyword in JavaScript is a special identifier representing the object currently executing the function. It is a dynamic, meaning its value depends upon the context in which the function is called. So this makes this a powerful but sometimes tricky concept to understand. So here's how this behaves in a different context. First, we have the global context. When used in a global scope, it refers to a global object. In the browser environment, this global object is a window object. Second one we have is an inside function. When this is used inside regular function, it still points to a global object, which is again a window object unless the function is revoked in the strict mode. And then inside a method. When this is used inside a method of an object, it refers to an honor object, the object that contains the method. So that's it about the this keyword in JavaScript. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the difference between view state and session state? So the basic difference between the both is, view state is a client-side state management technique in ASP.NET that stores the data specific to a page in a hidden field, ensuring that the data persists across the post bags but is limited to the same page. Session state, on the other hand, is a server-side management mechanism that stores the user-specific data, such as login information, across multiple pages within the session, ensuring data persists as long as the session is active. Rest you can pause the video and go through the differences thoroughly. That's it about the view state and session state. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, what is the output of this snippet? Now let's move on to the VS Code and see what is the output. So here we are on our VS Code and we have written this code. Now let's quickly understand this code. In JavaScript, the plus operator behaves differently depending on the type of the operands. So this plus operator will behave differently when we are using it with string or when we are using it with number. So both 10 and 20 are numbers. The addition operation is performed and it is resulting in 30. So here you can see the output. It is resulting in 30. After that we have 30 plus 30. That means we have this 30 not as number but as string. So when the plus operator is used between the number and string, the JavaScript performs type cohesion. This means 30 is converted into string and the two string 30 and 30 are concatenated, resulting in 30 and 30. So this is the output, which is 3030, because this 30 is converted into string and after that this 30 and this 30 is concatenated. So that's it about this. So now that we have gone through the output of this code, now let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is, what is event bubbling? Event bubbling is a process where an event triggered on the target element propagates upward through its ancestor in the DOM hierarchy, starting from the target element and moving upward to the document object. So let's understand event bubbling with the help of an workflow diagram. So first we have the target element, that is button. The process begins at the target element where the event is triggered, such as button being clicked. The event handler attached to this element executes first. After that we have span element. From the target element, the event bubbles up to its immediate parent element, such as span. If the span has the event handler for the same event, it will execute the next. After that we have the div element. The event then propagates to the parent div element. If the event handler is attached to the div, it will execute at this stage. After that we have body element. Moving further up, the event reaches the body element, which contains all the visible and interactive content of the web page. Global event listeners are often attached here. After that we have the head element, if applicable. So although interactive elements are not technically associated with the head element, an event can technically propagate through it as the part of the bubbling process. After that we have root element. Next, that the event reaches to the root HTML element, which is the starting point of all visible content in the page. After that we have document object. Finally, the event bubbles up to the document object. This represents the entire web page. At this point, any event handler attached to the document object can execute. So this hierarchical propagation ensures that the event handlers at different levels of the DOM tree can respond to the same event as it bubbles up. So now that's it about the event handling. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question that we have is, explain the difference between mutable and immutable objects in JavaScript. And the answer to this question is, so mutable objects can be changed or updated after they are created. For example, objects and arrays in JavaScript are mutable, meaning we can modify their content, such as adding, removing or updating the values. After that we have immutable objects. Immutable objects, on the other hand, cannot be changed once they are created. Instead of modifying the existing object, any changes result in creation of new object. Strings and numbers in JavaScript are example of immutable types. So that's it for mutable and immutable objects in JavaScript. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question that we have is, what are symbols used for in JavaScript? The symbols are unique and immutable data type that was introduced in ES6. They serve a crucial role in creating unique identifiers, which helps to avoid the name conflict in objects. Think of them as a way to ensure your key stays distinct even in the complex programs. Let's have a look at some of the key features. First of all is unique and immutable. Each symbol is entirely unique. Even if you create two symbols with the same description, they won't be equal. So this ensures immutability and prevents unintended overrides. The second one is used as object keys. Symbols can be used as property keys in object, offering a secure way to add unique properties without worrying about the conflicts. Next on we have the hidden from iteration. Unlike strings or numbers, properties keyed by symbols are enumerable. This means they don't have to show up during the iterations like for, in, or object.keys. After that, we have global symbols registry. JavaScript provides a shared global registry through symbol.for and symbol.key4. This allows symbols to be reused or accessed globally by their description. So that's it. Now let's move on to our next question. What are template literals and how they are used? And the answer to this question is, the template literals are the powerful way to work with the strings more flexibly in JavaScript. They make it incredibly easy to embed variables and expression directly within a string, saving us from hassle of concatenating strings manually. Now let's have a look at this code to understand it. So here we declare two variables, name with the values of Alice and the age with the value of 25. The message variable is created using template literal. Notice how you can use the backticks instead of regular codes. The name and the age syntax allows you to embed and values of name and age directly to the string. Finally, we can print the constructed string to the console and the output will be, hey, my name is Alice and I am 25 years old.
And with this, we come to an end to this JavaScript full course. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to the Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.